Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Clone Trooper and had massive harem? Part 2. This story is Clone Trooper Deku by ZW7567. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Izuku walks to the end of the tunnel with one mission in mind. Defeat Katsuki Bakugo so he can advance to the finals and save Todoroki. He had been wanting to do this for a while, to get payback for what he did to him during the training exercise. He will show him that he's not a weak quirkless kid anymore, and that Deku is the name of a Soildor and leader. Putting his helmet back on, he exits the tunnel, the audience cheering, but he pays them no mind, his gaze locked on Bakugo, who waits on the other side of the ring as both stare at each other, neither paying attention to Mike presenting them. "This is it, Deku. It's time to show everyone here why I'm better than you," he says, glaring. "Huh, you haven't changed one bit since we were kids, Bakugo. You think you're so much better just because of your quirk. Well, now I'm here to put you in your place," Izuku says coldly, with venom in his voice, as the memories of all the beatings and what he did to Ochako flash through his mind. As Mike started counting, many, especially his girl fans, were cheering him on. "You can do it, Izuku. You got this, Deku." Ochako and Momo shout along with Mawata and Najire and the rest of the students, as Izuku slowly puts his hands on his DC-17 pistols. 3. Mike shouts, starting the match. "Deku!" Bakugo shouts, blasting forward, using his explosions to propel to Izuku, who quick draws his pistols, and to everyone's shock is firing live blaster bolts, running to the blonde. POW. Pow. Wow. Wow. Is Midoriya trying to kill him? Kirishima asks. "Is that allowed?" Kaminari asks. Ochako is also shocked, but it is soon replaced by worry, as she fears that Izuku might go too far and kill her now ex-boyfriend. Bakugo flies forward, dodging the blaster bolts before delivering a hard punch to Izuku's helmet, knocking it off his head. Izuku endures the pain and punks Bakugo in the stomach before delivering a blow to his face, using the grip of his DC-17. Bakugo spits out blood before gritting his teeth. "You're a lot stronger now, but it doesn't matter, without a quirk. You're nothing," he says, rushing at him, about to punch when Izuku grabs his arm, trying to twist it. "Don't fucking toe me," he shouts, kicking away his hand before Izuku grabs his shoulders and slams his head into Bakugo's face as the audience watches the brutal fight in shock. "Someone stop them. They're going to kill each other. This is going too far," the audience yells. "Both of stop now." Midnight yells only for Principal Nezu to contact her and tell her let the match continue. Bakugo falls back, stunned, feeling that his nose is broken, but quickly recovers and blasts Izuku, sending him a few meters away. Not wanting Izuku to recover, he launches forward at him, sending explosions as Izuku quickly jumps and rolls, dodging the blast, but then, "Don't think you have a chance," Bakugo yells, punching Izuku in the side, but thankfully, his armor protects him mostly as he quickly delivers a kick to Bakugo's face. "You turned Ochako against me," Bakugo yells. "You did that yourself. What kind boyfriend would attack his own girlfriend like that?" Izuku shouts through his microphone. Bakugo yells in anger as he keeps attacking, managing to land a few hits, with Izuku now also having a broken nose but still fighting harder than ever, delivering another punch to Bakugo's stomach, making the blonde puke. "Ew. That's gross," Mike yells, with everyone agreeing with him. Bakugo looks down before becoming enraged. "That's it. Now I'm mad. I'll make you regret that you ever came here and went up against me," he yells. Blasting into the air, Bakugo propels himself in a circle, creating a fiery tornado. "Oh shit," Izuku thinks. "Howitzer. Impact," he screams, shooting a massive explosion that hits Izuku and blinds the whole stadium. "Captain Deku!" Jesse and Appo yell, shout, watching. The smoke clears to see Bakugo standing there panting with a big smirk on his face. People look around, fearing the worst for the ARC trooper. "Deku!" Ochako screams, crying. "That was way too far. He could have killed him." Kirishima yells. "If he's not already." Kaminari says, only to get Jiro's earphone jacks to his ear. "Idiot. Don't say that." Kyoka says, furious. "You shouldn't talk like that." Momo says, but is very worried for Izuku. "Izuku." Najire says, tears in her eyes. In the arena, It's over, I've proved I'm better than you Deku, Ochako is mine. He thinks only for a fist to collide with his face to reveal a very pissed off Izuku as the audience goes wild. The girls cheer but are worried to see Izuku was clearly weakened and injured by Bakugo's attack, his face and shoulder pauldron burnt as Bakugo stares at him in complete shock. It can't be, that was my ultimate move, Deku should be finished by now. Bakugo thinks mouth open as Izuku glares. You'll have to do better than that. Bakugo screams in rage, running forward grabbing Izuku's hands as the two throw punks at each other intel. No wonder, Auntie Inko hated you, who would care about a quirkless loser like you, you're worthless, without a quick you'll never beat me. Bakugo says, forgetting that his microphone is still on, as everyone gasps shocked. Izuku, Najire says, looking at him concerned. In that moment something snaps in Izuku. He'd been called so many things over the past 10 years, loser, quirkless freak, useless, Deku, but in that moment he could no longer hold back as he pushes harder onto Bakugo's hands intel. Snap. Ah. Bakugo lets out a blood-curdling scream that echoes through the stadium, making everyone gasp as Ochako holds her hand over her mouth, feeling like she's about to puke. Holy shit, Mirko says, completely stunned. Izuku lets go of Bakugo's hands to see blood on his, but he does not stop as he tackles Bakugo to the ground, proceeding to beat the life out of Bakugo. This was for breaking my arm during training. He screams, knocking a few of Bakugo's teeth out. This was for bullying me when we're kids. He yells before slamming his armored fist right into Bakugo's dick. Ah. The ash blonde screams in agony as everyone, watching, feels like they're gonna be sick as Izuku gets off of him. And this, Izuku says, getting off of Bakugo and pulling out his DC-17, pointing it at Bakugo's head. As for what you did to my friend, he says, about to execute him in cold blood only to see a hand on top of his pistol. That's enough, Captain, now please calm down before you do something you'll regret. Midnight says calmly, lowering Izuku's weapon while admitting her knockout gas as Bakugo loses consciousness. Tears stream down Izuku's face, still wanting nothing more than to kill Bakugo, but he stops looking up to the audience, manly at Ochako who is looking at him crying as Najire, Mawata, the girls of Class A and B, even MT. Lady are looking at him horrified by his actions, making Izuku realize in that moment he was acting no better than Bakugo. I'm sorry, he says before going unconscious. Everyone in the stadium is stunned, especially All Might, Inko, and Mirko, having just watched Izuku break Bakugo's hands with his own strength, then beat the living hell out of him. Katsuki Bakugo is unable to continue. Izuku Midoriya wins, Midnight announces while holding the unconscious ARC Trooper captain in her arms. Much later, where am I? Deku. Izuku is suddenly hugged by none other than Ochako with Tsuyu, Momo, and Iida behind her. I'm so glad you're okay. Midoriya, I thought you were gonna kill Bakugo, but I'm glad you refrained from doing so. Iida says, while killing him would be going too far, he did deserve the beating he got. Hero. Sue says. Izuku then feels a hand take his as he turns to Momo, looking at him, concerned. How long was I out? Izuku asked. The second round is about to end. Todoroki won his fight against Kamakiri, and Kendo won against Ashido. You'll be fighting against Kendo in the semifinals. Iida says. Izuku sighs, glad there's still a chance for him to save Todoroki. However, where's Bakugo? He asked. Iida then opens a curtain to reveal Bakugo cuffed and knocked out. He went crazy after finding out he lost to you. That's why they had to restrain and knock him out so he wouldn't attack anyone. Kiro. Tsuyu says. Izuku sighs as Recovery Girl approaches them. While I'm happy you're okay, I need all to leave the room. There is something I would like to talk to Midoriya about privately. She says, becoming serious. Ochako, Momo, and Tsuyu are hesitant to leave, but Iida nods understanding. Of course, you heard her. Let's let them talk privately. Iida says as the four exit the room with Momo looking at Izuku a final time before leaving. Izuku then turns to Recovery Girl confused. What is it, Recovery Girl? Izuku asked. I ran a scan on your noggin earlier to check for any concussions, and when I enhanced it to look at your brain, I found something. She says, shocking him. What? Recovery girl turns her computer screen as Izuku looks to see a glowing red dot inside his brain scan, Izuku immediately realizing that this must be the supposed inhibitor chip inside his head. Sonny, it appears you have developed a tumor. I also checked over my previous scans on your mother to see if it was because of genetics. However, Inko did not have a similar tumor. I believe someone has implemented it there. As Izuku looks at her in terror. Crap, she knows. Izuku thinks, contemplating what to do. Izuku then sighs before looking at the old nurse, becoming serious. Recovery girl, it's not a tumor. Chio looks at the ARC captain, surprised as Izuku sighs before speaking. Recovery girl, what I'm about to tell you must remain between us. No one, not even the principal or All Might, can know. Izuku says. Chio nods, understanding she is used to knowing other secrets. Most of all Might and OFA. I understand, Sonny. Now please tell me what this is. She says, becoming serious. Izuku then proceeded to tell her everything. Tup killing a pro-hero, Five's deaths, and the inhibitor chips he believed would force the Grand Army to follow the commands of Representative Palpatine of the Safety Commission without question. That's pretty much everything. I filed a report on the chips and how they might have a secret purpose, but I haven't had time to look further into it. Izuku says. Recovery girl puts her hand under her chin. She had always suspected there was something up with the commission after they imprisoned Lady Nagant, and especially Palpatine, who is the supreme commander of the Grand Army of Japan. She thinks for a long moment before speaking. I'll start doing my own research on this chip. If I feel like it could be dangerous, I will surgically remove it myself, understand? She asks. Izuku looks down in thought before nodding, turning, and grabbing his helmet before leaving as Recovery girl looks back to her computer screen. Something is not right. What are you up to, Palpatine? She thinks as she begins looking for what information she can find. While in the waiting room, Izuku begins to think of a strategy to defeat Kendo. Kendo seems to rely on martial arts, that combined with her quirk could be a challenge, but with my 10 years of martial arts training I should be able to defeat her, but I'll need a way to catch her off guard. Izuku then looks at his armor before having an idea, though he isn't looking forward to it. Later, it's time to start the SIMIFINALS. We have 2 heavy hitters this time. This will be awesome. You know him, cold, fearless, and forcing his enemies to go all out. It's Izuku bnha. Present Mike says, surprised as everyone looks to see Izuku enter the arena, but his pauldron, top body armor and body glove are completely missing, showing his scarred and muscular body along with his DC-17 pistols also absent from their holsters. Guys, jaws drop while almost all the women are blushing with their noses bleeding, looking at Izuku as if he's a Greek god. Mommy likes. Midnight thinks, her cheeks turning red and licking her lips. What is this feeling? Najire thinks, rubbing her legs together as Mirio and Tamaki look to see that Najire has pink hearts in her eyes. Najire, are you okay? Mirio asked, worried for his friend. Oh yes, I'm fine, she says, looking at Izuku falling in love with him more and thinking of asking him to train with her privately and maybe naked. Mawata's face turns red as she begins to imagine Deku on top of her. Deku. She thinks, excited for later. I'd like to feel those muscles. Mina says, smiling with drool hanging off her mouth as Momo, Ochako, Toru and the other girls not agreeing with her, with the girls of Class 1B not doing much better, with Abara praying to try to get the dirty thoughts out of her mind while Yui still has her neutral expression but in her mind. I'm going to fuck him. She thinks, her nose bleeding. Mirko smiles, wiping away her drool. I'm gonna have to get me a piece of that. She thinks, grinning with a bloody nose, wondering how big his carrot is. Mount. Lady smiles, having some very dirty thoughts about the ARC captain and wonders how long he could do it with her in bed. VS. You've seen her destroy defenses barehanded, and as someone I don't want to ups the big sister of Class B of the hero course, Itsuka Kendo. Itsuka walks into the arena and freezes when she's Izuku. Oh no, he's hot. She yells internally, blushing badly but quickly snaps out of it, making her way over to get ready. I must say you're quite handsome. She says, blushing. Thanks, I guess. Izuku says, not really believing her, cows to him he's not much to look at all. Your fight with Bakugo was very impressive. I saw you break his arms, but I'm curious to see what you're capable of without your weapons. That's why I lift them. I don't need them for this match since it's hand-to-hand combat. We'll see about that. I hope we have a great match, Midoriya, and no holding back just because I'm a girl. As you wish, he says suddenly, becoming cold and serious, getting in a battle stance, catching the girl a bit off guard, getting into a battle stance as Present Mike starts counting down. 1, 2, 3, begin, he shouts as the match starts. Itsuka rushes at Izuku, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach but is surprised when Izuku grabs her arm and delivers a hard punch to her face. Itsuka feels something dripping on her face, touching it to show blood. She removes it before charging at Izuku again. Take this, she yells, enlarging her right fist and punks him, sending Izuku back a few meters back. Izuku gets up, this time going on the offensive. She rushes at him but is stunned when Izuku suddenly drops and slides under her legs and delivers a powerful side kick that knocks the girl off her feet. I must say, Kendo, your strength is incredible, he says as she gets up. Same for your reflexes, I can tell you've been training in martial arts for a long time. She says, a bit out of breath, getting back up as they rush each other, both exchanging a barrage of punks, as Itsuka overpowers him and is about to hit him. But Izuku dodges and delivers a hard punch to her cheek, causing her to drop her guard as Izuku punks her in the stomach. The audience watches the brutal fist fight in amazement. It's clear that both are incredibly skilled in the art of hand-to-hand combat. After exchanging a few more punks, Itsuka punches Izuku in the stomach while he punks her face. Both fall back covered in bruises and breathing heavily, with Midoriya at the very edge of the ring. Midoriya, you're incredibly strong. I'm grateful to be able to measure myself with you. Same to you, Kendo, but honestly hand-to-hand combat is actually my weakest strength. I personally prefer using my pistols or carbine in combat, but I do love a good old-fashioned fist fight as well, he says, smiling as she changes at him again. Sorry, Midoriya, but this victory is mine. She yells, about to punch him out of bounds but is shocked when Izuku grabs her arm and throws her over his head, slamming the girl out of bounds. Itsuka Kendo is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins, Midnight says, licking her lips and staring at Izuku. The audience cheers as Kendo sets up, putting a hand on her back in pain, saddened by her loss as she looks to see Izuku offering a hand to her. Don't be upset, Kendo, you were amazing, he says, smiling. The girl blushes, taking his hand as Izuku helps her up, leaving the arena as the next match of the semifinals between Todoroki and Tokiyami begins. In the stands with Class B, I must say they were incredible, especially Midoriya showing everyone his muscles. Pony says with pink cheeks. And now, if he wins, it will be Todoroki against Midoriya. Jirota Shishida says, ha ha ha, Midoriya will crush that icy dog. Monoma says, laughing, making his classmates sweat drop. Izuku continues towards the arena, walking to a corner when suddenly a large figure appears standing in front of Izuku. I was looking for you, Captain Deku. Endeavor, it's been a while. What do you want? Izuku asked. I've been watching you. You're really skilled even without a quirk, which is quite impressive. Thank you, sir. But then he remembered what Todoroki had told him. Endeavor is the reason Todoroki and his sister have suffered so much, he thinks, becoming angry. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might as the #1 hero. And his fight against you will be a good testing ground to see how much training he has left, and force him to use his fire. Do not hold back, you're a soldier, so follow my order. Endeavor says, only making Izuku more angry. I apologize for holding you back. You may go, he says. The ARC captain is furious, wanting nothing more than to put a few blaster bolts into him as Shoto and Fuyumi's words echo through his hand. Does Todoroki or the rest of your family not mean anything to you? He says coldly with venom in his voice. Huh, Endeavor says, turning surprised. Why do you want to surpass All Might so much? What do you hope to gain? Pride, fame, even more money? Izuku asks coldly to the #2 hero. It doesn't concern you, boy. He says seriously. You're right, it doesn't, but I'm not gonna let you continue to abuse Todoroki or his sister, and that's captain to you, sir, he says, looking him in the eyes. You have a lot of guts to talk to me like that, and how do you know my daughter? Endeavor says, his flames grow more intensely. That's classified. Now I'll ask you again. Why do you do this? It's none of your business, brat, Don't get involved where you shouldn't. POW. Endeavor eyes widen, looking at the hole. Izuku just blasted into the wall next to him. As a soldier of Japan, it is my business to protect each one of those students. You have ruined lives because of your own selfishness. You're the type of hero I hate most. Families are supposed to love each other, to protect one another, but you're no better than a villain. With that, Izuku holsters his blaster before turning and walking away. Wait, Endeavor shouts as Izuku turns and looks at him coldly. How do you know my daughter? He asked. I meet her at a grocery store. She seems like a very sweet and kind woman, and I promise, if I find out you've abused her as well, I'll make sure you regret it, he threatened before leaving. What a brat, Endeavor mutters, looking at the hole in the wall. If he had hit me with a bolt that powerful, it would have killed me. He thinks furious but is also now somewhat curious about the young ARC captain and his friendship with Fuyumi. As Izuku is waiting in the tunnel, he looks down at his helmet, knowing that this last match against Todoroki will not be easy or fun. Deku, please save him. He's not a bad person. He just needs help. I've been under a lot of stress lately, with my dad and little brothers arguing all the time. The voices of Momo and Fuyumi echoing through his mind. Todoroki, I promise I'm going to save you, even if I have to push you to near death, he thinks. Alright everyone, this is the final match of the sports festival. Are you ready? Present Mike announces excitedly. Watching from the stands, everyone is nervous, especially Momo. Do you think that Captain Deku can win against Todoroki? I mean, I know he's got his armor and pistols, but what is that going to do against Todoroki's ice? Kaminari asked. Also, remember he doesn't have a quirk, so Midoriya is at a huge disadvantage, but if he can use his jetpack to get in close and stun him, he might have a chance. Momo says before thinking to herself. Izuku, Shoto, please be careful. She thinks deeply worried for both of them. Still, I can't get over what he did to Bakugo. He made him puke, then broke both his arms. Kaminari says, making Ochako feel like she's going to puke again. Stop that, you're going to make Uraraka sick. Koika scolded. He's not wrong though. Midoriya must really hate Bakugo, so it makes me wonder how he feels about Todoroki. Shiro says. Momo looks down as the crowd suddenly roars in excitement and joy, looking down to see Izuku and Shoto now standing on opposite sides of the arena. With Izuku walks out of the tunnel as he begins to think of a strategy not just to win but to get Todoroki to use his fire. He then looks up at Momo, seeing she is very worried as Izuku smiles to reassure her everything will be okay before putting his helmet on. It looks like I have no choice. It's the only way I'll be able to get in close enough. He thinks, hoping his plan works. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final match of this year's sports festival. We have two strong powerhouses here, with a soul cold as ice, crushing his enemies with his ice, from the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike yells as Shoto walks into the arena with a serious look on his face. And on the other side the guy who's equality cold, an unstoppable force ready to blast anything or anyone in his way, who's impressed everyone here with his victories, it's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike shouts, so you're here, Todoroki says coldly. Yeah, I am, Midoriya says with an equally cold tone. Back in the stands, Mawata, Najire, and the girls of Class A and B are rooting for the green armored trooper. 1. Todoroki glares, getting ready, but is shocked when Izuku says something that catches him completely off guard. Momo, Ms. Todoroki, please forgive me for what I'm about to do, but this is the only way I can save him. Izuku says, save him. What's Midoriya saying? The audience asks as Momo wakes nervous. At the Todoroki residence, Fuyumi Todoroki watches in shock. Deku, you're not going to make him. She thanks watching nervously while in a metal ward. A woman with white hair also watches worried but also curious by what the ARC trooper means by helping her son get over his traumatic past. Back in the arena, Todoroki is stunned for a moment, snaps out of it, only thinking one thing. Did he just call Momo by her first name? He thinks enraged. 2. This is it. This better work, Izuku thinks. 3. Begin. Todoroki immediately slams his foot down, sending a massive glacier as the ice encapsulates the ARC Capta, and unlike Shiro, he's completely covered. Back at the barracks, Every single member of the 501st just stares mouths open. So that's it. The captain got defeated just like that. Jesse shouts. Wait, Appo says, noticing something strange happening in the ice. Silence rings throughout the stadium as Najire, Mawata, Ochako, Momo, Toru, Abara, and the other girls of Class A and B have their hands over their mouths as Todoroki approaches the ice before speaking. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but Momo is mine. This is the way things are between you and me. I can't allow you to get in the way of our relationship. This match is over, he says before turning and walking away. Todoroki then turns to Midnight. Shouldn't you be saying I win? Crack. Shocked Todoroki turns to the glacier to see several blur lights in it and then. Boom. To everyone's shock, a rocket suddenly blasts out of the exploding in the sky, and out from the hole is Izuku, with his DC-17 pistols pointed at Todoroki, and he is very pissed. Then, without hesitation, Izuku opens fire. POW. 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 Todoroki immediately jumps away, avoiding getting shot. Are you crazy? You could have killed me. He shouts. That's the point, Izuku says coldly with a dark aura surrounding him. When I'm through with you, you'll wish I had killed you. Izuku shouts in rage before continuing. I won't allow to let Momo suffer because of your daddy issues. Izuku declared. Todoroki is now angry himself and sends another glacier at Midoriya, but the ARC captain jumps and rolls out of the way before firing with his dual pistols. POW. Pow. Todoroki barely has enough time to create a shield of ice before sending another glacier as Izuku uses his jetpack to jump out of the way before continuing to shoot at him. Back in the stands, everyone watching is worried not just for Todoroki but for Captain Deku, who has seemingly lost his senses in anger, while at the mental ward, Rei Todoroki holds her hands over her mouth scared for her son, while Fuyumi is watching terrified and scared for both her brother and friend. Let's continue, Izuku says, raising his DC-17 pistols. Both of you stop. This is going too far. Smentos shouts about to rush over to stop them, but then. Keep the fight going, Aizawa announces. What? Are you blind, Eraserhead? Captain Deku is trying to kill Todoroki. Smentos says. No. That's not his intention. Keep the fight going, Aizawa says. In the third tier stands, Mirko, Najire, and Tamaki watch worried for the ARC captain, especially Najire, who's trying not to cry, as Mirko wipes the fight deep in thought. Deku, if you're not trying to kill him, what's your plan? Tagata wonders, watching. Back with Captain Deku. POW. Pow. Izuku keeps firing his pistols. Is that all you got? Stop running and shielding yourself. Get over here and fight me, you coward. Stop embarrassing yourself. You think you can win with half your strength. Come at me with all you got. Izuku shouts. Izuku. Momo thinks, tears in her eyes. Son. All Might and Inko think that the latter of who is crying, hugging on the number one hero. That boy. Endeavor thinks, watching. Midoriya. What are you trying to do here? You want my fire. Did my father pay you off? Now I'm mad. Todoroki then runs towards Izuku, but the ARC trooper is ready, holstering his pistols before slamming his armored fist right into Todoroki's stomach, sending him flying back. A sold punch. Present Mike shouts as the audience cheers. That's the kind of action I like to see. He shouts as Todoroki gets back up, coughing up blood. Why? He thinks before launching another ice attack at the trooper. Looks like the ice attacks aren't moving as fast now. The ARC captain thinks, noticing Todoroki now in front of him before punching him in the stomach again. The fight is growing very intense. Nobody is saying a word as they keep watching. Todoroki weakly gets up, injured to see Deku exhausted as well, his hands on his now bleeding from punching Todoroki. Why are you doing this? He asks. I promised her, Izuku says weakly, shocking Todoroki. What? I promised Momo I would save you, no matter what. Izuku says as Shoto looks up at the stands to see Momo looking at them crying. I am a soldier of Japan. I will always save those in need, even if they don't want it. That's why I'm giving it my all. I couldn't save fives from being killed. I won't fail again. That's why I will save you, Todoroki. Izuku declares. Izuku. Momo says, crying. Izuku sighs before holstering his pistols and taking off his helmet. Todoroki, I can never understand your pain as you can't mine, but do you think you have the right to even be a hero with only half your strength? Just so you can reject Endeavor? Is this a joke? Because right now you're acting just like him. If that's the kind of hero you want to be, you don't deserve to marry Momo or to be a hero. Izuku shouts. Time stops for Todoroki as he remembers when he was young and full of hope. Flashback. I don't want to be like Dad, Mom, a young Todoroki says. But you want to be a hero, don't you? A kind voice he hasn't heard in years says. I promise, Mom, I will never be like him. I will be a hero you can be proud of. You don't need to promise me anything, my little snowflake. Your wishes are yours and yours alone, and no one, not even your father, can tell you otherwise. A much younger Rei tells her son. Flashback ends. It's yours. It's your fire, not his, and that bastard can't tell you otherwise. Izuku yells. Todoroki then remembers the words of his mother. Do your best, my snowflake. Then fire suddenly erupts from his body. In the stands, he made him use his fire. Ochako shouts. He did it. Momo says, amazed. Holy cow. He forced his opponent to go all out. That's what he was doing. Mirko yells, amazed now understanding what Deku was trying to do this entire time. Mirko. What are you talking about? Nejire asks, curious. He's saving a friend, he says, smiling now certain that Izuku is the one who should have OFA. Everyone is surprised but even more by the massive grin on Izuku's face, making Mirko smile. This kid, thump, thump, she thinks while thumping her foot excited. I've found him, I've found my mate. She thinks excited. Back at the Todoroki residence, Fuyumi's jaw drops completely shocked. He's actually using it, she thinks before looking at the smiling art captain. Deku, she thinks smiling and crying while in the mental ward. Rei Himura is going through something similar. Shoto, she says, crying proud of her son. With Izuku and Todoroki, Midoriya, even if you want to win, you still help your enemy. You're crazy, I want to be a hero too, and Momo will be mine. He shouts. Shoto. Endeavor shouts coming out of nowhere. Do you finally understand your purpose? That's it. With my blood in your veins, you will surpass me and live up to the reason you were created. Endeavor shouts as the audience looks at him like he's crazy. But Izuku and Todoroki pay him no mind. Amazing. Izuku thinks smiling. Why are you smiling? You're at a clear disadvantage here. Todoroki says as Izuku laughs. Ha ha ha. Like you said, I'm crazy. He says, becoming determined and serious. Then don't blame me for what happens next. Todoroki says as ice begins to spread and his fire increases. Even if I lose, I saved him, my mission was a success. Izuku thinks, putting helmet on before pulling out his DC-17 pistol, spinning and crossing them. Smentos, fearing for what will happen, gets up from his seat. That's at midnight. One of them is going to kill the other or both of themselves if one blow or shot hits them. He shouts, sending his cement into the arena. I agree, Captain Deku may have armor but neither one if their bodies can take much more. She says, ripping her sleeve. Izuku and Todoroki charge at each other, Izuku using his jetpack as Todoroki raises his lift arm towards Izuku, Izuku with DC-17 pistols pointed at Todoroki. Midoriya, thank you, is the last thing the audience hears before the attacks collide, creating a massive explosion causing everyone to hold on their seats. As the blast fades, Smentos slowly stands up and looks at the damage. My goodness, those two are incredible, he says impressed. Midnight gets up searching as Nejire, Mawata, Ochako, Momo, Yui, and the rest of the girls hold on to their bars and pray that Izuku is alright. Everyone looked around until they saw. Izuku is on one knee, his left arm clenching his stomach, his blue energy shield covering him but is still visibly in pain, his right with his DC-17 pistol pointed at. At the end of the field is Shoto Todoroki lying on the ground, unconscious, his gym shirt burned away. Shoto Todoroki has been defeated. The winner of the sports festival is Captain Izuku Midoriya. The audience cheers, especially Momo, who was worried for both of them. Way to go, Captain. Appo, Jesse and the 501st shout celebrating. Ah! The audience stops cheering as Izuku yells in pain, standing up and turning off his shield as he looks at Todoroki lying on the ground. Izuku looks at Todoroki before looking up at Momo and smiling, a tear falling down his cheek. I did it, Momo, he says as Momo looks down at him, crying tears of joy. As Izuku looks back at Todoroki's unconscious body, he starts laughing in joy. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that would actually work, but there's hope for you yet, Todoroki, is the last thing the audience hears before Izuku falling to the ground unconscious. Everyone wakes as both Captain Deku and Todoroki were placed in medical stretchers to be sent to the hospital with the students from Class 1A behind them. Much later, beep, beep, beep. Where am I? Izuku asks, setting up to see he's not in his armor or body glove but in a hospital gown. Izuku, son. Izuku is suddenly hugged by his mother as All Might ruffles his stepson's hair. You're alive, I was so scared, Inko says, crying, hugging her son. You really gave us a scare, young man, but I am glad you're alright and I'm really proud of you, ha ha ha. All Might laughed. Mom, All Might? Izuku asked weakly, seating up. Izuku, Deku. Izuku turns only to be hugged by none other than Momo, Ochako, and Toru with the rest of Class 1A behind them. You big idiot. What were you thinking? You both could have been killed. Momo says, crying. Yeah, you big meanie. We seriously thought you and Todoroki were going to die. True says, hugging on to him. Izuku holds his head in pain before feeling a hand take his, looking at Ochako, who smiles with tears in her eyes, but Izuku notices that two people are missing. Where's Iida? Izuku asked, confused. Iida withdraw after your match with Bakugo. He said it was a personal reason. Ochako says as Izuku nods, understanding. And what about Todoroki? Where is he? Izuku asked, worried for his friend. Everyone smiles, especially Momo, before Kaminari opens a curtain to reveal Shoto Todoroki sitting on his bed with bandages all over him. Todoroki. Izuku shouts in pain, trying to stand as Momo and Ochako help him walk over to the half-cold half-hot user. Todoroki. I'm sorry, Izuku says, but then, to everyone's complete surprise, Todoroki gets up and bows to him. Momo. Captain Midoriya. I'm sorry, he says in guilt. What? Momo asked, surprised. I was so blinded by my hatred for my father that I couldn't see I was becoming just like him. But during our fight Midoriya made me remember a special person and how I promised her I would be a hero, and for that moment I completely forgot about him. I felt the flames around my body, and I felt warm, not sad, but happy. He says before looking at Midoriya with a tiny smile. Thank you, Midoriya. I was so focused on making my old man angry to realize what everyone was saying. I will focus on what I want and not what others want. He says. Izuku, though shocked, then smiles, nodding as Momo takes hold of Izuku's hand, smiling. Momo. Shoto says as the Creation Quick user looks at her boyfriend. Shoto looks at the two, and to him, it's obvious that the two have feelings for each other, and while he still feels jealous, he realizes that before getting into a relationship or becoming a hero, he needs to improve himself and fix some things with someone. I think we should break up and call off the wedding. Momo says, surprised. Midoriya made me realize that I'm not ready for a relationship right now. I need to work on myself, but I hope we can still be friends, you to Midoriya. Todoroki says, shocking them. Midoriya nods, smiling. Looks like we've both come to understand each other. Todoroki, you have my complete respect and loyalty. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here because of orders, but that doesn't mean I can't make new friends. Izuku says, turning to the others and smiling before reaching out his head to Todoroki. So friends? Izuku asks, as Shoto smiles just a little before shaking his hand. Friends, he says as Momo smiled while sad that Todoroki ended their relationship. It also provides new opportunities for all three of them, as she looks over at Izuku and smiles, a blush on her face. Shoto. Everyone turns into Izuku and Shoto's surprise. Ms. Todoroki. Izuku greets nervously, knowing she's probably mad at him for what happened during their fight. Wait. You two know each other? Shoto asks, surprised. We met at the grocery store a few weeks back, Shoto. What happened? She asks. I told him about our family's past, Midoriya, then made me see my fire as my own. Shoto says, looking at his left hand and smiling softly. Fuyumi freezes, looking at Izuku, who nods, confirming it. I see, Deku, she says before turning to the injured ARC captain, making him nervous. Yes, Ms. Todoroki, Izuku asked. Then, to his everyone else's surprise, Fuyumi takes hold of Izuku's hand with hers. Thank you, Deku, for helping Shoto, she says, smiling with a blush on her cheeks. Oh my, it seems Izuku really is quite the ladies' man. Inko thinks picturing him and Fuyumi having a baby. Momo, Ochako, Toru, and the others glare in jealously. Shoto can't help but look at the two and think. First Momo, now my sister. Does Midoriya have some kind of secret quick that makes girls like him? He thinks as All Might speaks up. Oh son, I almost forgot. Congratulations on winning the sports festival. All Might says, presenting him the first place medal. You earned that medal my boy, he says as everyone claps. Izuku smiles, rubbing the back of his neck before he notices a letter on the table. As he opens it, it reads, Deku, you were amazing. Congratulations on winning the sports festival. As soon as you get out of the hospital, text me and let me know. I want to take you to one of my favorite cafes. See you soon Pink Heart Mawata. Izuku blushes. Did Fuwa ask him out on a date? I better get home and get dinner ready. Dad and Natsuo will be home soon. Fuyumi says about to leave before turning to Izuku and bowing. Deku, thank you. What you did for Shoto is something I'll never forget. Why don't you come over for dinner sometime? What's your favorite food? It's the least I can do. Fuyumi says, smiling. Katsuden and thank you, I appreciate the invite. Izuku says, smiling. Fuyumi blushes and smiles before turning to her brother. I'll see you at home, and I'll be sure to leave you some food in the fridge. Unless Natsuo eats it, Shoto says, making Izuku chuckle as All Might and Inko smile, happy that Izuku has made so many new friends. After Fuyumi left, everyone else also began leaving Izuku, Shoto, All Might, and Inko as they heard a knock on the hospital door. Come in, Izuku says as the door opens, revealing Mirio, Nejire, and Tamaki, the big three. Izuku, the blue-haired girl said before flying over using her quick and hugging him tightly. I'm so glad you're okay. When I saw you had defeated Hottie Boy, I thought you died. She says, tears streaming down her cheeks. Izuku blushes, having his face between Nejire's breasts, before trying to find the right words to say. Nejire, I can't breathe. He yells about to suffocated by Nejire's boobs, as she lets go of the ARC captain. Then, to Izuku's surprise, Nejire kisses his cheek, making this the second time she's done that as Mirio, Tamaki, and All Might's mouths open. Inko faints while Shoto simply gives him a thumbs up. Don't you dare scare me like that again, you big meanie. She says, flicking him on the nose. Ow. Okay. I will. Thanks for being concerned, he says, smiling. Mirio can't help but be happy for Nejire. Kaos him and Tamaki both know she's had a big crush on the ARC captain since she met him, and will do his best to help them get together, but first. Captain, may I speak to you, and All Might privately for a moment? He asks, becoming serious. Izuku and All Might nod as Tamaki and Shoto exit the room as Inko talks to Nejire, asking her when they'll have a baby, making the wave motion girl blush as the three are left alone as All Might finally gosses back to his normal form coughing up blood. Finally, I thought I wouldn't be able to hold that form much longer, he says as Izuku helps him up before turning to Tagata. Captain Deku, well done, you actually won the sports festival. I admit I got confused during that last match, but then I figured it out. You were trying to help him from the start, he says, smiling, pointing at Izuku. Yeah, I was. Why are you telling me this? He asked, confused. I admit those last few fights were pretty brutal, but you proved you have the heart of a hero, so what do you say? Will you take OFA, and became Japan's next symbol? Mirio asked. Izuku looks down. In truth, he actually forgot about the whole situation with OFA. No, he says, shocking them. What? They both shout. Let me finish. Izuku orders as they both close their mouths. I won't take it, at least not for now. Maybe in the future once battles begin to calm down. Plus it will be kinda suspicious if I just suddenly get a quick of nowhere. but in the future if something happens and I'm truly needed I will take it, is that agreeable? Izuku asked. Mirko thinks for a moment before nodding. Okay, that works. When you're ready, come to us, and we will go from there all right? He asks, smiling. Izuku nods as Mirko starts laughing. What is it? Izuku asked confused. Haha, you must be a real ladies' man, Captain. Kaus, you've made Nijire fall head over heels for you. He says as Toshinori laughs as well, making the ARC captain blush embarrassed. Mawata gulps nervous as she's getting ready. This is the first time she's ever been out on a date. Izuku doesn't know it's a date. As she fixes her hair and puts on her puffy, cloud-shaped earrings before looking at herself in the mirror. Okay, that should do it, she says excitedly, grabbing her purse as she's about to leave, her mom stopping her. Mawata, you sure are dressed up. Nice, are you going on a date? Her mother asks teasingly, making her father raise his eyebrow as Mawata blushes, playing with her fingers. No mom, it's not like that, she says. You're blushing, so it must be a date. Who is he? Her father asked. It's Captain Deku, she says, blushing as pink as her hair. Deku, wasn't he the guy you said rescued you that day you went to the store? Her mother asked as Mawata nodded. Oh yeah, he was on TV, we saw him fight against that Todoroki kid during the sports festival, a bit too brutal if you ask me. Her father says. He was only trying to save him. I admit his ways of helping can be a little unorthodox, but he's a sweet and kind guy. Mawata says, smiling. Mawata's mother and father nod as her father speaks up. Well, he seems like a decent guy, bring him over sometime, I want to meet him. Mr. Fuwa says. Mawata nods before quickly leaving as Mrs. Fuwa smiles. Honey, our daughter is in love, her mother says excitedly as her husband wipes his daughter leave, not knowing that her boyfriend has been programmed to follow all orders without question and is a ticking time bomb. Later, Izuku sighs, waiting outside of the cafe. Mawata told him to meet her at Deku. Izuku turns and blushes to see Mawata wearing green shorts and a short white shirt. Sorry I'm late, I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? She asks. No, not at all, Izuku says, smiling. Mawata smiles, looking at Izuku to see him in a standard gray uniform, with a cap on his head and a single DC-17 pistol holstered on his belt. You look very beautiful, Fuwa, he says, rubbing the back of his neck and smiling shyly. Thanks, you look great too, she says, blushing. So should we go inside? Izuku asked. Of course, she says as the two enter the cafe. You come here often? Izuku asked. This place has the best fluffy sponge cake, she says, smiling as the two are about to sit down. Izuku pulls out her chair for her to sit down. What a gentleman, she thinks, smiling as a waitress walks over. Hi, what can I get you two lovebirds? She asks, smiling. Izuku and Mawata blush as Mawata quickly corrects her. We're not dating, she says, embarrassed. Oh, I apologize. We get a lot of couples in here. Are you ready to order? She asks. I'll have whatever she is having, Izuku says. I'll have the fluffy sponge cake with extra powdered sugar and strawberries. Mawata says. Okay, I'll have that for you in a bit. The waitress says, leaving the two alone. Mawata and Izuku then begin talking about their likes, dislikes, and even about the past. So you've been a soldier since you were 4 years old? Mawata asked, amazed. Yeah, and now I'm the leader of the 501st Legion, even though Appo technically outranks me now. He still follows my orders because I was pretty much a mentor to him. Izuku explains as Mawata giggles. What? He asked, confused. You really are amazing, aren't you, Deku? She says with a sweet smile. Izuku blushes before looking down, becoming sad even. I'm not amazing. I'm just a soldier with ARC trooper training that's somehow still alive. Izuku says before pulling out a picture from his wallet to reveal Izuku standing together with Commander Cody, Fives, and another deceased trooper called Echo. Fives, Echo, before them heavy, so many troopers dead. Izuku says as Mawata frowns. Sometimes I wonder why I'm still alive. Having been born quickless, the world has looked down on me since the beginning. It just makes me wonder. Izuku says sad. Don't say that, Mawata shouts, making the other customers look after her, but she doesn't care. You may not have a quick, but that's what makes you special and unique. Deku, you've done incredible things. You're the leader of the 501st. You made Todoroki use his fire, and from what I heard you saved All Might and all of Class 1A during the attack at USJ, and you saved me. She says, taking hold of Izuku's hands as Izuku blushes, realizing how close she is to him. Fuwa, Izuku says, still shocked. Please, call me Mawata. She says, smiling before doing something that shocks not just Izuku but everyone as kisses Izuku on the lips. It wasn't rough like MT. Ladies but soft, sweet, and gentle as Mawata releases. She blushes, embarrassed realizing what she just did. Sorry, she says, hiding her face. It's okay, Mawata, you can call me Izuku as well if you want. Izuku says, blushing, noticing everyone looking at them, with most finding it adorable. Here's your fluffy sponge cake with extra powdered sugar and strawberries. The waitress says, but to their surprise, she only brought one. Oh wait miss, we ordered two. Izuku tries to say, but the waitress is already gone. Looks like we have to share. Mawata says, blushing before grabbing a fork and cutting a small bit of the cake. Here, try it, she says, making Izuku blush at the face that she's feeding him. Though embarrassed, Izuku nods, taking a bit of the cake. What do you think? She asks, smiling as Izuku swallowed. It's good, really good, he says, smiling. Then to the ARC Trooper Captain's surprise, Mawata opens her mouth, making Izuku realize that she wants him to feed her as well, which he does. Much later, Izuku and Mawata walk towards her home with her arm wrapped around his. That was fun, I really enjoyed today, she says, smiling. Yeah, I did too. Let's do it again sometime, Izuku says, making Mawata blush but smile and nod in excitement. As the two finally arrive at her home, the girl turns to him. Thanks again for today, Izuku. I really had fun. Let's have another date soon, okay? She asks, smiling. Yeah, wait, a date, he thinks as Mawata quickly kisses his lips again before whispering in his ear. Bye, boyfriend, she says, giggling before going inside her house and leaving the ARC captain in shock. Boyfriend, he shouts internally. A few days later, Izuku walks to the classroom to see everyone chatting. Captain Midori, you're here, Mina says, rushing forward and hugging the ARC trooper. Wait, what did she call me? He thinks, surprised by how fast she is. Ashido, you've been hugging me for a bit too long. Is there something wrong? He asks, his cheeks slightly red. Nope, I just missed you, silly, don't you like it? She asks with a smile, flirting. I guess, thanks Ashido, he says, his cheeks red as Mina smiles with a blush on her face while the other girls watch in jealously. Hey, I want a hug, Izuku, Toru says, also hugging him. Everyone stares at Hagakure as she blushes, realizing that she just said his first name, and while Izuku told her she could, the others didn't know yet as Momo, Ochako, Tsuyu, Koika and Mina all glare at Toru jealous as Izuku quickly speaks up. Hey, thanks girls for accepting me, even though I am not a student, he says, making them blush. Of course, you're important to us. We hope you feel the same if us. Momo says, smiling. You are friend Deku, friends stick together. Ochako says, smiling, pumping her fist. Meanwhile, Todoroki and the other guys all think the same thing. Good luck Midoriya, you're gonna need it. They think while Mineta and Kaminari are crying tears of blood in jealously. Izuku looks over at Bakugo as the ash blonde glares at him before looking away. Good morning. Mr. Aizawa entered the classroom. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. Alright, class, today we have a special class, Informatics for Heroes. He says as Izuku stands behind him. Special? Are we having another test? I hope we don't, Kaminari thinks. Damn, I bet it's laws on heroes, I'm not good at that. Hiroshima thinks nervous. You need code names. Yay, something fun. Everyone except Todoroki, Bakugo, and Izuku yell excited. Mr. Aizawa's eyes flash red, making everyone shut up. Why do you have to yell every time? Anyway, this is related to the offers from the hero agencies. Usually you would not have to about offers until your second year, but this year is different, After USJ you've gained more experience and since you're getting offers this year, but those offers can be cancelled if they lose interest. He says, picking up a remote. Man, adults are so selfish. Mineta says, knocking on the table. So we must prove our worth, even after we're chosen by a hero. Koika asks, correct, now here's the total number for those who got offers. Aizawa says, pressing a remote on his table and to Izuku's surprise. Captain Deku, 5,241. Todoroki, 4,456. Bakugo, 4,000. Iida, 626. Uraraka, 300. Ashido, 110. Kirishima, 105. Yaoyorozu, 100. Tokiyami, 70. Siro, 24. What? But I'm not even a student. Izuku asks, surprised. This year, there's been a huge gap. Most heroes have their attention on the top 3, including you, problem soldier. You even got an offer. That's surprising. Really? Who is it? Izuku asked. The rabbit hero Mirko. Huh. Everyone shouts surprised. No way. Midoriya. That's awesome. Mirko never takes on interns. Kirishima shouts, smiling while Bakugo is fuming that the highest-ranking heroine chose Deku and not him. She also wanted us to give you this. He says, holding up a letter as Izuku opens it. What's it say, Deku? Ochako asked. I bet it's pictures of Mirko's boobs. Mineta says, drooling only to be hit in the back of the head by Suyu's tongue, making him unconscious. Pervert. The girls think in disgust, grateful that their Izuku is not as he reads the letter. Captain Deku, you put on quite a show. Your fight against Endeavor's son was awesome, and that's when I knew I wanted you as my intern. I know you're not a student, so I contacted the Grand Army headquarters and put in a request to have you for the week. That is if you choose me, but let's be honest, you're gonna choose me, so don't keep me waiting or I'll kick your ass if you don't show up, Mirko. The letter reads. Izuku was stunned, and Mirko, one of the few heroes that he truly respects, wants him, the quirkless trooper, as her intern. Well, I think I've found where I'll be going for the week of the internships. He says, smiling, signing the paper. Later at lunch, I still can't believe the rabbit hero invented you. That's so awesome, Midori. Mina says, I thought that she worked alone and never took interns. You most have really got her attention, Izuku. Momo says with a smile. Izuku smiles while eating his katsudon. Thanks, girls, really, but I'm just a soldier. I'm meant to be expendable. I may be an ARC trooper and leader of the 501st, but I'm nothing special. He says, shocking them. What? They all shout. Izuku, that is obviously not true. Momo says, yeah, you're not expendable to us. You're one of a kind, Izuku. Toru says, hugging onto his arm. But, I agree with them, Midoriya, you're truly unique. Todoroki says, sitting next to him, eating his cold soba. Izuku smiles softly, nodding in appreciation before turning to Iida. What about you, Iida? What hero are you interning under? He asks. Oh, yes. I will intern under Manuel. He says stiffly. Izuku and Shoto look at him, confused. Manuel? Why him? Doesn't he have a liquid manipulation quick? Quote. Yes, I thought about it and believe this will help me the most. He says with a fake smile, but Izuku noticed it immediately because it's the same look he has when he's pissed off and angry. All right then, he says, looking at Todoroki. Hey, Izuku, do you think you could help me find an internship? I'm considering interning under Uebami. Momo says. The snake hero. Isn't she more of a celebrity than a hero? Yes, but there's a lot she can teach me. Izuku looks at her confused before Shoto whispers in his ear. Izuku then speaks. I don't know, you're already beautiful enough, so I doubt there's much she can do about that. He says, taking another bite of his food. The girls stare at him as Todoroki chuckles as the girls look at Momo jealous, who is blushing as red as Kirishima's hair. Thank you, Izuku. She says, her heart beating fast, smiling. Next week after the internships is when we will start your training, so be ready. Izuku says, really? Can we join? Toru asks, excited as Izuku looks at her seriously. I'm doing this to teach Momo to learn how to be defensive. She's great at attacking, but she needs to learn how to properly defend herself and to not be afraid. and if she can hold her own against Jessie, Appo and the boys, she'll be ready to fight against any villain. Izuku says. Huh, Momo says, surprised. Izuku didn't tell her she would be up against skilled troopers. Good luck Momo, you're gonna need it, Shoto thinks. What about you, Ochako? Izuku asks, not noticing the jealous look she's giving Momo. Huh, oh, I'm going to intern under Gunhead. She says, smiling shyly. The martial arts hero. You sure? I can teach you everything I know, you know that, right? Izuku offers. That's okay, Deku, but thinks anyway. After my fight with Bakugo, I needed to learn more hand-to-hand combat. Okay, but are you sure I have 10 years worth of experience? I'm just offering to help. Izuku says. Ochako smiles, her cheeks more pinker than normal. That's really sweet of you, Deku, but I want to learn it on my own. She says, smiling. Very well, but if you ever need help, come to me, I'll teach you to kill an attacking enemy with one hit. He says, making all the girls smile but sweat drop. Later, Captain, why did you call me back here? Class is about to start. Iida asks, confused as he and Izuku stand alone in the classroom. I know, but I wanted to ask how you're feeling. Izuku asks with a serious face as Iida raises his eyebrow. I'm fine, Midoriya, he says, Li-ing. Izuku glares at him, clearly not believing him until Iida finally gives in, clenching his fist in anger, fighting back his tears. My brother has been paralyzed from the wrist down. His hero career is over because of that monster. How am I supposed to feel? Iida asked coldly before sighing. Iida, I'm just worried, I know that looks better than anyone. It's the same look I gave Bakugo when I almost, will you know. I appreciate it, Captain, but right now I just want to be alone. He says more serene as Izuku sighs. If you need someone to talk to, I'm here, you're my friend, and I'll help you as much as I can. Izuku says, looking at him. For a moment, Iida stops wanting to say something but stops himself and looks at Izuku with a smile, this one real though small. Thank you, Midoriya, I appreciate your friendship and concerns, but I'm fine. He says about to sit down. Iida, Tenya turns looking at Izuku. While in Hosu, don't do something you'll regret. Revenge is a dangerous game. Trust me, I know. Izuku says before putting his helmet on. Iida surprised is about to respond when the rest of the class enters to start hero training. Holy crap, Izuku says, taking off his helmet and getting a good view of the house of the rabbit hero. While not a mansion, it's definitely close. I guess she has a lot of cash, he says, knocking on the front door. Knock knock, come in. Izuku opens the door, coming inside, going to the living room to find the rabbit hero on her couch with a carrot in her mouth, watching TV. Sup, Doc, she says, taking a bite chewing. Mirko, Izuku says, bowing to the heroine. I admit I'm kinda surprised you wanted me as an intern, I'm not even a student, I'm a full-fledged Japan trooper. He says, exactly, that's why you'll make the perfect intern. With the training and experience you have I'm certain that you can keep up with me, by the way you ever gotten hot in that helmet and suite of armor? She asks, pointing at him with her carrot. Not really. Phase 2 armor has a built-in heating and cooling unit. Good to hear, come on follow me. I'll give you a tour of my home. She says, grinning. Later, after the tour, Izuku stands outside in the backyard, Mirko, on the opposite side. Izuku takes a moment to take in her beauty, her skin a tan color, her eyes ruby red and unfortunately for her only 5 feet 2 meters not what you would consider tall in height with Izuku in his full body armor at 1.83 meters. And she's also what many guys and even Appo and Jessie consider as sexy, when compared to other heroines like Midnight or Mount Lady. But that's not why she's the highest-ranking heroine, it certainly helps, but no, it's her ruthless and efficient mindset, always completing her mission while also protecting the innocent lives of the people in danger. Alright, brat, you and me are going to spar, get ready. Wait, what? Izuku yells, knowing he's about to get his ass beat. Not very good at following orders are ya? I said get ready, she says irritated. Why yes ma'am, he says, getting into a battle stance. Keep your pistols holstered if you even try reaching for them, I'll shove one up your ass and use the other to shoot off your dick. She says with a mad grin that terrifies the ARC trooper. Holy hell, This woman is crazy. He thinks knowing he's about to be beaten worse than he was during his training. Do everything I say throughout the week, and aside from a few broken bones and missing teeth, you'll be fine, and also if you really impress me. She pauses, her terrifying face turning into one of lust. I might give you a reward, she says, licking her lips. Oh okay then, he says, wondering if it's gonna be the same reward as he got from Mount Lady and Mawata. Alright Captain Bunny, you ready? Cause I'm ready to kick you straight to hell. She says. I'm ready, he says, raising his fist. Go. She then races towards him, delivering a powerful kick, which he blocks. Izuku barely blocks her attack. The force behind her kick is strong enough to send him flying and would have broken his arms had it not been for the plastoid armor he's wearing. Izuku weakly gets up, only to block her foot from hitting his face. Not bad, you've definitely been training in martial arts for longer than I thought. Been training for 10 years, I would have finished sooner had I not been selected for the ARC training program, which took me 2 years to complete, so yeah, I've got some experience. He says confidently. Mirko smiles. That confidence of his is something she really admires about him, and despite being quirkless, he definitely has the potential to stand with even the highest ranking heroes, maybe even herself. As Izuku tries to punch, she grabs his arm and throws him over her head, using the same move he used against Kendo in the sports festival. She attacks so hard and relentless, no wonder she's the highest ranked heroine, she's amazing. Izuku thinks as he weakly gets back up, ready to go again. I got to say, you're pretty good, you get right back up, and I like that. I've never had this much fun in a fight before, she says, thumping her foot excited. I am a soldier of Japan, I've been fighting ever since I was 4 years old, I won't stop till I'm either dead or unconscious, especially when innocent lives are at risk. He says, clenching his teeth as Mirko grins. Then show me what you got, Bunny, she says. Izuku rushed at her again, about to punch her stomach, but to his shock, she dodged and grabbed his arm. I've been studying your every move. You're really good, but... She then jumps behind him, grabbing a hold of him and locking him in a chokehold while restraining his arm. Izuku struggles, trying to break free, even trying to reach for his DC-17 to stun her, but she then grabs hold of his other arm. Forfeit. Go on, say it, she says, holding him down harder. Ah, and never, he shouts and, after a good minute, loses consciousness. Mirko smiles, wiping away her sweat. While she won, this quirkless trooper came closer to beating her in hand-to-hand combat than anyone else. Well, that was a lot harder than I expected, she says as she holds the unconscious captain. She smiles, gently picking him up before rubbing her chin on his head, marking him as hers so anyone else trying to claim him can fuck right off. But to her complete surprise, she already smells the scent of several other girls on him, especially MT. Lady and a girl she doesn't recognize. At least he's still a virgin, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this one, she thinks, smiling. Mirko doesn't mind sharing, but she'll be damned if someone tries to take what's hers without permission, as she takes him inside to rest and heal up. 2 hours later, Och, Izuku says, opening his eyes to see Mirko sitting next to him. You're finally awake, good, she says, pointing to a bag of food. I decided to have something delivered, she says while eating an American cheeseburger. Izuku nods, clapping his hands together. He hasn't had much American food, though all might always tell him before he lifts that American food is his favorite. Thank you, Mirko, he says, bowing. You're welcome, but call me Rumi, she says, smiling. Izuku, though confused, nods, agreeing to her request. The two spent the next few hours getting to know each other, with Izuku telling her he had always thought she was in some kind of relationship with Hawks due to how frequently they patrol together. That's just because we often patrol the same areas and because he wants me to join his safety commission he's a part of, to which I politely as possible told him to fuck off. There's no way in hell I'm working for the commission, not after what happened with Lady Nagant, but besides that, he's an okay hero, he's ranked number 3 for a reason. However, I can't help but notice Hawks has been acting really odd lately. My rabbit senses can't help but sense a deep hatred and anger in him, and he also seems to be really close to that Palpatine guy in the Safety Commission, and he's the Supreme Commander of the Grand Army, she thinks, wondering if maybe she or some other heroes should see if something is going on with them, as Izuku speaks up, interrupting her thoughts. Yeah, and he's only 22 years old, but he's incredibly smart and powerful with his fierce wings. Izuku says, chucking at how blunt Rumi is as she yawns. Well, I'm off to bed, you should too, you're gonna need it to get through this week, trust me. Yes ma'am, Izuku says. Don't call me ma'am, just Rumi remember, Night Broccoli Trooper. She says, standing on her tiptoes and ruffling his hair. Damn it, why are you so tall? What dose the military feed you? She yells furious, making him chuckle. Haha, just the normal stove, I guess all that weight lifting, running, and combat training paid off. He says, if you need anything, there's drinks and snacks in the fridge. Be up by 6:30 tomorrow morning and be ready to get your ass kicked again. She says, smiling. Yes, ma I mean Rumi. He says, making her smile. Now you're getting it, will night. She says, going upstairs as Izuku lays down and soon falls asleep, ready for tomorrow. It was now the third day of Izuku's internship with Rumi, and just like the previous days it was brutal to say the very least. With Izuku often comparing parts of it to his training under Alpha 17, though Mirko in comparison was a lot better than training in a desert or Arctic environment, especially if he was forced to do it with broken limbs with the Rabbit Hero and ARC Trooper Captain currently on a train heading to Hosu City. Izuku looks down at his phone at Iida's text to see he saw them but never replied. Iida, I hope you're okay and not doing anything foolish. On a building in Hosu, the hero killer Stain looks over the city until a portal opens behind him, revealing Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Hosu City is bigger than I imagined. What are you planning? Shigaraki asks. More sacrifices need to be made to purify this city. A hero is a title for someone who has achieved great things. Many call themselves heroes, but they are all just money worshippers. He says while looking at his sword. Until this world realizes its mistakes, I will continue to appear. Is the last thing he says before jumping from the water tank. Wow, what an emotional speech, coming from a psychopath, makes me want to cry. Shigaraki says, Tomura Shigaraki, you shouldn't make fun of Stain. The crime rate has dropped in the cities he's appeared in so far. One critic even analyzed its raising awareness of heroes and received harsh criticism for it. Kurogiri says, that's wonderful. Heroes are working hard to lose their livelihoods, does that mean the hero killer is a hero creator? How ironic. Kurogiri brings out the Nomus. Kurogiri then opens a portal as 3 different Nomus come out of it. Get ready, Stain, because today I'm going to crush your pride and honor. He thinks, smiling. Later, Mirko walks through Hosu with Izuku behind her with his DC-15's carbine, acting like a bodyguard ready for anything even though he is fully aware that Mirko can handle herself. Mirko, what are you doing here? The Rabbit Hero and Arc turn to see Endeavor alongside Todoroki. Endeavor, just thought I'd bring my intern to Hosu to kick the hero killer's ass. Since you're here, why don't we patrol the same route? Mirko asks. Fine, but keep that brat under control. He likes to point his guns where he shouldn't. Click. Endeavor turns to see Izuku with his carbine raised at him. Do I now? He asks coldly. Stand down, Captain, that's an order. Mirko says, not wanting there to be a fight between these two as Izuku, though grudgingly lowers his weapon. The two pros talk while Izuku walks behind them with Todoroki as the two talk. I'm surprised that my old man even agreed to this since it's clear he doesn't like you that much. I don't care, Izuku says bluntly. Todoroki then remembers something his sister and mother told him. Midoriya, after the internships, would you come over to have dinner? Fuyumi was wondering since she wants to see you again. He says. Flashback. Shoto, where are you going? The hospital. What? Hold on, why? You can't, just not without telling Dad, right? Fuyumi asks, confused. Whatever. Todoroki says, opening the door. But why go now? Why go see her after all this time? I'll be back, Shoto says, about to close the door only for Fuyumi to stop him. Wait, Shoto. Yeah, he asks. Captain Deku. When you see him again, ask him to come over for dinner, if you don't mind. Fuyumi says. What's gotten you so interested in him? Todoroki asks, confused. Fuyumi blushes, but she tries to hide it. It's just that he helped you, knowing he might lose, and he even walked me home to the train station that night. I just want to thank him, she says. Todoroki just looks at his sister for a moment before nodding as he leaves to go visit his mother after so long. That was strange, I've never seen sis blush like that. It looks like she really does have a crush on Midoriya. Todoroki begins to think as he leaves to see someone he hasn't seen in a long time. Flashback ends. Okay, sure, Izuku says. Todoroki nods as he looks down on thought before speaking. Midoriya, he asked. Yeah, I want you to meet my mother. Izuku turns to Todoroki, blinking a few times before speaking. What? Why? Izuku asks, confused. I think she wants to meet you. I did mention you to her. He says. Izuku thinks for a long moment. Compared to Shoto, Fuyumi, and their brothers, he can only imagine the pain and suffering Mrs. Todoroki went through because of Endeavor. Okay, sure, if she'll have me, I guess it couldn't hurt. Izuku says as Shoto nods. I'll see about bringing you along next time I go. Is that all right? He asks. Yeah, Izuku says. You two focus. Endeavor shouts. Hey, don't yell at my intern, I'll kick your ass straight to hell. Mirko says as Endeavor scuffs. He's not even a student. Endeavor growls. Later, Mirko, Endeavor, the ARC trooper and student, runs to comfort the attacking Nomu's bit. Izuku suddenly stops noticing the normal hero Manuel helping to put out the fire, but where's Iida? Wait a minute, where's Iida? Izuku thinks confused. Damn, Tenya, why did you have to run off at a time like this? Manuel asks while using his quirk to control the water. Something is wrong, Izuku says, looking at Manuel. Midoriya, Todoroki asks. Wait, Iida said Hosu is where his brother was attacked, and now Nomus are attacking as well. Iida, you idiot. Izuku thinks before turning to Shoto. Iida is in danger. We need to go now. He says, turning to Endeavor and Mirko. Mirko. She stops turning to face the ARC trooper. Yeah, as Izuku shows her and Endeavor his phone. Permission to take action, please, I think my friend may be in danger. He says. Endeavor is about to speak but is interrupted by Mirko. Alright, granted, but set your weapons to stun. We need him alive, and we will handle the Nomus. She says, grinning, ready to kick some ass. Izuku nods, turning to Todoroki. Let's go, he says as the two run to find their friend. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Kurogiri watch the chaos unfold around them. These Nomus are great, Shigaraki says. Starting Tomro, the world will forget about you, hero killer, haha. He says laughing. With Iida, a kid dressed in a hero outfit. Who are you? Stain, asked his sword pointed at none other than Iida, who was angry and serious. I'm the little brother of an amazing hero you attacked. He's the best big brother anyone could ask for and one of the best heroes there is. I'm here to stop you. Because of you, he can't know more. Iida says in anger before continuing. You will remember my name for the rest of your life. I am Ingenium, and I will defeat you. He shouts, though the hero killer is not intimidated by the threat. Is that right? In that case, I'm going to kill you. Iida's exhausts come to life with blue flames coming out. I will not die. You will. He yells, trying to land a kick on Stan, but the assassin is too fast, jumping over the kick and sees Iida, who was stunned by how easily the hero killer avoided his attack. Ingenium, so you're his brother, are you? The only reason I allowed him to live was so he could pass the news and show that the world is full of fake heroes. Just like you, he said before extending his right boot into Iida's shoulder, making him fall to the ground. Iida tries to get up but is kicked in the head, forcing him back to the ground and looking up to see the hero killer with his katana on the air. You're a weakling just like your brother. You're also a fake hero just like he was. He dazes before spinning his katana and stabs Iida's shoulder, making him scream in pain. You are not a hero. You have no right to call yourself that. You two are nothing but fakes. He says, looking back at the pro-hero native. Shut up, you bastard. You damaged his spine to the point he'll never be able to walk again. My brother was an amazing hero, a caring person who saved many lives, someone people look up to, and you had no right to take that away from him. He's my hero, the reason I dream of becoming a hero, what he was like, and you took that away from him. I'll never forgive you for that. I'll kill you, Iida shouts, angry tears in his eyes. Kill me, and you call yourself a hero? You're too occupied trying to kill Mr. that you didn't even think about trying to save that injured man in front of you. Aren't you going to save him? He says, looking back to Native who was bleeding and leaning against the wall. You're too busy by your desire for revenge that you forgot about him. You just want to bring me down. You only want to satisfy your self-interests while allowing your hatred to control you. You're far from being a hero. The way I see it, he says, removing his sword, causing Iida to yell and put in pain. And that's why you're going to die tonight. Stain says, licking the blood off his blade. Iida suddenly feels his own body freeze and becomes heavy, making even breathing difficult. My body. I can't move, he thinks. Goodbye kid, I hope your death brings a better world. He says, but just as Stain moves to kill Iida. POW. Pow. Stain is nearly hit by several incoming stun blasts but blocks them with his swords while also nearly being hit by a wave of fire as Iida turns to see Todoroki with his lift side ignited along with Captain Deku with his carbine aimed at the hero killer as he yells at Iida. Iida you fool. I told you not to do anything foolish and here you are. He says, looking at the downed boy in anger and disappointment. Midoriya, Todoroki, don't get involved. This has nothing to do with you. Iida shouts on the ground. Iida shut it. If we didn't come here, you would be dead. Be grateful we came here to save your ass. He shouts. But my brother, he hurt him. I have to avenge him. Iida yells. Iida, do you think Ingenium would want this? Because right now you're dishonoring your family. Izuku yells, shocking Iida and everyone else with his words, punching him in the gut as Izuku pulls out his combat knife and rushes at the hero killer with Todoroki acting as support as Izuku and the hero engage in combat. I got to say you're pretty good, fearless, cold, but also doing what a hero should do. Congratulations, you won't die today. You're a true hero. Your friends on the other hand. Stain says, knocking Izuku's blade from his hand as Izuku falls back with his jetpack standing beside Todoroki. Mirko and Endeavor should be done with the Nomus by now. Let's hope they get here quick. Iida and Native must be paralyzed when Stain licks his blades, it must be his quirk. Izuku says, pulling out his DC-17 pistols. What do we do? Todoroki asks. I have an idea, it's risky, and I'll need your help, Todoroki. As long as get out of this alive, I'm in. He says, I want you to attack using your ice to defend against Stain while protecting me, Iida, and Native. He says as Todoroki looks at him. What about you? Trust me, Todoroki, I know what I'm doing at least somewhat. Izuku responds, smiling under his helmet. Todoroki is about to speak but sees Stain rushing towards them as he sends ice attacks at the hero killer who uses his sword to cut through the ice trying to get close, but when he does, Izuku fires stun bolts forcing him to stay back. Please, stop. Todoroki turns to face Iida. I inherited my brother's name, I need to do this. He says, watching Izuku and Todoroki to risk their lives. You want to make your brother proud? Then get up and show us that you are worthy of the name Ingenium. Todoroki yells, shooting his ice at Stan. Now crying, Iida realizes what Izuku and Shoto said was true. How could I have been such an idiot? He thinks while starting to move, those three are different from me, I can't even compare myself to them. Iida thinks. Stain runs on the ice while avoiding Izuku's stun blast as Todoroki changes to his fire, but Stain still runs towards him when suddenly. Iida, get up. Make your brother proud. Izuku yells as he and Todoroki face the hero killer. You all rely on your quirks too much. That trooper hasn't even used his yet. He says, pointing at Izuku. That's because I'm quirkless. Stain was taken off guard by that but then smiled. Then you're even more worthy of being a true hero, but I can't let your friends live. He shouts, rushing at Todoroki about to cut his neck and lift arm when suddenly. Recipro blast. As Iida blocks the blade with his armored leg, breaking it in half, and before he can use his other blade, another kick is thrown forcing him to block the kick and is pushed back down the alley as he looks to see all four students standing and ready. Damn, my time ran out, I must be careful. He thinks but is shocked to see that Izuku has suddenly vanished. What the? Where did he go? He's the most dangerous of them. He thinks, hesitant to attack when suddenly. Crack. Izuku delivers a hard punch from above using his jetpack as Iida rushes to finish him. Slam. As the two both hit him at once. For my brother. Tenya yells. For the 501st. Izuku yells as their attack sends Stain flying through the wall behind him as Izuku and the others approach. Is he dead? Iida asked. Negative, he's just unconscious. Izuku says, pulling out quirk and canceling cuffs from his belt and petting them on him. They had won. Izuku, Shoto, and Iida take Stain along with the injured native down the alley waiting for the other pros and Japanese guard to arrive as Iida speaks up. Captain Midoriya, Todoroki, I'm sorry for putting you in danger. I am truly sorry. I lost sight of everything, I was just, so Angie. He says as Izuku takes off his helmet and puts his hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry too. What? He asked, surprised. I should have done more to protect you. I should have told Mr. Aizawa not to let you come to Hosu, and for that, I am also sorry. Izuku says, bowing, shocking Iida, who's still crying. I promise you all this won't happen again, he says, wiping his eyes. Get it together, you're class representative, right? Todoroki says. Yes, you're right. What are you kids doing here? They turn to see an old man in a yellow hero suite. Are you Captain Izuku Midoriya? He asks. Yes, but do I know you? Izuku asks, confused. I'm Gran Torino. All Might contact me and tell me we're coming to Hosu. He wanted me to help you if anything happened, but from what it seems, you have everything under control. Izuku. They turn to see the other pros along with Mirko and Endeavor. You alright Bunny? She asks, chucking him all over. Did she just call him Bunny? Everyone thinks. Don't worry, Rumi, I'm fine. So is Todoroki, but Iida needs medical attention. The hero killer got them pretty good. Izuku says. Wow, what, the hero killer? One of the pros says in shock as Izuku gestures behind him. Well done Bunny, I knew you could do it. She says, punching his armored shoulder. Alright, let's get the hero killer to the get down. Gran Torino suddenly shouts as a winged Nomu swoops down takes hold of Todoroki, taking him into the shy. Izuku lowers his macro binoculars and pulls out his DC-17 to try to shoot it down. Damn, I can't get a clear shot without hitting him. He yells. Izuku suddenly feels someone grab his knife as Stain, still in his cuffs, jumps and stabs the Nomu in the brain, making them fall. Todoroki backs away as Izuku points his pistol at him. You Captain, you're needed in this world filled with fake heroes, heroes who only care about money and wealth. They must be purged for a better and just society. A hint for what's to come, as he looks at Endeavor. You're mine hero, killer. Endeavor says, ready. Endeavor, you damn fake. You're all fakes expect for you. He says, pointing the knife at Izuku. Come at me, you scum. There are only two who are worthy to kill me, that soldier and All Might are worthy. He screams before dropping Izuku's knife, his eyes blank. They later learn that one of his ribs punctured his lungs while the blood in his mouth dripped into his throat while talking, making him pass out while standing as Endeavor scuffs. I'll hand him over to the Japanese guard. You get those kids to the hospital. Come on, Bunny, let's go and make sure you have nothing damaged. Mirko says as Izuku nods. Later at the hospital, Izuku sat in the call area of the hospital. He'd received several texts mostly from Mawata along with Najire and the girls, but Ochako decided to call him, and he told her most of what happened while hiding certain things. I understand. When I saw the news, I was worried. I couldn't believe they're giving you and Mirko the credit for capturing him. That's awesome, she says, smiling over the phone. Yeah, and don't worry, me and Todoroki are fine, though Iida got hurt, but thanks for calling me Ochako, I'll see you soon. Of course, Deku bye, but before she can hang up, he hears another voice on the call. Gravity, it's time to start. Of course, I'll see you back at school. Is that a boy? Gunhead asked. Why yeah B, but it's not like that, bye Deku. Ochako days quickly hanging up, leaving Izuku confused as he shrugs, going to check on his friends. Izuku enters the room to see Todoroki still there talking with Iida, who's sitting on his bed. Iida, Todoroki, Ochako called. He says, getting their attention. You're calling Uraraka by her first name. For how long? Shoto asks with a teasing smile. It's a long story, Izuku says, remembering how he helped her, Momo and Abara, during the sports festival. With Gran Torino. Hello. All Might asks on the other line. Hey Toshinori, he says. Hi, sir, All Might says, coughing up blood. I called you to talk about Captain Deku. Izuku, Toshinori, that boy Tagata is skilled and a fast learner. I give him that, but if he wants Midoriya to have it, he should have taken it by now. You need to do more to convince him to take it. We're trying, sir, but for now, at least he won't accept it. Well, I'm sure eventually he'll accept it, but anyway, you saw the news, right? The hero killer Stain. To put it simply, it's the charisma you two have. His ideology and opinion are all over the media, TV and internet. In the era we live in, for better or worse, it's an era of suppression. There will be people all over Japan and beyond who will be inspired by his ideas. If that's true, then he's inspired copycat villains who will likely rise and attack, but the heroes should be able to stop them. They always have. That's where the League of Villains comes in. The Hosu incident suggests that Stain and the League are connected somehow, meaning that the League will be no longer seen as just a small group that attacked UA. Even if one individual is insignificant, if this evil gathers under one banner, it will become greater. When I heard from Tsukauchi that Nomu had multiple quirks, I had a very bad feeling. You're worried that the man who killed Nana, your master, my sworn friend, and the former wielder of OFA, the man who put that he in your stomach, the villain all for one, has returned. To think he survived those injuries, and now he's back. Toshinori, there is something else you should know, he says, pausing. Master, All Might ask, confused. Me and a few other pros have been investigating that Representative Palpatine, and one thing we noticed is that he seems to talk a lot with the pro-hero Hawks. We believe those two are in league and are planning something. We should all take great care and watch our backs, he says before ending the call, leaving All Might to think. The end of the week. With Izuku. Well, Bunny, it's been fun beating your ass, but unfortunately, our time is up. Mirko says as Izuku takes his suitcase to the front door along with his helmet. Thanks again, Rumi, for taking me as your intern. Even though I am not a student, it was fun. He says bowing. Don't mention it. Now, she says, grinning. Mirko then slams Izuku into the wall, kissing him deeply, shocking the ARC trooper. Izuku says, shocked, and after a good minute, she releases from the kiss with drool hanging off her mouth. You know, rabbits are the most sexual active animals out there, and I'm really horny right now. Plus I said if you impressed me I'd give you a reward, so congratulations Captain, you did it. Now. Rumi says, locking into his eyes in lust. I want you to fuck my brains out, she says smiling. Izuku's face turns bright red, nervous as Rumi is about to remove his armor. Izuku's comlink starts beeping as Izuku and Rumi look outside. A gunship lands outside. Well, it looks like it's time for me to go. Bye Rumi, I will keep in contact. Izuku says, leaving Mirko, who is very angry and horny at the same time. Damn, so close. Oh well, maybe another time. Guess I'll go use my special carrot. She says before going to her room to relieve her stress. Now, in the gunship, Izuku sighs in relief. The gunship arrived just in time. Izuku sighs on his way to Recovery Girl's office as Kirishima and Shiro are laughing at Bakugo. Ha 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 ha. Man, that new hairstyle looks great. Kirishima says laughing. Stop laughing. My hair got used to being like this and won't go back to how it was. Bakugo yells as the two keep laughing, making him angrier. Whatever you say, cow lick. Shiro says, laughing like crazy. What did you say? Bakugo yells so angry that his hair returns to normal. There it goes. The two yell, still laughing. Really? You fought villains. I'm so jealous. That must have been amazing. Mina says excitedly, will I not really fight any villains, I just helped evacuate people and added as support. Juro says, playing with her jacks. But still, that sounds amazing. She says, all I did was clean the dock and go on patrols, though there was this one time we caught smugglers. That sounds cool. Both say at the same time. My internship wasn't the best. All I did was be in a commercial for hair products. She says sad and dissatisfied. Oh yeah, I saw that commercial. You and Kendo looked so cute. Toru says, I wonder if Midoriya saw it. Did he think I looked cute too? She thinks, blushing embarrassed. What about you, Ochako? Suyu asked. It was very beneficial. she says while covered in a purple aura punching the air, and it was kinda scary. Looks like Ochako found her fighting spurt, Tsuyu says with her finger on her cheek. Well, she did go to Gunhead's agency. Kyoka says, it's been a pretty big change in just 1 week. Kaminari says, sweat dropping at Ochako. Change? That's bull crap, Kaminari. Women are demons. They like to hide their true personalities behind closed doors. Mineta says with terror in his face. Dude, what the hell did MT Lady do to you? He asked, nervous, grabbing his arm. My internship went fine, but the ones who changed the most were those two and Midoriya. He says, looking at Iida and Todoroki since the ARC captain hasn't arrived yet. Yeah, we heard the news, Midoriya and Mirko are the ones who got him, and speaking of Midoriya, where is he? Shiro asked while being held by Bakugo. He should be here by now, right? Kyoka asks, worried for the boy she and many others have a crush on. Recovery girl's office. Izuku lays down on a medical table as the recovery girl does another level 5 atomic level brain scan to see if she can learn anything else about the inhibitor chip in his brain. Alright, Sunny, you can get up now, she says, tipping on her computer. Will, what did you find out? Izuku asked. Well, we know that it is there, but what's its purpose is, I do not know, but if your friend was indeed telling the truth, I fear something truly horrible is about to happen. She says, looking at the scan. Izuku looks down, remembering what Fives had said. The evidence is in here, it's in here. It's all of us. Every soldier. Fives yelled. What is it? Computer chips, implemented into our brains to make us do whatever someone wants, even kill the pro heroes, Deku. It's all in here, Fives said as recovery girl speaks, removing him from his thoughts. Sunny, we should have your chip removed as soon as possible, but this is a very dangerous surgery. There is a high chance it will kill you. What? Izuku asks, nervous. Calm down, Sunny. This is your choice, though I do recommend getting it removed as soon as possible, but if you need more time, we can hold off a little longer. She says, I need more time to think about it. It's still a lot to take in. Izuku says, I understand, Sunny, but you must make your decision soon. Otherwise, it may be too late, you can go now. She says as Izuku grabs his helmet and heads to Class 1A. Sorry I'm late, Izuku says, opening the door to Class 1A, as everyone turns and looks at him. Guys, Izuku asks, taking off his helmet. Izuku, Mina and Toru yell, hugging him tightly. We saw the news. We can't believe you and Mirko beat the hero killer. You're so cool. Toru says, hugging his side. Where were you? Why are you late to homeroom? Mina asked, pressing her chest on Izuku's armored arm. I was. Izuku stops. He wants to tell them about the inhibitor chip, but he does not know how they'll react. It was nothing. I just had a checkup with recovery, girl. I'm fine, Izuku says, Li-Ying, hoping they'll believe it. Mina, Toru, and the other girls look at him to see if he is Li-Ying, and thankfully, they believe him while the guys simply shrug. Well, that's good. We're glad you're okay, hero. Tsuyu says, smiling. Cute. Izuku thinks smiling. But still, you had us worried. Going up against the hero killer and winning, you really are amazing, Deku. Ochako says, getting closer. She's so close. He thinks, blushing. Again, sorry I worried you all. I appreciate your concern, really. He says, smiling. Cute. All the girls think as Todoroki looks at Izuku. It's obvious he's Li-Ying. What are you hiding, Midoriya? He thinks, curious. The guys chuckle impressed, but to Mineta and Kaminari. Midoriya, you lucky bastard. They think extremely jealous. Just like Todoroki, Bakugo looks at Izuku suspiciously. What were you really doing in that old hag's office, Deku? He thinks, not believing him. Meanwhile, Tokiyami frowns, remembering what happened the final moments of his internship with Hawks. Tokiyami walks down the halls about to leave his internship when he hears Hawks up ahead talking to someone. Hawks is about to call out to him when he stops hearing what he is saying. Nala say, me and Lord Sidious are concerned, the behavior of Captain Deku and many other soldiers is becoming a problem. Are you certain these soldiers will live up to your design in the end? Hawks asks a hood over his head. I am certain, Hawks, the malfunction to the inhibitor chip in Troopers Tup and Fives was an aberration. And how do you explain Captain Deku? From the footage gathered, it would seem Captain Deku has developed a strong bond with the girls at UA. That is the cause of this behavior. Well, Midoriya's feelings for these girls interfere with Protocol 66. And no, I'm certain of that. Nala say the chip is a safeguard against betrayal from Rouge heroes. And remember, Protocol 66 must not be discovered by the heroes. Yes, Lord Hawks. Hawks then ends the call, as Tokiyami is still hiding behind the wall sweating with his hands over Dark Shadow's mouth. Hawks, what are you talking about? He thinks before leaving as quietly as possible so he won't be noticed. Present time. Captain, what is going on? How much of this do you know, and who's Sidious? Tokiyami thinks now greatly wary of him. Izuku then turns to Momo. Momo, come on, it's time to start your training. Izuku says, putting his helmet back on. What? But what about my morning classes? She asks. Already taken care of, you'll be spending the day with me and the boys. Izuku says, smiling, making Momo gulp nervous but is determined to get stronger. Of course, I'm ready. She says following the ARC captain. The training grounds. Izuku and Momo arrive to the training grounds to see Commander Appo and ARC Trooper Jesse with a small squad of troopers. Commander Appo and Jesse have both agreed to help. Izuku says, it's our privilege, Yaoyorozu. Appo says, all right, let's get started. Head out to the center. All troopers make sure your weapons are sent to stun. Yes, sir. The troopers say setting their blasters as Yaoyorozu is in the center of them. Yaoyorozu, most villains are predictable, I want you to be prepared for anything. First, create 2 swords. No shields. Izuku orders as Momo nods, creating 2 katanas. As Izuku begins to walk, his eyes never leave hers. Don't be afraid, that's why you lost in your match against Tokiyami. You need to remain calm and think quickly. If you lose focus or panic even for a moment, it can mean death. Izuku says, are you ready? He asked, standing with Commander Appo. Momo nods, getting into a defensive position as Jesse and his men raise their weapons. Begin, Izuku orders. Then, without warning, Jesse and his men open fire. POW. Eep. Momo shouts in fear, holding the swords in front of her blocking a few blasts before being hit and knocked out. Much later, Momo weakly opens her eyes to see Izuku and Appo approve her. Come on, wake up. You'll get used to it. Izuku says. Ow. How long was I out? Momo asks, holding her head in pain. About an hour. Appo says. An hour. Momo shouts. Yeah, Jesse really hit you. Izuku says, looking at the ARC lieutenant. Sorry, Yaoyorozu. Jesse says. Come on, let's go again. Izuku says as Momo nods weakly, getting up. Ready? Izuku asks. Momo nods. Though already exhausted, she's determined to get stronger. Begin, he orders. The troopers open fire again and end up hitting Momo several times, knocking her out. We've got a lot of work to do. Izuku says. Much later, after several hours of training and being knocked out several times, Momo gets up, angry and frustrated. This is ridiculous. The villains at the USJ weren't half as good as your men. Momo says. That's the point. Izuku says as Momo holds her shoulder in pain as Izuku takes her hands. Look, Momo, I know this is tough, but I want it to be difficult. This is about life and death, and as a hero, you'll be forced to face situations like this often. The best way I can protect you is to teach you how to protect yourself. Izuku says as Momo blushes by how close the ARC captain is as he hands her swords. If you can hold off Jesse and the boys, you'll be ready for anything, well, almost anything. Izuku says, smiling. You ready? He asks. Encouraged, Momo nods, smiling as the troopers circle her. Momo immediately gets in a defensive position ready as the troopers raise their blasters. POW. 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 Momo begins blocking stun blast as Izuku wipes smiling, not knowing that the training he's giving her will eventually save them both. Later in the locker rooms. Man, today's training was hard. Sato says, taking off his hero costume. Today's class made me shine with my sweat. Aoyama says, drying himself off. Man, I need to work on my speed and mobility. Kirishima says, the more we train, the better we get. Tokiyami says, putting on his shirt. Yeah, but one's thing's for sure, I'm jealous of Midoriya. He looks like he's seen some real action. Kaminari says, looking at the scars on Izuku's chest and arms. Yeah, some are from combat, and the brutal training I underwent, but actually, most of them came from that asshole over there. Izuku says, shocking them. What the fuck did you call me, Deku? I'll kill you. He shouts as Kirishima and Shiro hold him back. You guys, look what I found. I've found a hole into the girls' locker room. Mineta shouts. Izuku's mind suddenly betrays him as he pictures Rumi, Mawata, and the other girls naked. No. He yells internally, stopping himself from having those dirty thoughts because it would make him no better than Mineta. Mineta, stop this right now. Spying on our female classmates is wrong. Iida shouts, chopping the air. The only crime I see is not taking the opportunity. Finally I can see Yaoyorozu's huge boobs, Ashido's ass, Uraraka's thick body, but before he can finish and before Kyoka can stab him in the eye with her jack, Izuku grabs hold of the boy's head. Todoroki, seal that hole with your ice. Izuku orders as Todoroki nods, filling the hole with ice as the girls who have been listening for a while were surprised as they hear Mineta screaming as Izuku yells. I told you, I wouldn't tolerate you making those girls uncomfortable. As long as I'm around, no one will disturb the girls as they change. He yells, beating the hell out of Mineta. And why didn't you mention Jiro? Just because she's not as developed as the others makes her no less beautiful in my eyes. Kyoto blushes deeply at Izuku's words. He thinks I'm beautiful, even though I'm not much to look at, especially compared to Yaoyorozu or Hado. She thinks, all women are beautiful. Get that through your damn head. That's my view as a man, and if you think like that, you're just a dirty animal. Izuku says, stunning everyone into silence as he leaves the locker rooms. Holy crap, Shiro says, looking at Mineta's beat-up body. That was so manly. Kirishima shouts, back with the girls. Oh my, Momo says, blushing, putting her hand on her heart before yawning, still exhausted from her training. Deku, Ochako says, beginning to have pink hearts in her eyes. He's a true man, Tsuyu says, blushing and smiling. He's amazing, Toru says, also having hearts in her eyes. I'd love to spend some time alone with him and those muscles. Mina says, smiling, clearly turned on, wiping drool from her mouth. What about you, Jiro? Jiro, Mina asks as they all look to see Kyoka with a huge blush on her face, daydreaming as if she's on cloud 9. Zoo, she says, smiling, knowing later tonight she's gonna be up a while, as they turn to Yaoyorozu. Yaomomo, how did training with Deku go? Ochako asks only to stop as they look to see Momo has fallen asleep. Geez, what kind of training did Midoriya put her through? Koika asks before deciding to ask Izuku herself. With Izuku sighs, still frustrated with Mineta as he begins to head to the train station when suddenly. Midoriya, Izuku turns and is surprised to see Koika Jiro. Jiro, what is it? He asks, confused. What the hell did you do to Yaomomo? We had to wake her up before she went home. Koika says, irritated, catching her breath. I'm training her, I told her it wouldn't be easy. Izuku says, hey, when we were in the locker rooms, the girls and I heard everything you said to Mineta and it was really cool what you did, she says, blushing and playing with her jacks. It wasn't a big deal. It was the right thing to do. Besides, he deserved it, he says coldly. Was it true? She asks. As what true? He asks, confused. Do you really think I'm beautiful? She asks, shyly, making Izuku blush under his helmet. It's a good thing I'm wearing my helmet, cause I can't bear to look her in the eyes. Of course she's beautiful. Izuku thinks. Yes, I do, but why do you ask? Izuku asked her. Be honest. What do you find attractive in me? She asks, serious. Well, you have nice legs, your face is really cute, your hair is really pretty because of the color, and I like your earphone jacks, they add to your beauty, and I think they're amazing. Izuku says, taking off his helmet and smiling at her. But, compared to Yaomomo and the other girls in my class, I'm the least attractive, she says, sad. Izuku looks at her, surprised and now understanding her problem. Well, that's where the problem lies. Izuku says, making the girl look at him confused. What? Stop comparing yourself to other girls. You shouldn't be doing that. All of you are attractive in your own ways, and the body is just a detail, even if you're not like them. That doesn't make you ugly or less attractive. Even my men in the 501st would agree. You have your own beauty, that's what makes you unique, which isn't a bad thing. Izuku says, smiling. Koika is absolutely speechless, her mouth open with a huge blush on her cheeks. She had never really thought about it like that. Are you really serious? She asks. Don't doubt yourself. You're perfect just the way you are. Izuku says. Koika blushes again before smiling. Midoriya, yeah, he asked. Izuku is shocked as Koika gets on her tiptoes and kisses his cheek, shocking the ARC Trooper captain. Thank you, Midoriya, why you can call me Koika from now on, I'll see you later. The girl yells, her face red as she runs down the street heading home. Izuku just stares for a moment, his hand on his cheek before smiling. I'm glad he was able to cheer Koika up and become her friend as he puts his helmet on about to head home. But then. Midoriya, again, Izuku thinks, turning around this time to see Shoto Todoroki. Yeah, what is it, Todoroki? Izuku asks, confused. Do you remember that my sister invited you to come have dinner with us? Will she want to know if you can come over tonight? He says neutrally. Oh, sure, just let me go home and change. I'll send you our address. He says, turning to go home as Izuku does the same. Tonight will be interesting, he thinks. Izuku makes his way to the Todoroki household wearing the same clothes he wore during his date with Mawata, with a DC-17 pistol holstered to his belt, just in case Endeavor gets any ideas, as he finally arrives at the Todoroki residence. Similar to Mirko's, the Todoroki's house is also fairly big, which makes sense. Endeavor is the second highest ranking hero behind his stepdad as Todoroki opens the front door. Midoriya, Todoroki says, greeting his friend. Got to say this a nice place you have, Todoroki. Izuku says, entering and taking off his shoes. Oh good, you're here. Thank you so much for making time to come over, Deku. She says, smiling. Izuku smiles, nodding as they head for the table. Izuku sits with the Todorokis at the dinner table and tensions are high as Izuku and Endeavor glare at each other, something that makes Shoto's older brother Natsuo curious as to why the green-haired trooper hates Endeavor like him. Now let me do introductions again. As you know, I'm Fuyumi Todoroki, I work at the elementary school nearby, and this is Shoto's older brother Natsuo. He's a college student. Hey, Midoriya, right. I just want to say thanks for saving our brother even though you were trying to kill him. He says, making Izuku chuckle nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. It wasn't that I was trying to kill him, I was keeping a promise I made to a friend. My ex, Shoto says, eating his soba. Man, I wish I could get a girlfriend. Natsuo says with a sad aura surrounding him. You can't get a girlfriend. You're too ugly, Shoto says nonchalantly, irritating his older brother. Hey, who are you calling ugly? Didn't you say your girlfriend left you for him? He says, pointing at Izuku. Izuku says. No, I ended our relationship. Shoto says. It was a mistake for you to end your relationship with the Yaoyorozu girl. Her family is very powerful and you could have created a very powerful child. Instead you practically handed her over to this quickless trooper. Endeavor says. Izuku glares his fist, shaking in anger, with Shoto noticing the holstered DC-17 on Izuku's belt before glaring at his father, wanting to end this before it turns into a fight. It's not about power, old men. It's about how she feels, and clearly, she likes Midoriya a lot. Shoto says, eating before turning to the ARC Trooper captain. By the way, how has Momo's training been going? Shoto asks, curious as Midoriya sighs. She still gets very afraid when being attacked. Jesse and my men knock her out again and again. However, she is improving once she's able to last at least 5 minutes without going down. I know she'll be ready, I just hope she can get more confident before your final exams. Izuku says as they dig into the food Fuyumi had made. As Izuku takes a bite of katsudon, making him feel like he might cry because it's the best katsudon he's ever had. This is delicious, Izuku says as he eats. Fuyumi blushed. She had made it specifically for Izuku as a way to thank him for what he did for her and Shoto as she smiled. I'm so glad you like it. She says. Yeah, our housekeeper had to quit because of a back injury, so Fuyumi's been doing all the cooking. Natsuo says. I see. Well, your food is incredible, Ms. Todoroki. My men in the 501st would love to have you as our cook. He says jokingly. Fuyumi blushes again, taking a sip of her drink to calm herself, before turning to Natsuo. Natsuo, you used to cook to remember, we took turns. So it was your food I ate growing up? Shoto asked. Not sure. My food was always heavily seasoned, and Endeavor probably stopped you from eating it, saying don't eat crap like that, he says as the son and father glare at each other. I didn't realize, he says without care. Angry Natsuo gets up, puts his bowl down, and leaves the table. Thanks for the meal, he says but stops before looking at Endeavor. What you did to Toya, I'll never forgive you for it. He says, leaving to his room. Toya? Who's that? Izuku thinks as he stops eating. Todoroki glares at his father before also leaving. TCH. Endeavor says, leaving to head back to his agency. Izuku looks down, trying not to get involved, but then he looks over to Fuyumi, who looks like she's about to start crying. Crap. Come on, Izuku, think. He thinks trying to think of a way to help her. Fuyumi wipes her eyes but then feels a hand on her shoulder. The food was incredible, thank you, Ms. Todoroki. Come on, why don't we do the dishes? He says, smiling. Oh no, don't worry, I'll do the dishes. You're our guest, she says, standing up. Nonsense in the army, we always share the cleaning. Izuku says, picking up the dirty plates and bowls. Fuyumi smiles, nodding as the two head over to the sink and start washing the dishes. Izuku looks at Fuyumi while washing with one thing on his mind. Who the hell is Toya? Now that I think of it, Todoroki did mention he had another brother. I am the result of many trials and errors. I have 2 brothers and a sister, all useless to him. Todoroki's words echo through Izuku's head. We can talk if you want to. There's no need to be silent, she says while washing a bowl. Damn it. Screw you Kurizati. He yells internally before sighing. Ms. Todoroki, listen, I know this is none of my business, but, who's Toya? He asks. Fuyumi stops washing the bowl, almost dropping it as he hears her sniffling. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you, he says, knowing he really messed up. And no, it's fine. That name hasn't been mentioned all that much for a long time. She says, taking off her glasses and wiping her eyes before continuing. Shoto did say he told you about our past. Mostly yes, he said he was the result of many trials and errors. That he had 2 brothers and a sister, all useless to your father. Izuku says, rubbing his neck sad. He didn't tell you everything. Toya was. She stops, tears falling then to her surprise. Izuku hugs her. It's okay. I'm here, Izuku says as Fuyumi blushes, tears falling down her cheeks. After releasing from the hug, Fuyumi sighs, looking at Izuku. Come with me, I want to show you something, she says as they go into Endeavor's room. Fuyumi picks up an old picture of a white-haired boy. This was him, you see. Toya had dad's quick, but his body was more like mom's. He couldn't handle the heat because it was so intense, but before Shoto was born our father told him that he would be the one to surpass All Might. Because of that he was obsessed with it becoming just like dad, but after Shoto came along, dad put all of his focus on him, Toya. He kept pushing. It caused so much damage to his body. Mom tried to tell him to stop, but it didn't work. He still kept pushing. Dad and Mom would argue with Dad, saying she wasn't doing enough to prevent him from hurting himself. It became an almost everyday thing and became normal for everyone, and then it happened, she says, tears falling. What? Izuku asks. He lost complete control of his flames and it killed him. She yells, breaking down crying as Izuku takes hold of Fuyumi, letting the woman cry on his chest. This poor woman, Izuku thinks, feeling deeply sorry for her and her family. As he hugs her, she is unaware that both Shoto and Natsuo are listening outside the room. It's okay, let it out, Izuku says as Fuyumi lays her head on his shoulder. You are feeling any better? He asks, concerned. Why yes, thank you Deku. It's been so long since I've had someone to talk to about all this. Call me Izuku. We've known each other for a while now, so you can call me by my first name. he says, smiling. Fuyumi blushed before looking down, embarrassed. Oh okay, Izuku, you can call me Fuyumi from now on. Don't mention it. As a soldier, it's my duty to help others, but let me ask you something. Are you sure your oldest brother is really dead? He asks. Well Dad, Mom and my brothers think that he's dead, but for some reason my heart has always told me that he's still alive, and is out there somewhere. If he is alive, I want him to get the help he needs and come home, so maybe, we can all be a family again. She says, wiping her eyes. I just wish someone would take the time to find him. I'll see what I can do. Izuku says as Fuyumi looks at him shocked. What? She asks. Look, I'm not making any promises that he's alive, but I'll contact Japanese intelligence and have them dispatch a squad of commandos to investigate and see what they can find. I'll also do what I can to find him. I don't know how long it will take, but I promise you. Izuku pauses, taking hold of her hand. I promise you, I'll find him whether he's dead or alive. I will get you the closure you deserve. Fuyumi looks at him for a moment before smiling, wiping away her tears as she gently kisses Izuku's cheek, completely shocking him, as his face burns red. That's very sweet of you, Izuku. I'll hold you up to that promise. She says, smiling as outside Todoroki and Natsuo both think the same thing. Outside Shoto and Natsuo both frown while they appreciate what Midoriya's doing for them. They believe he will ultimately fail because their father also searched for Toya as well and found nothing other than a small part of his jawbone. But if he is alive, where is he? And why did he never come home? Later, Izuku puts his shoes back on about to leave as he turns to Shoto, Fuyumi, and Natsuo. Thank you again for having me. I'll see you Monday, Todoroki, Natsuo. Take care and Fuyumi. Izuku stops pulling out a piece of paper and gives it to her. This is my personal phone number. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'll listen. Fuyumi smiles, wondering how an elite soldier can be so sweet. I will, thank you. She says, taking the slip of paper, bowing as Izuku is about to turn and head home. Shoto stops him. Midoriya, Tomro, I'm going to see my mom, and she's been wanting to meet you. If you're not busy, would you care to join me? Shoto asked, shocking Fuyumi and Natsuo. Sure, I'll meet you there. Izuku says before leaving as Fuyumi and Natsuo look at Shoto. Mom wants to meet Captain Deku. Why? Natsuo asks, confused. Guess she wants to thank him for helping me use my fire. Shoto says as he and Natsuo turn to see Fuyumi starting at Izuku as he leaves her hand over her chest and a blush on her cheeks. She's totally in love with him. They both think as Natsuo smiles, deciding to tease his sister a little. So, when's the wedding? Natsuo asks with a teasing smirk. Fuyumi yells, blushing madly. I support this. Todoroki says neutrally but with a small smile as Fuyumi blushes more embarrassed. The next day, who is our target? A man named Toya, white hair, should be in his early 20s, possibly has burns all over his body. His quirk Blue Flame is extremely dangerous, so be careful. I'm transmitting all the files I have on him and, if he isn't already dead, I want him alive at all cost. Is that clear? Izuku asked, talking to a hologram of Japanese Commando Boss, the leader of Delta Squad. One of the most elite commando teams in the Grand Army of Japan. Yes, sir, Boss says as Izuku ends the call. Midoriya. Izuku turns to see Todoroki, and to his surprise, he's holding a blue flower. Todoroki, what's with the flowers? Are you giving it to your mom? Izuku asks, taking off his helmet. They are autumn bellflowers. They're my mom's favorite, and no, I'm not. You are, Todoroki says, handing Izuku the flowers. What? Why? Izuku asked, blinking a few times. Just trust me, Shoto says with a small smile as Izuku puts his helmet back on and takes the blue flowers. As the hero student and ARC trooper enter the ward, heading to the front desk. Hi, who are you here to see today? The receptionist says before immediately recognizing them. Oh, you're the trooper that won the sports festival, and you're Rei's kid, right? She asks. Yes, we're here to see my mother. Shoto says. Okay, you know what room she's in, go on ahead. She says as the two walk into the elevator. Izuku, then, looks down at the flowers and becomes nervous, wondering if the reason she wants to meet him is because of what he did to her son during the sports festival. making the ARC captain gulp nervously. Perhaps Todoroki wants him to give her the flowers as a way to apologize to her. As the elevator opens, Izuku follows behind Todoroki as they approach a door as Shoto opens it, stepping inside as Izuku looks to see a woman with snow-white hair that goes down to her shoulders as the woman stares out the window. Izuku blinks, confused, turning to Shoto. Todoroki, I thought you said you only had one sister. I thought we were visiting your mother. Midoriya, this is my mother. Izuku looks at Shoto, surprised before turning to see Shoto's mom looking at them. Shoto, good to see you again. I see you brought a guest. Rei says, smiling. Yeah, this is Captain Deku. His real name is Izuku Midoriya. He's the one I fought against during the last match of the sports festival and helped me use my lift side. Todoroki says, I know I saw, she says, turning to Deku, who begins shaking. Rei then notices the Rindo flowers in the trooper's hands, surprising her. How does he know I love those flowers? She wonders before smiling. Midoriya, thank you for helping Shoto. You can call me Himura. Are those for me? She asks, looking at the flowers. Why yes, Izuku says, blushing embarrassed under his Phase 2 helmet, handing Rei the flowers as the woman smells them before putting them into a glass vase. Can you take off your helmet? I'd like to see your face. She asks. Izuku nods, taking off his helmet. There's not much to look at here, Himura. My face isn't anything special. Izuku says. Rei smiles, finding the ARC captain very handsome and attractive. If only I was at least 10 years younger, she thinks before speaking. You look very handsome. I bet all the girls at UA like you. She says jokingly. Pretty much, he's got my ex and Fuyumi crushing on him. Shoto says, shocking both. Oh my, Rei says with a hand over her mouth as Izuku puts his hand over his face, sighing in embarrassment. What do you think of my daughter? Rei asks. Well, I have a lot of respect for her. I first met her at the grocery store. She didn't have an umbrella, so I got her one. She's really pretty, kind, a very good cook, and I want to help her fulfill her dream of having her family back together. Izuku says seriously. Both Rei and Shoto look at Izuku, surprised as Izuku continues. I'm gonna be honest. I hate Endeavor. I'd have him shot for treason and child abuse if I could, but your daughter still believes he can change, so I will do my best to make her dream come true, but I make no promises that he is still alive. Izuku says. Toya, Rei says. I already have an elite squad of Special Forces operatives on the hunt for him. Izuku says. Midoriya. Toya is gone. Shoto says as Rei looks down. Maybe, but I promised Fuyumi I would give her the closure she deserves. I won't rest until Toya is found dead or alive. Izuku says seriously. Sniff. Asterisk. Mom. Shoto asked, surprised that his mom was crying. Midoriya, thank you. You are a good man. I hope you are successful. Rei says, smiling, wiping her eyes. Izuku is about to speak when suddenly the comlink in his helmet beeps. Excuse me, Himura, Todoroki, I need to take this. Izuku says, putting his helmet back on and stepping out of the room, leaving the mother and son alone. So what do you think of him? Shoto asks his mother, who to his surprise is still looking at the door. Izuku just closed. I must say he's very handsome, and he seems to have a really good heart, and the way he treated me, it makes me happy, Rei says, smiling with her hand over her heart. Rei Himura never really got to experience true love due to her quick marriage with Enji. Even though she loved all her children deeply when it came to romance, it was something she's never really known, that is until now. As this, what it's like to be in love. No, I'm too old for him. It would never work, besides Fuyumi likes him as well. The ice woman thinks sad, something Shoto immediately notices. Mom, do you like Midoriya? Shoto asked. Rei blushes, looking at her son before looking down ashamed and nodding. Shoto just looks at his mother completely stunned. Both his sister and mother like Captain Deku. Is he really quickless? Yes he is. He has to have some kind of love quick. While it is weird, Shoto couldn't help but notice how happy his mother looked talking to the ARC captain and wonders if there is a way for him to get both his mother and sister together with the ARC trooper captain as Shoto takes hold of his mother's hand. Mom, I admit I think it's kinda weird because both you and sis like him, but if he makes you happy I will support all three of you, though I doubt the old man will not be as supportive, Shoto says, shocking his mother, who smiles, hugging her son. Thank you, Shoto, Rei says, smiling. Now I just need to think of a plan to get you and Fuyumi together with Midoriya. Shoto says, beginning to think of some ideas. A few days later, back in Class 1A, the students were about to leave for the day when Mr. Aizawa made an announcement. Alright, students, summer vacation is coming, but of course, there's no reason for you to take a full month off. I don't even get a summer vacation. Izuku thinks knowing that as soon as the semester ends, he'll return to the front lines leading his men of the 501st once again with plans to aid the 327th Japanese Star Corps at Felicia Jungle and reinforce the 212th Attack Battalion at Yerbana. Wait a minute, what does he mean by that? Kaminari asks, nervous. This vacation you will have training at a camp. Mr. Aizawa, summer camp. Almost everyone shouts excited as Momo speaks up. If we're in nature, that means we're going to have to work in different conditions, right? She asked. Yep, it will be a perfect place to continue your training. You're getting better at defending yourself, but you still have to last 5 minutes without being stunned. Izuku says. The other students look at Izuku and then at Momo. I'm surprised. That's what Midoriya's been doing. No wonder Yaoyorozu is so tired by the end of classes, she's been doing this every day. The students shout internally. Izuku, don't you think you're being a little too harsh with her? Toru asked. Nope, I'm being completely fair. As a hero, Momo will face more than just villains, Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and even more Nomus. She could face any of them on the battlefield. That's why I'm doing this, to help her conquer her fears and become a truly incredible hero that rivals All Might himself. Izuku says, shocking them as Momo smiles with a blush on her cheeks. He puts so much time and effort into me, even though I still can't hold my own against his men. Momo thinks as Ochako, Toru, and the other girls pout, thinking that Momo has become Izuku's favorite. But there will also be time for you all to rest and have fun, but... Izuku says as Aizawa speaks up. Anyone who fails will stay here at school, and I'll make sure you all have one hell of a summer here. Mr. Aizawa says, making Izuku sigh, and the students are scared of him. Guys, let's try our best to pass this text. Kirishima shouts. Girls, do your best. Mineta shouts as Izuku glares at him, making him shut up and set back down. Military headquarters. I didn't think that the hero killer would be defeated so easily, let alone from a single trooper and a couple of students, but everything is going as planned. Palpatine says, smiling as he then looks at a hologram of Professor David's shield and the device he created, wanting it in the professor for his own research. He already knows of the professor's plan to steal his device back using fake villains in a few weeks. During the party, Palpatine then turns to a bulky man with dark red hair and yellow eyes. Dark patches of face paint over his mouth. Wolfarm, Godai Island, bring me Professor Shield and the device he wants, kill anyone who gets in your way. Yes, Lord Sidious, as long as you keep your promise and pay me, Wolfarm says. Your price is of no concern. If you bring me what I want, you will be paid enough to never work again, but I warn you, if you betray me, you will not live to see the rise of the New Order. Palpatine says, making the villain gulp nervous. Why yes my lord, I will begin preparations immediately. The villain says, leaving as Palpatine smiles, thinking to himself. The ARC Trooper 5s was a fool to try to stop me, and now that he's gone no one can stop me. Soon the heroes will be no more, he thinks with an evil smile, his yellow eyes glowing. Okay, that will be all for today. There's only 1 week left before the final exams. I'm sure you've all been studying, right? Aizawa asked. Quote. None of the students open their mouths as Izuku sighs, shaking his head. I'm certain you already know that we won't just have the written exam, but the practical one as well, so remember to train your body and Mindle. Good luck, everyone. He says before walking out of the classroom. I didn't study at all. Kaminari says, nervous since he placed 19th in the part-time exam. Yeah, neither did I, hee. Mina says, yeah, because of the sports festival and then internships, I couldn't study at all. Kaminari says, it's true we had events one after the other. Tokiyami says, the initial evaluations at the beginning of the year didn't have so many topics, so there must be problems. Sato says, talking to Kota since they came in 12th and 11th place. But maybe it's not as easy as we thought. Sato says, it's going to be complicated because there's also a practical test. Mineta says confidently since he came in 9th place. How did you come in 9th? Kaminari asks, annoyed. I thought you were in the same boat as Mineta. Mina says, it's not my fault. God wanted me in 9th place. He says mockingly as Izuku speaks up. Kaminari, Ashido, stop arguing with him and work harder. If you want to go to that camp, you should give it your all. Izuku says as Momo speaks up. If you two want, I can help with the material that was taught in class. Momo says having come in first. Really? Yao Momo, you're awesome. The two yell celebrating. However, I still need to improve in the practical aspect, Momo says, scratching her head. You will be. You're getting stronger, but you will keep training until the practical exam to not overexhaust you. We'll only do 2 hours each day. Izuku says, Yaomomo, do you think you could help me too? I am having problems with the quadratic functions. Koika asks, really? Momo asks, yeah, sorry, me too. Thank you. Could you help me with classical literature? Shiro asks since he came in 17th place. Can you help me too? There's parts one don't understand. Ojiro says in 8th place. Please. The students ask begging for her help. Guys, Momo says happy and excited with a spark in her eyes, making Izuku chuckle. I would be happy to help. Let's all have a study session this weekend. Momo says excitedly. Really? I'm so excited to see your house. Mina says excitedly. I'll call mother and ask her to open the auditorium for everyone to use. Did she just say auditorium? They think confused. What kind of tea do you all like? Our family drinks Harrods or Wedgwood, so if you have a preference, tell me, and of course you can leave your studies to me, I'll do my best to help you. She says, excited. She's so cute when she gets excited. Izuku thinks smiling. Later at the cafeteria, the students of Class 1A are currently in the cafeteria eating as Izuku eats with Mawata. So final exams are coming up for the first years, mine are too, and I'm not really looking forward to it. Mawata says sweat dropping. Yeah, have you been studying? Izuku asked. Of course, I just hope I can do well on the practical exam. My quick cotton round isn't really meant for combat. It's mostly for rescuing hostages. Mawata says. This may not be her quick, I just saw that it could be her quick from an Instagram post. Izuku nods before speaking. You didn't hear this from me, but the first years are going against the teachers and me. Izuku says, surprising the pink-haired girl. Really? Last year, I had to do was fight robots. Mawata says as Momo, Shoto, Ochako, and the rest of Deku's little squad join them at the table. Midoriya, who's she? Shoto asked, eating his soba. Hi, I've met Iida and Uraraka before, but for the rest of you, hi, I'm Mawata Fua, I'm Izuku's girlfriend. Ochako ends up choking on her food, coughing with Iida trying to help her, while Momo, Toru, and the other girls just stare as Mawata holds onto Izuku's armored arm, smiling before kissing his cheek in front of everyone. Momo, Ochako, and the girls pout in jealously, with Iida's mouth open, while Shoto gives him a thumbs up. Looks like Midoriya has created a harem. Now, I just need to figure out how to include Mom and Fuyumi into it. Shoto thinks eating. Girlfriend, Ochako asks, looking at Izuku, who simply shakes his head before speaking. Yeah, I guess so. Izuku says, smiling softly as Mawata rests her head on his shoulder. So does it scare any of you that we don't know what's on the practical exam? Toru asks, trying to change the subject while glaring at Mawata. It shouldn't be anything too crazy. Maybe they'll put us in some kind of team game. Iida says as both Izuku and Mawata think to themselves. They are in for a big surprise, they both think smiling. It should be a summary of everything we've learned this semester, right? Toru asked. That's what Mr. Aizawa said, Midoriya. You're technically a staff member, right? Do you know what we'll be doing? Hero. Asterisk. That's classified. Izuku says. Ow. Izuku sharply turns to see Mawata holding the back of her head, having been elbowed by Monoma. Oops, I'm so sorry. Your head is so big, I accidentally hit it. What's a second-year hottie like you doing with Class A? You should come over too. Monoma doesn't finish as Izuku punches him hard enough to knock him down as everyone just stares in shock. Care to repeat that, shithead? Izuku says with a cold glare with a dark aura surrounding him as Monoma gets up, holding his cheek. And no, I'm sorry, I was just. Monoma can't finish again because Kendo karate chops his head. Honestly, Monoma, don't you get tired of this? She asked, annoyed. I don't have a big face, do I? Mawata asked with her hands on her face. No, Mawata, you're perfect just the way you are. Izuku says, making Mawata blush and smile as they turn to Kendo. Sorry about him. Anyway, I heard you guys talking about the practical exam. It seems to be combat against robots just like in the entrance exam, so it won't be a big deal. You're all in for a surprise. Izuku thinks, staying quiet as Monoma wakes up and yells at Kendo. Are you crazy, Kendo? Why did you give that information to them? It gave us an advantage against Class 1A. He yells only for Kendo to chop him again. Anyway, I'm going to take him back to class. See you around, Captain Midoriya, she says with a smile and blush before walking away, making the girls pout as Mawata holds onto Izuku's arm. That was entertaining to watch. Shoto thinks, still eating. A few days later, it was now the weekend as all the students of Class A were in front of Momo's house, or rather her mansion. It's so huge. Ochako shouts, feeling like she might faint. I knew she was rich, but I didn't think she was that rich. Kaminari shouts, this is unexpected. Tokiyami says, well, since we're here, we better call Yaoyorozu. Iida says before hitting the speaker button next to the gate. This is Mrs. Yaoyorozu, how can I help you? A woman's voice says, we are Yaoyorozu's friends. We're here to study to prepare for final exams. Iida says, chopping the air. Oh, you're Momo's friends. Please come in. Momo is currently training out in the yard. Miss Yaoyorozu says as the gate opens. As the students enter the mansion, they are all amazed by the fancy and extravagant things all over the place. It's even bigger than the outside. Ochako says, man, I kinda feel out of place, I'm kinda nervous. Ojiro says, even I am shocked. Iida says with his hand over his chest as they arrive at the yard and very surprised several Japan troopers. Not bad, it took us 4 minutes to knock you out that time. Izuku says, helping Momo to her feet. I can do better, may we please go one more time? She asks. Izuku nods before exiting the center and putting his helmet on. Begin, Izuku says as Momo gets a defensive position as Jessie and the troopers open fire with a stun blast. POW. Pow. The students watch in amazement as Momo deflects blast after blast before spinning in the air, continuing to block their attacks before Izuku, deciding to surprise her, pulls out his DC-17 pistols and fires 2-ton blast. Momo, not having enough time to react, is hit, being knocked out. Always expect the unexpected, Izuku says, going over to wake her up. How did I do? She asks. Izuku takes off his helmet and smiles at her. Well done, you've lasted 5 minutes without going down. I think you're ready for the practical exam. Izuku says, smiling. Momo smiles, becoming excited as she hugs onto the ARC captain. Thank you, Izuku, for everything you've done. I will do my best. Momo says. Why, you're welcome, Momo. Izuku says, blushing. Momo smiles, loving this feeling and not wanting it to end as Jessie speaks up. Deku, Yaoyorozu, we've got company. The ARC lieutenant says as Izuku and Momo turn to see Class A with their mouths open. Oh, you're here, welcome everyone. Momo says excitedly. Yao Momo, that was incredible. Toru and Mina yell, excited, with Ochako nodding excited in agreement. You held off experienced soldiers for 5 minutes, I must say I'm very impressed. Iida says, smiling. Thank you, everyone, follow me to the auditorium, then give me just a few minutes to clean up and get ready. She says as going inside with the students, leaving Izuku outside with Jessie and his men. She's improved a lot, I'm proud of her, but she still lacks the confidence that she can work alone, and the practical exam will be her final test. Izuku says, do you think she and Todoroki will be able to capture you? Jessie asked, taking off his helmet as well. If they work together, they will have a very high chance. Besides, that's what I want them to do. If they can defeat me, Momo won't just pass the exam, but she'll be ready to take on any villain. Izuku says, smiling. Inside, everyone is waiting as Momo enters the room, pushing a cart of tea. Sorry for the wait, I hope you're not the least bit uncomfortable. She says with a smile and happy aura around her. Not even a little. They all say, being delighted by the cuteness of the creation quick user. Now let's begin, she says, getting a book on quadratic functions. Momo smiles, looking down at the wedding ring on her right hand before looking at her 9-month pregnant stomach while holding her 3-year-old son Sozo, who is sleeping, before looking around her to see several other girls, including the girls from 1A and 1B, all older, some with pregnant stomachs like herself, with what looks like Shoto's older sister Fuyumi Todoroki. In the kitchen, cooking a giant meal for everyone. As she turns to an older Ochako Uraraka, now in her 20s. Ochako, where are Mawata, Najire, and Rei? They took Eri to see Recovery Girl. She was having problems with her horn again. Ochako says, worried for their adorable little unicorn daughter. Momo nods as everyone hears the front door open. I'm home, everyone. Momo looks up to see an older, much older Izuku enter the house. His macro binoculars, pauldron, and even parts of his armor are all missing, but he still has his helmet and DC-17 pistols. Welcome home, Izuku. All the girls say, smiling as Izuku approaches Momo before removing his helmet to reveal Izuku has grown a beard while having a small scar on the side of his head. Welcome home, my love, Momo says, smiling as they kiss. Hey hun, how have you, Sozo, and our baby girl been today, he says, rubbing his son's head before gently kissing her stomach, making Momo giggle. We're fine, Izuku, how is the search for Hawks going? Izuku then frowns before speaking. Shoto, Bakugo, Hauser, Wolf, and Gregor reported that they haven't found him yet but are still searching. And Sidious, Momo asks, concerned. We still don't know exactly where his base is. However, Commando Sev has been tracking him. He'll contact us the exact coordinates once he's found his location, then we move in and eliminate Palpatine, hopefully ending this and clearing the names of all heroes and saving Japan. Momo smiles, kissing Izuku's cheek. I know you will, my love, Momo says, leaning her head on him. Momo immediately wakes up holding her chest. Oh my, that dream, it felt so real, but who's Eri and Sidious? Momo wonders before getting out of her massive bed as she gosses to shower, thinking about that dream. I had a son, with Izuku, and was even pregnant with our daughter, she thinks, blushing. But why was Uraraka, Jiro, Shoto's sister, and so many other girls with us? I didn't even recognize some of them. Momo thinks before getting out of the shower, getting dressed, and then to her limo off to UA. Later, it had been 3 days, and the written exams were finally over, with today being the day of the practical exams, with the students in their hero costumes being accompanied by most of the teachers. It's time to start the practical exam. I hope you guys are prepared, because if you fail this exam, you won't be going to camp. So be careful and don't make any mistakes. Aizawa says. Okay, but why are the teachers here? Koika asked, confused. I think you've all gathered enough information to know what's to come. Let's fight some robots like we did during the entrance exam, right? Kamakiri asks, excited. It's a pity because for various reasons. Nezu says suddenly, coming out from Aizawa's scarf. The practical exam will be difficult this year. Principal Nezu. Almost everyone shouts in surprise. Excuse me, Principal, but what do you mean the exam will be different this year? Momo asks, confused. We decided to make the practical exam even more like a real fight, so, Hexa's while getting off Aizawa and facing the students. You will form a pair of 2 and fight one of us. The furry creature says excitedly. Upon learning how the practical exam would be, all the students become extremely nervous, and they never imagined they would have to face against their teachers. Against one of you, Ochako shouts, nervous. The pairs and your opponent have already been decided. I chose them depending on fighting style, grade, and relationship. The first pair, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. You were originally going to fight me, but I changed it, so you'll be up against me, Izuku says, landing next to the teachers with ARC Trooper Jesse behind him. Izuku, Momo says, surprised as Izuku takes off his helmet and looks at the two and smiling with a dark aura surrounding him. If you two want to beat me, you must give it your all, and do not hesitate against me. He says, pulling out his DC-17 pistols and setting them to kill mode. And to make things even, since there's only 19 of you, Arc Lieutenant Jesse will be adding one of you against the teacher you'll be facing. Ready to do my part, Principal Nezu. Jesse says, raising his DC-15's carbine ready for battle. Art is not mine, I just really like it. Alright, now let's announce the pairs and teachers you'll be up against. Nezu says, first fight. Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato vs. Smintos. Second fight. Fumikage Tokiyami and Suyu Asui vs. Ectoplasm. Third fight. Tenya Lita and Masharao Ojiro vs. Power Loader. Fourth fight. Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Captain Deku. Fifth fight. Yuga Aoyama and Ochako Uraraka vs. 13. Sixth fight. Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari vs. Nezu. Seventh fight. Koika Jiro and Koji Koda vs. Present Mike. Eighth fight. Mezzo Shoji and Toru Hagakure vs. Snipe. Ninth fight. Minoru Mineta and Hontasiro vs. Midnight. 10th fight. Lieutenant Jesse and Katsuki Bakugo vs. All Might. Oh great, Jesse says, annoyed. Not only does he have to fight against the #1 hero, but he also has to work with that annoying blonde kid that abused Uraraka during the sports festival. Good luck, Jesse, you're gonna need it. Izuku says, feeling sorry for his brother and fellow trooper. Don't worry, sir, I've got an idea. Jesse says, smiling under his helmet. The limit is 30 minutes. Your objective is to put these handcuffs on your opponent, or one of you must escape the place. He says, holding the cuffs in his paw. So it's either capturing the teacher or managing to escape. Kaminari says with his hand on his chin. Sir, can we really just run away? Jesse asked. Like Izuku and the rest of the 501st, he isn't afraid of a good fight, but facing All Might head-on is a battle he knows he can't win. It would probably take 10 maybe 20 stun blasts to bring the symbol of peace down, and having to work with Bakugo doesn't make things better for the lieutenant, so he will gladly just leave Bakugo to face All Might alone and head for the exit. Of course you can, Nexu says, giving the Arc Lieutenant a thumbs up. But this is different from combat training. Your opponents are all at a very high level. Present Mike says with a smug smile while in a cool pose. High level? I don't see anyone here at high level aside from Izuku, Jesse, and All Might. Koika says with Koda trying to stop her, but it was too late. Hey, watch your mouth, girl. Present Mike says a little offended. We've designed this exam to be similar to a real fight, so I want you all to think of us as villains. Izuku is a villain. Momo, Ochako, and the other girls think not being able to see that with how kind and heroic he is. Assuming you find the enemy, if you think you can beat them in a fight, that's great, but when the enemy is much stronger, run away. It's wiser to run away and wait for backup. Aizawa says, tired but serious as All Might pull out some kind of bracelet from his pocket. What you're seeing are ultra-compressed weights, my student Hatsume created them. Power Loader says, with these bracelets half our weight will give you an advantage, it's an old and very effective way to decrease resistance. All Might says while putting on his. Oh crap, these things are much heavier than I thought. He whispers as Izuku speaks up. And just so you know, Momo and Todoroki, I am not required to wear these bracelets because I'm quirkless, so give it your all. He says, putting his helmet back on, making the two nervous. Much later, Momo and Shoto's fight against Captain Deku has begun as the two run while looking for Izuku. Momo is nervous and Shoto can tell. You're quiet, is everything alright? He asks, concerned for his ex, and now just friend. Huh? Oh yes, I'm fine, Momo says while creating several Matroska dolls and putting them on her wrist. Look, I don't want to be annoying, but why are you creating those? When I said create one thing, I expected something else, but whatever, if you see anything or notice anything strange, let me know. I didn't expect less from you or Izuku, Momo says. Todoroki turns to face her. What happened? He asks. Izuku put so much time and energy into training me, but, Momo stops before continuing. I still feel like I can't do enough, compared to you and Izuku. I feel I'm just holding you back, she says with her head down, but still looking at Todoroki. I just wish I could do more. I want to show him I can do more by defeating him. Momo says. Then why don't you do that? He asks. Because Momo is so deep in thought that she does not notice a detail, but Todoroki does. Yaoyorozu, your matryoshkas have stopped coming out. So that means, Momo says, shocked as two look to see Captain Deku right above them using his jetpack. Hello there, he says before pulling out his pistols and opening fire with several. Stun blast on them. POW. Pow. Shoto immediately creates a shield out of ice blocking the stun blast before turning to Momo. Momo, take advantage and get out of here, he shouts. Momo is reluctant, but her insecurities get the better of her as she runs. Izuku lands on top of Todoroki, punching him and tying him up using capture tap before hanging him wires attached to two posts. Was that your plan? I was just going to stun you both since you both can use offensive attacks. The ARC captain says, you know this won't hold me for long. Don't you? I could just burn off this thing. So why didn't you just stun me and knock me out? Shoto asked confused. Because Momo must learn to overcome her fears. Also if you do escape, I'd watch where I step if I were you. I've set mines and explosives up all over the place, ha ha ha. He says laughing like a real villain would. Momo keeps running scared, nervous, desperate, and afraid. She didn't know what to do. What do I do? Is the exit close by? Is Izuku right behind me? Is Shoto alright? Should I go back to help him? She thinks with her hands over her head, getting desperate to find a way out. Don't be afraid, that's why you lost in your match against Tokiyami. You need to remain calm and think quickly. If you lose focus or panic even for a moment, it can mean death. Momo stops remembering Izuku's words, taking her hands off her head. This is ridiculous. The villains at the USJ weren't half as good as your men. Momo says. That's the point. Look, Momo, I know this is tough, but I want it to be difficult. This is about life and death, and as a hero, you'll be forced to face situations like this often. The best way I can protect you is to teach you how to protect yourself. Well done, you've lasted 5 minutes without going down. I think you're ready for the practical exam. Izuku told her as her expression changed from nervousness to determination. Izuku, how could I have forgotten your words? You've done so much for me, and despite being quirkless, you kept going while I let my failures affect me, and I couldn't see what all I can do, but now thanks to you, that will change. I'll show you all that training wasn't for nothing by defeating you. She thinks seriously. There you are. Izuku flies through the air, taking Momo by surprise, but it doesn't affect her as Izuku opens fire with a stun blast. Momo creates two katanas blocking the attack using the training Izuku put her through before creating a small object in her hand, throwing it to the floor. Smoke bomb, Izuku says as it goes off, blocking Izuku's view as Momo runs back to Shoto. Izuku lowers his macro binoculars, allowing him to see better before following her. What is she up to? Whatever, I'm just proud she's remembering her training. He thinks following her. Shoto, Momo yells, having found Todoroki. Momo, what are you doing here? He asked, surprised that she had come back for him. First, I will get you out of there. Second, I have a plan to beat Izuku. She says with a serious face, surprising Shoto as she frees him from the tape. Okay, what is your plan? He asks. As the girl explains her plan, Izuku has already found them before opening fire with his DC-17 pistols. POW. Pow. And to Todoroki's surprise, it's Momo who blocks the attack using two swords as she turns to him. Let's go, she yelled, taking the dolls off her waist and throwing them at Izuku and to the ARC troopers. Surprise, there were flash smoke grenades, making him close his eyes under his helmet. Well done, Momo, your training has paid off, but it won't stop me. He says before chasing after the two and opening fire with stun blast. Todoroki, now. Shoto looks at Izuku and makes a wall of ice trying to capture Izuku, but like how it failed during the sports festival, it fails again as Izuku using his jetpack pack avoids the ice looking to see Momo and Shoto covered in black capes now. I have you now, heroes. Izuku says before firing two stun blasts but quickly realizes they're just decoys. What? Izuku shouts, surprised as Momo is about to activate the catapult. She accidentally hits the lever. Oh no. She thinks before launching it a second time. Shoto now. Izuku turns, and to his complete surprise, he sees Todoroki holding a stun blaster created from Momo before he fires. POW. 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 And after the third shot, Izuku falls down unconscious, allowing Momo to cuff him as Izuku wakes up. Well done, Momo, you too, Todoroki, you have passed the exam. Izuku says, smiling under his helmet before looking at Momo. Momo, I'm so proud of you. You remembered your training and have conquered your fears. Your final test is officially complete, and you passed. Congratulations. Izuku says, yeah, I appreciate it too, Momo, we won this thanks to you. Shoto says, Momo couldn't hold back her tears anymore as the tears fall from her eyes, but not tears of sadness, but tears of joy, and pride that her plan worked and Izuku's training had paid off. Momo, are you alright? Izuku asked concerned. Why yes, I'm fine. She says begins to Izuku and Todoroki's surprise. Momo hugs the still cuffed ARC Trooper captain. Momo, Izuku asked, unable to hug her back since he's still cuffed. Momo smiles, hugging him, remembering the dream she had before. Whether it was a vision of the future or just a dream, Momo is certain of one thing. She has fallen in love with Captain Izuku Midoriya. Momo, can you please stop hugging me and get these cuffs off? Izuku asked. Oh, why, yes, of course. She says, blushing embarrassed, making both Izuku and Shoto chuckle. The exams were now halfway over with Ochako and fighting against 13, or rather holding on to a gate to avoid being pulled into her Blackmore. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. She thinks scared. I'm sorry, but I won't allow you guys to get away. 13 says, approaching the two with he quick still on. She's getting stronger the closer she gets. Ochako says, I may not be good at fighting, but I'm great at capturing. She says. In the monitoring room, Tsuyu, Momo, Iida, and even Izuku and Jessie showed up to watch the remaining fights, seeing the situation Ochako and Aoyama are in. It seems running away from 13 is almost impossible because of her black hole. Tsuyu says with her finger on her chin. They better have an escape plan. Izuku says, yes, but most of all, they need to think of a plan calmly. Momo says, is there any way to be calm in a situation like that? Cause I sure as hell wouldn't be. Jessie says, but if they do nothing and this keeps up. Izuku says, well, it was nice knowing them. Jessie says, looking back at the screen. Back with Ochako and Aoyama. Her quick is worse than my grandmother's vacuum cleaner. Even while he's being sucked in, Aoyama is still very calm. Are you seriously making a joke at a time like this? We're in trouble here, Ochako shouts. Relax, my laser can solve that. He said, trying to shoot a laser through his knees, but it doesn't work as 13 sucks in the laser. Didn't you know? I can suck lasers, too. 13 says, sucking in Aoyama's red glasses. Yeah, now we're in trouble. Don't tell me, Aoyama. What do we do? Get caught. No, think Ochako think. What would Deku do? She thinks. Hey, not now, I'm thinking. Ochako says, you're thinking about Captain Deku, aren't you? He asks with a smile and a confident look. What? But how did you? She asked, surprised. Is it because you like him? He asks, and because of that question, Ochako can't help but blush, covering her face, but doing so causes Ochako to be pulled in. But during that short time, Ochako remembered what Gunhead had taught her and uses it to pin 13 to the ground and cuffing her. Gunhead's fighting style, that was certainly helpful. Team Uraraka and Aoyama have passed the exam. On their way back, Aoyama whispers something to Ochako. If I were you, I'd do anything to win Midoriya. You're not the only girl who likes him. He says, making Ochako blush before thinking about how Su, Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and Fua from Class 2A all like him. Heck, Fua and him are already dating. I really like Deku. She thinks, not sure of what to do about this, as she makes her way to the monitoring room. Uraraka, you did very well. Congratulations on passing the exam. Iida says. Yes, Ochako, you managed to find a way to win even if it was just barely. Tsuyu says. You should be proud, Uraraka, because if I had been in that situation, things would be different. Jessie says. Well, I just thought fast, that's all. Ochako says with an awkward smile. Still well done, Ochako. I'm glad you passed, Izuku says, smiling, making the gravity girl blush. Oh, just want to know one thing, what were you and that blonde kid talking about? Jessie asked, confused. The ARC lieutenant's question makes Ochako remember what Aoyama had said. Is it because you like him? That question from Aoyama kept echoing through Akakosa's mind, making her blush. And nothing. It was nothing. Nothing happened. Really? Ochako shouts frantically, waving her arms in panic. Ochako, are you okay? Your face is red. Tsuyu asked. What's up with her? Jessie asked, looking at Izuku, who simply shrugs. Meanwhile, both Momo and Tsuyu look at Ochako suspiciously while Momo remembers that in her dream, she did see an older Uraraka. Look, the next fight is about to start. Recovery Girl says, getting everyone's attention as the sixth fight is about to begin. The sixth fight is Ashido and Kaminari versus the principal. Momo says, think they have a chance, Captain? Jessie asked, looking at Izuku. I don't know, but we're about to find out. Izuku says, Weiching. Team Ashido and Kaminari, exam ready, begin. Mina and Denki run through the battlefield, thinking about what they should do. Kaminari, what are we going to do? Mina asks. Basically, just run away. Even if we get caught, Principal Nezu is small, so my electrical discharge can do the job without doing much damage to him. So it's best you don't use your quirk, Ashido. We don't want him to get hurt, right? You're right, I'd feel bad if I did that. They keep running until they hear a loud clang of metal, making them stop. What's that noise? Mina asked, confused. It's not the principal, right? Then suddenly, a metal pipe comes loose, causing many pieces of metal to fall on top of them. Run! Kaminari screams as the two run frantically as more metal begins falling behind them. Kaminari, what's going on? Mina shouts. I don't know, but this must be Principal Nezu's fault. He shouts, not knowing that Nezu is sitting in a crane with a wrecking ball while enjoying his cup of tea. You got that right. In the monitoring room, is Nezu driving a crane? Jessie shouts. But how is he attacking them? Izuku asks, confused. I agree. He's too far away, so how is he doing it? Iida asked, confused. Most likely with predictions. Momo says. With what? Izuku asked, looking at her. With predictions. He must have already planned everything with sophisticated calculations. Momo says, shocking the two troopers, making them wonder just effective. Nezu would be as a general in Grand Army. Back at the battle, what chain reaction will happen if I hit a certain point? These calculations are easy to do, like making a cup of tea. Nezu says before using the crane to hit a building, causing its electrical discharge to explode, causing another chain reaction, making more pieces of metal fall towards Kaminari and Ashido as the two keep running in desperation. Not to mention you two haven't noticed the paths to the exit gate are being blocked one by one, while intelligent villains watch from afar. Ha 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 ha. He says, laughing madly as he spilled some of his tea. Back in the monitoring room. In the past, humans did horrible experiments on Nezu. This is when he reveals what he's like. Chio says as Izuku, Jessie, Momo, Ochako Iida, and Tsuyu have blue faces in shock. Why yeah, All Might have mentioned something similar like that. Izuku says. Back at the battlefield, Kaminari, can't you do something with your quirk? Mina asked, looking for any signs of danger. I can't just waste an electrical shot without knowing where he is. You don't want to carry dead weight, do you? We have to run. But where is the exit? She asked, confused. It must be this way, come on. He says as they run, turning around a corner to see the path completely blocked. Come on, are you kidding me? Kaminari shouts. Then they hear something coming on top of them, as they jump, pipes fall to the ground. Is he trying to bury us alive? He shouts. There may still be a solution for you. Come on, use those brains, think about it. Nezu says from inside the crane, fiddling with the controls. Mina then blasts a hole in the wall using her acid. Kaminari. This way. The two then enter a building that is still intact as they begin to calm down. Okay, we just took a detour, but we'll take the other way out and. Before Kaminari can finish, he and Ashido hear a loud crack from above as the building falls on top of them. In the monitoring room, Looks like Nezu is always one step ahead of everything. Izuku says, surprised. If they don't know where he is, they can't fight him. Tsuyu says, it's a perfect strategy. Momo says, 30 minutes passed, and in the end, Kaminari and Ashido failed as they couldn't make it in time, seeing just how upset they were while Principal Nezu is calm, enjoying his tea. And look, I left a way out for them. It's such a shame they couldn't get through. Ha 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 ha. Back in the monitoring room. Well, behold all of you, the Rat General. Jesse says as he and Izuku salute Nezu. It's a shame they didn't pass. They couldn't do anything anyway. It must be really frustrating for them. Well, maybe with this lose, they will learn to never underestimate an opponent. No matter their appearance or size. Izuku says. Team Kota and Jiro, ready. Begin. Upon hearing the announcer's signal, Koika and Kota hide behind 2 trees with their battlefield being a forest surrounded by circular fence. Okay, let's just avoid fighting present Mike if possible and run towards the exit. Kota nods, agreeing with the girl's plan. Alright then, let's go. She says as the two advanced further into the forest. Back in the monitoring room. The practice exams match students with the student they struggle with the most, don't they? Iida asked. Yes, that's why me and Shoto fought against Izuku. Momo says. It's kinda easy to tell what this team weaknesses are. Izuku says. Hiro Tsuyu nods in agreement. After all they are fighting present Mike. She says with her finger on her chin. Both Koika and present Mike have sound-related quicks. The problem is that Mike is able to put down everything around him. Izuku says. Back on the battlefield, present Mike could be seen in front of the exit gate. He's getting bored and impatient. Come on, why are they taking so long? I know I'm a teacher. It's my job, but I'm also a DJ, and standing around in a forest isn't my style. You know what, I think I'll have a little fun with them. Present Mike, then inhales air and then. Yeah, he screams, making Koika and Kota cover their ears, but Koika is suffering the most because of her quick. Ah, damn it, that bastard is really loud. She says while turning to Kota. Kota, you can talk to animals, right? She asks as he bods while holding his ears in pain. Can't you make the birds attack him? Kota shakes his head before using sign language. Even if I wanted to, present Mike's voice will make the animals run away. He communicated using signs as Koika tries to think of another solution. His screams make my eardrums feel like they're about to burst. Not only is he better than I am, but he's like a super-powered amplifier in human form. I can't get close to him, and even if we could, he'll see us coming. I bet he's at the gate waiting for us. She says, getting closer to Kota. Hurry up, because I'm getting bored. Mike screams, releasing another sound wave where the two students are. I'm waiting for you, he screams. At this rate, I won't last long. Koika says as she and Kota cover their ears. We'll end up being deaf. If we don't do something, what do we do? But then Koika notices a large rock in front of her with something on top of it. An ant? Wait a minute, she says, getting an idea. Kota, can you control bugs, like an ant? She asked, showing him, which makes Kota scream in fear. What the? She asked, confused but then understands why Kota got scared. You're afraid of bugs, aren't you? Where are you? Present Mike screams again. It won't do much, but I can at least try. She says before inserting her jacks into her boots and sending sound waves to try to fight back against Mike's attack. Geez, what a dull little noise. Mike says. Koika then turns to Kota, who's hiding behind a tree. So, do you have any plans? She asks as Kota shakes his head. I'll take that as a no, so what are we going to? Why haven't you arrived yet? Mike screams. We need to find a way out of this. Otherwise we'll stay like this until time runs out, come on. Koika, do something, she thinks, looking at Kota. Kota, just tell me, can you control bugs or not? Koika asks as Kota answers yes with a thumbs up even though he feels great pain in his ear. Okay, so let's do the following. Koika then uses her jacks to make the rock explode, revealing that under the rock is several different types of bugs, making Kota panic. Look, I'm sorry, I know you're scared, but our opponent is too strong. If you can control these bugs, we can win. The girl's words get the attention of the scared boy who is tearing up. You want to be a hero, don't you? If so, we'll get through this, she says, taking her hands off her ears and smiling to give the boy the confidence he needs. Kota, shocked, sees that Koika's ears are bleeding, making him feel guilty. Jiro's ears are bleeding. While she was fighting, I ran away. This is my fault, he thinks, looking at the bugs in panic before remembering his mother's words. You made it into UA. I'm so happy and proud of you, my little Koji, she said, happily hugging her son. Wait a minute. Yeah, I joined UA. I am at the school where the best professionals are trained, so that means I must go further, plus ultra, he thinks, even though he's shaking before kneeling down and starts talking to the bugs. Hey little fellas, listen to me. Can you go and attack that bad guy making all that horrible noise? And you can talk, Koika shouts, surprised. Dude, where are they? Am I just going to stand here until time runs out? Then suddenly Mike notices something coming out from under the ground, and before he knows it, he's already covered in bugs. They're traveling underground, where sound doesn't travel well. That's why I hate forest, he screams before going unconscious. Back in the monitoring room, the students and even the 2 ARC troopers are shocked and even scared by what they just saw, making them turn blue. Geez, that was a little harsh, Jessie says. Yeah, I honestly feel bad for Mike. Izuku days watching as Kota and Koika pass through the gate. Team Kota and Jiro have passed the exam. Despite the brutal ending, Izuku is happy they passed. Well done, you two, he thinks, smiling. After a while, the next match started with Toru and Shoji against Snipe, as they hid behind a pillar, avoiding Snipe's blaster shots. Shoji, we can't move like this. Calm down, it's just a distraction. Even so, running away from him will be difficult. The only consolation is that his moments are slow due to his weight, he says as Snipe suddenly stops shooting. Want to play hide and seek? Fine, let's see who's the best at it, he says, throwing a smoke grenade that covers the field. A smoke bomb. Is he trying to obstruct our view? But that means his view is blocked as well. Except I feel your presence, Snipe says, walking towards them and starts shooting. Shoji quickly moves behind the pillar. Hagakure, are you okay? He asks, but Toru doesn't answer, having turned invisible, leaving her clothes, gloves, and boots on the ground. Ah, I understand your plan now. Okay then, he says before running towards Snipe as the hero shoots very close to Shoji's feet, making him stop running. Don't you think you're giving up too easily? He says, only for Toru then to cuff his arm. I got you. What? How is that possible? Snipe asks, pulling his head-cuffed arm away, but as he did so, he felt something on his elbow. Was that a boing? Mr. Snipe, you pervert, she yells. Wait, it was an accident. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I swear. What am I going to say to Izuku? Toru wondered. Well, at least we won, Shoji thinks, sweating. Time Hagakure and Shoji Appeoved. In the monitoring room, as expected for covert operations, Hagakure is a great choice, Momo says, smiling and proud of her friend. I still think she'd make a great Japanese commando, and Shoji also did a great job by distracting Snipe so he wouldn't notice her. Izuku says, Team Zero and Mineta, practice exam. Ready, start. Oh, look, it's the little midget pervert, Jessie says. Looks like he's already given up, Koika says, because Mineta runs away and hides. Why am I not surprised? Jessie says. It's your turn next, Jessie. Better go get ready, Izuku says. Yes, sir, the lieutenant says before leaving for the exam site. Meanwhile, Midnight uses her quick to release her gas, and with that, Zero uses his quirk to launch Mineta away from the area, but before he could, Midnight opens his helmet and just like that he's asleep, but not Mineta. Mineta doesn't give up because he's jealous that Zero head hit Midnight's chest with him laying on her lap asleep. Damn you, Zero, you lucky bastard. But as Mineta ran away, he had a thought that becoming a hero does not make you cool, but you are cool for becoming a hero, as he holds the ribbon that was still on him, having an idea. Come out and play, little boy, Midnight says with a sadistic smile. But then Mineta comes out of hiding behind a rock with duct tape covering his mouth as he runs towards Midnight. She then cracks her whip at him, but Mineta dodges it and throws balls from his head onto her whip and on Midnight herself. I call that one. Grape rush. As Mineta flees, Midnight tries to break free, but finds herself trapped much to her surprise. "That's something I didn't expect coming from him," she said impressed. Back in the monitoring room, Izuku, Momo, Ochako, and everyone else are surprised and, in a way, pleased that Mineta managed to get through and had secured the victory for him and Siro, with Mineta dragging his unconscious body to the gate. "Well, that was unexpected," Izuku says, surprised but happy that Mineta managed to pass the exam. "Now it's Jesse and Katsuki's turn," Ochako says. "Izuku, what exactly is Lieutenant Jess's quick?" Momo asks, curious. "His quick is called Taser. Basically, it allows him to shoot tasers from his fingers. Not really good for combat, but it's good for when you have to capture someone alive or just out of blaster ammunition," Izuku explains as he wikes Jesse and Bakugo, walks onto the field as Izuku contacts Jesse through his helmet comlink. "Jesse, remember you don't have to fight. All Might is too strong. Abandon Bakugo if you have to, he'll just want to fight All Might by himself, so take that opportunity, and complete the mission, make the 501st proud." "Yes, Captain," Jesse says as they all watch nervous. With Jesse loads his carbine, setting it to live fire, then checks his DC-17 pistols before putting on his helmet, ready to in his eyes, complete the mission, but he's lying if he's not nervous. "Come on, just think of it like the training program. If I manage to pass Alpha's brutal training, I can pass this as well," he thinks before approaching Bakugo and getting straight to the point. "Hey kid, listen, I suggest we split up. You're not the boss of me, damn it," Bakugo shouts as the ARC trooper sighs. "I don't care if you're just following Deku's orders, I can take All Might on myself, so stay out of my way, extra." "Extra?" Jesse asked, becoming angry. "Yeah, that's what I said," Bakugo says. "I'm really starting to see why the captain almost killed this guy during the sports festival," he thinks. Team Jesse and Bakugo. Ready. Begin. Much later, the exam for Jesse and Bakugo was brutal, and as soon as it began, Jesse broke off from Bakugo, going his own way and managing to make it to the exit, ultimately securing the victory for him, while Bakugo tried to take on All Might alone and ended up being slammed into the ground and knocked unconscious by the symbol of peace. As Izuku is about to leave with Jesse, he opens his locker to find a mysterious letter with a heart on it. "What is it, sir?" Jesse asked, confused as Izuku opened it. "Meet me on the roof at 5:30, I want to reward you for everything you've been doing for the students," the note reads as he turns to Jesse. "Jesse, head on back to base, I'll join you later," Izuku says as Jesse nods. Izuku heads for the roof. Izuku soon arrives at the roof of UA only to see no one there. "Hello. I got your letter, who are you? This better not be a trick," Izuku says, becoming irritated. "Oh, I promise this is no trick, Midoriya." Izuku turns only to be completely shocked to see Midnight. "Midnight, what are you doing up here?" Izuku asks, confused, taking his helmet off. "What, were you expecting others? Perhaps Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, or Hagakure?" Midnight asks smiling. Izuku really isn't sure what to say as the older woman giggles. "You're so cute. Come here," Midnight says as she puts her hands on his cheeks and kisses him on the lips. Izuku tries to pull away only for the heroine to kiss him harder, even sticking her tongue in as she kisses the ARC captain passionately. She moans into the kiss, beginning to press her body onto his armored chest before releasing. "My, you are a dirty soldier," Midnight says. "Midnight," Izuku says, still in a daze. "Call me Nimari, hun," she says, licking his cheek, pushing him to the ground with the woman on top of him. "Why don't we have some fun?" she asks, smiling with lust in her eyes. "What the, first mount, lady, then Mirko, now Midnight. Why do all these heroines keep falling in love with me? Mineta and Kaminari would be so jealous." But just as Midnight is about to remove the armor between his legs, they hear what sounds like a gunship as the comm in Izuku's helmet beeps. "Captain, the gunship is here. Where are you?" Jesse asks. Izuku then gently pushes Midnight off of him before grabbing his helmet and putting it back on. "I'm on my way. Be there, shorty," Izuku says, leaving Midnight alone on the roof, horny and frustrated. "This isn't over, Captain Izuku. Soon I will have a lot of fun with you," she thinks with a sadistic smile. Later that night, Kamino World. A young man in his 20s with long dyed black hair with purple wrinkled chin that's attached by surgical staples makes his way to the hideout of the League of Villains, not knowing he is being tracked and watched by 4 elite commandos. "Boss, I have a visual." The guy matches Captain Deku's description aside from the hair. Commando Sev says, "That must be Toya then. We should contact Captain Deku and ask what he wants us to do." Scorch says as boss nods in agreement. Later, Izuku speaks with the members of Delta Squad via hologram. "Captain, we believe we've found Toya Todoroki." Boss reports, "Is it confirmed?" Izuku asks. "Negative. His body dose match the description you provided, but his hair is black, so we can't be sure yet." Boss says. Izuku thinks for a moment before speaking. "Follow him and see where he's going. If you find anything suspicious, report back immediately." Izuku orders. "Yes, sir." Boss says as turning off the halo projector before turning to his squad. "Deltas, move out." Boss orders as he, Fixer, Scorch and Sev continue to track the black-haired man. Republic Commando theme plays. The next day, the students of Class 1A are back in their classroom. Some are excited about the exam results, but others are depressed. In this case, Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Sato. "Guys, I can't wait to hear your stories from camp," Mina says, crying comically while the others that failed are depressed. The door then opens, revealing Izuku, who walks over to them. "Calm down. Besides, it's still too early to be sure. Things can change at the last minute," he says. "Look, Captain, I understand your attention, but it's better to just stop." Shiro says depressed. "Midoriya, we didn't pass the practical exam, unlike Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. So in other words, goodbye camp and hello hell at school." Kaminari says, poking Izuku's helmet. "Easy Denki, I'm not even sure if I passed. My team only passed thanks to Mineta while I was sleeping, so we don't know how they're going to score." Shiro says, "If you feel bad for us, then bring us loads of presents." He yells as comical tears fall from his eyes just before Izuku punches Kaminari, shocking everyone. "OWW, why did you do that?" Kaminari whines, holding his cheek. "Pull yourself together," Izuku says, smiling under his helmet as Aizawa enters the classroom. "When the bell rings, you sit at your seats," he says, seeing everyone sitting with Captain Deku standing at attention. "First of all, good morning. Unfortunately, we have some students that didn't pass the exam, but fortunately, everyone is going to camp," he says with a bizarre smile. Mina, Shiro, Kirishima, and Kaminari are surprised but relieved. "Really?" Mina asks with tears in her eyes. "Yes, you had low grades, but they didn't have any 0 marks on the written part, but Kaminari, Kirishima, Ashido, Sato, and Bakugo failed the practical exam." "What?" Bakugo shouts, making Izuku chuckle under his helmet. "Oh man, I was suspecting that," Shiro says with his head down. During the exam, Problem Soldier and the teachers created opportunities for each pair of students to win while watching to see how you would do on the assignment. Otherwise, most of you would be stuck here before you started. Aizawa says, "So when you said you were going to go all out, that was just a strategy to worry you. This camp will serve as a strengthening ground. Those who failed need to increase their strength there. In other words, it was a rational falsehood," Aizawa says, smiling strangely again. Rational falsehood. Mina, Sato, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Shiro think. "I was tricked again. UA is amazing, but, if you keep deceiving us, we'll end up losing faith in you both," he says. Iida, calm down a bit. Ochako says, "I was following orders." Izuku says, shrugging, "I'll take that into consideration, but I wasn't Liang. Failure is failure, and everyone who failed will have extra classes, and it will be harder than any class during the summer." Aizawa's words made everyone who failed turn pale. Later, "Sorry I can't join you for lunch today. I'm having a study session with some friends. Love you, Izuku, I can't wait for our next date." Pink heart throwing kisses, Izuku says, reading Mawata's text message before putting his phone in his belt before grabbing a tray of food. "Oh, Izuku over here." Izuku turns to see Nejire together with Mirio, Tamaki, and a pink-haired girl. He does not recognize Nejire, Mirio, Tamaki. "Good to see you," Izuku says. Yeah, it's been a while Deku, sit down and join us. Miro says as Izuku nods, seating next to Nejire and taking off his helmet to eat. Hey Izuku, how have you been? Did you have to take the final exams? Have you missed me? Nejire says, getting in Izuku's face asking tons of questions. Hee. Izuku chuckles while it can be overwhelming. Izuku finds Nejire's need to ask tons of questions cute. I'm fine, thank you, Nejire, and you are? He asks, turning to the pink-haired girl. I'm Yu Haya, I'm Nejire's best friend, so you're the trooper Nejire keeps talking about. Nejire blushes, embarrassed as Izuku chuckles. Hey Deku, me, Tamaki, Nejire, and Yu are going shopping together. Tomro, since it's our day off, want to join us? Mirko asks. Yeah, will you go with us, please? Nejire asks with adorable puppy eyes. Izuku blushes, looking away, making Yu look at the two suspicious, remembering that Nejire dressed as a cheerleader during the sports festival and kissed the ARC captain's helmet. Okay, sure. Izuku says. Yay, Nejire says, hugging onto Izuku's arm, making Mirko and Tamaki chuckle while Yu looks at the two. Yeah, she's totally in love with him, she thinks eating. I've never been to a mall before Captain. Commander Appo says. Yeah, it's the first time for me, too. Jessie says. Well, it's not just new for you two. It is for me as well. Izuku says, standing in the mall next to his two best troopers, getting looks from people because of their armor. Izuku and his men turn to see Momo together with Ochako, Koika, Toru, and most of the students from Class 1A with Bakugo and Todoroki absent, with Todoroki visiting his mother together with Natsuo and Fuyumi. While Bakugo just didn't want to come. What are you guys doing here? Izuku asks, confused, not expecting to see them today. Yesterday, we all agreed to go shopping and hang out at the mall. Why are you, Appo and Jessie, here? Momo asks. A few friends of mine invited me to the mall, so I decided to invite Jessie and Appo as well, mostly for security. Izuku says. Hey Izuku. Izuku and everyone turns to see Nejire happily waving at them with Miro, Tamaki, and Yu behind her. Momo and the girls frown, especially Koika, who's looking at Nejire's breasts. She sighs in sadness before she remembers Izuku's words. Stop comparing yourself to other girls. You shouldn't be doing that. All of you are attractive in your own ways, and the body is just a detail, even if you're not like them. That doesn't make you ugly or less attractive. Even my men in the 501st would agree. You have your own beauty, that's what makes you unique, which isn't a bad thing. He said as Koika blushed from the memory. Glad you made it, but who are they? Mirko asks, confused. This is Commander Appo, and Lieutenant Jessie. I figured I'd bring them along with me. He says as the two stand at attention. Okay, so where should we go first? Yu asks as Nejire hugs onto Izuku's arm. I'm gonna go with Izuku. She says. Izuku suddenly feels nervous as he turns to see dark auras of jealousy, coming off of Momo, Ochako, and the other girls, while Mineta cries tears of blood seeing Nejire hug onto the ARC captain. Okay, I need a new backpack. Koika says, turning to Momo. How about we go together? I think I need one too. Where can I get a kit and small drill? Mineta asks, making Izuku irritated. Jessie, go with Mineta. Make sure he doesn't buy or do anything perverted, and if he tries going into the girls' changing rooms, beat him up. Izuku orders. With pleasure, Captain Deku. The ARC lieutenant says, standing behind Mineta with his hands on his DC-17 pistols, making him nervous. I don't have any outdoor sneakers, so I need to buy new ones. Kaminari says. Good idea, I better get some myself too. Toru says. The guide said to take already broken-in shoes. Iida says before stopping a moment to think. Wait a minute, maybe it's a mistake not to take in the account usefulness. He says. Is he always like that? Appo asks as Izuku and Nejire look at Iida. Most of the time, yes. Izuku says. He kinda reminds me of Dogma. Appo says as Izuku sighs, remembering the trooper that followed all orders blindly under the command of the pro-hero Palm Krell during the battle at Umbara Forest. Yeah, he kinda does, but Iida isn't that bad. He's a good person once you get to know him. Izuku says, smiling at the class representative. Looks like we all want to go do something different. How about we make an appointment and meet back here at 3 o'clock? Understood. All the students say as they leave. I agree with them. Najire will meet back here at 3, have fun with your boyfriend. Yu says, leaving with Mirio and Tamaki. Boyfriend. Ochako shouts internally still there as Najire blushes. Izuku turns, looking around, getting Appo's attention. What is it, Deku? He asked, confused. Izuku glares, lowering his macrobinoculars, looking around. He could have scored. He felt someone watching them. Commander, follow Mirio, Tamaki, and Haya, make sure nothing happens. Izuku says, yes, sir. The commander says, leaving Izuku, Najire, and Ochako alone. Well, it looks like it's just us 3 now. Izuku says, yes. Anyway, guess I'll go somewhere with Najire. What are you going to get, Ochako? Oh, I just need bug spray. She says before remembering what Aoyama said. Is it because you like him? Ochako blushes and runs away while saying, yes, I just need bug spray. She screams, running away. Are you saying I'm a bug? Izuku asks offended. You're so stupid, Aoyama. It's that at all, I think. Ochako thinks running. Well, it looks like it's just us now, Izuku. Najire says, smiling. Yeah, I guess so. Izuku says, well, come on, let's have some fun. Najire says, pulling the ARC captain's arm excited. Later, so what do you think? Do you like it? How do I look? Najire asks, wearing a blue bikini that matches her hair. It looks really good on you. Izuku says, grateful his helmet is on as he tries his best not to look at Najire's boobs. Najire smiles, happy. Okay. I'm gonna buy it. She says, going back into change as Izuku sighs. Before he notices Ashido, go into one of the changing booths and after a few minutes comes out wearing a blue bikini looking at herself in a mirror and sighing in sadness. Hey Ashido, Izuku says. Midoriya, what are you doing here? She asked, surprised and a little nervous. Sorry, I just came here with Najire. I'm waiting for her, Izuku explains. Oh, okay, so how do I look? It's pretty weird, right? She asks. What do you mean by that? Izuku asks, confused. Oh, it's because of my appearance, which is not as human as most girls, which makes me feel weird, especially with the way people look at me. She says with a dejected tone, which is not normal for her. Ashido, don't say that, I think you're very pretty. Izuku says. Huh, Mina says, surprised as Izuku takes off his helmet. Don't listen to what other people say, they're just words, but in my opinion, you're a very pretty girl, and your looks are a part of your charm, like your eyes, they complete the charm very well. Izuku says, not even blushing or embarrassed by what he's saying, looking her right in the eyes. Do you really think so? She asks, blushing surprised. Ashido, you are one of the most different and unique girls in terms of beauty and honesty. I think you should be proud of that. He says before smiling. Mina is blushing, feeling her heart beating fast before speaking to herself. I think I see now why Toru likes him so much, he's amazing. Thanks, Midoriya, she says with a big smile. Please call me Izuku, we're friends, right? Izuku asked. Yeah, friends, you can also call me Mina from now on. She says, blushing. Izuku nods before turning to leave but looks back at Mina one last time. You looked great in that bikini, by the way, Mina. He says, putting his helmet back on before going to rejoin Najire. Mina smiles dreamily as if an arrow just priced her heart. Is this what it feels like to be in love? She asks herself blushing before looking back at Izuku. Maybe soon, I'll give you a reward. Izuku, she says with a mischievous smile. Later, Izuku sighs, seating down and waiting for Najire, who had to use the restroom. Wow, a Japan trooper, that's fantastic. What? Izuku asks a hooded guy, puts his arm around Izuku's shoulder pauldron. You're Captain Deku, right, the one who won the sports festival. He lifted his hood, revealing his face shocking Izuku. Tomura Shigaraki. Izuku slowly reaches for his DC-17 pistols, ready to blast him. Before you try shooting me again, act natural, like we're old friends. I didn't come here to fight, I came here to talk, that's all. And why should I trust you? I have two of my best troopers here who will notice something is wrong once I don't report to them. Because I have commando droid snipers stationed on the roof, one false move, and the entire crowd will be shot at. I can also use my quick on any of them as well, and you remember how my quick works, right? Shigaraki says with a smile that annoyed Izuku. Even if they use their quicks, how will they keep smiling? In short, laws and rules are created based on people's morality. I would do that. Even if you shot me, I can manage to disintegrate at least one person. Which will make a little chaos in this place, and you don't want that, do you? He asked. Izuku, seeing no other way out of this and not wanting his men, friends, or anyone to get hurt, decided to do what Shigaraki said. What do you want to talk about? He asks, taking his hands off his holstered pistols. That's great, let's talk, he says, sitting down next to the ARC Trooper captain. First off, tell me something, why do you fight alongside the heroes? Knowing how corrupt they all are, he asks. I don't fight for the heroes, I fight to protect the people of Japan, and that includes the heroes. While I don't always agree or like some of them, they do outrank us troopers, and we have to obey them no matter what. Unless they are acting against Japan, then we will not follow them. Izuku says. Oh, I see, so tell me, what do you think is the difference between me and the hero killer? Shigaraki asks. What's the difference? I don't get you. While I didn't agree with the hero killer's attitude, I could at least understand him, but you're just a man-child, you just do everything for fun. The captain says. Quote. Shigaraki doesn't say anything as Izuku continues. Even though the hero killer acted wrongly for the most part, he kept to his beliefs, but compared to the armies of villains and battle droids, I've fought for 3 years, you're nothing. He days. Nothing. It makes sense now. You've lifted a 0 weight off my chest, Captain. The dots are connected, and I'm getting it now. The reason I hate Stain so much and the reason you irritate me so much, it's because of the influence, and above all, it's All Might's fault, he says with an evil smile. Izuku raises his eyebrow at the mention of his stepfather. That's what it was all about since the beginning. Influence. Because of All Might and your influence, this whole headache of mine was happening. Those people, he says, looking into the crowd. Those people smile like that because of the influence All Might has caused by smiling for no reason before looking at the green-marked trooper. I should thank you, Deku, because of you, I've finally found my conversation. You took a huge weight off my shoulders. He says. Izuku slowly reaches for his blaster pistols, ready to execute Shigaraki if necessary. Are you going to kill me? Do you want to take away the smiles of all these people? Do you want to do that, trooper? Izuku and Shigaraki turn to see Nejire looking at the two. What's going on? Who's he? She asked, confused. Sorry, I didn't mean to take you away from your girlfriend. He says, standing up and about to leave before whispering in his ear. If you or your men follow me, the droids on the roof will open fire. He whispers before leaving. Shigaraki then hits the microphone in his ear. Aim for the blue-haired girl. He orders, leaving the mall. Roger, a deep mechanical voice says. As one of the commando droids aims a sniper rifle at Nejire. In range, take the shot. The other with macrobinoculars says. Izuku immediately looks up to see the droids in the ceiling windows. Nejire, look out, Izuku shouts. POW. The droid fires, but Izuku shoves the wave motion girl out of the way, taking the blast and is sent flying back, hitting the ground. Izuku. Nejire screams as everyone turns to them. Commander Appo, who was nearby, heard the blast and immediately ran to see what happened before noticing the droids in the window. Jesse, we've got a problem. There are commando droids on the roof, and Captain Deku has been shot. Destroy them immediately. Appo orders. Jesse, hearing this, immediately heads for the roof, spotting the droids and opening fire with his DC-17 pistols, destroying them. Commander, the droids have been destroyed, but they could have called for backup. He says. Acknowledged. I'll contact command and request the rest of the 501st to come in as backup. In the meantime, get back here and help me with the captain. Appo orders. With Nejire and Appo, Izuku. Nejire shouts, crying, panicking. Miss Hato, you need to calm down. We will take care of this. Appo says before hitting the comlink in his helmet. This is Commander Appo. We've got a trooper down, I need a medical team immediately. Appo says as he begins taking off Izuku's armor to inspect the damage. Nejire, what's going on? Mirio, Tamaki, and Yuyu freeze when they see Nejire crying and screaming, and then they look at Izuku laying on the ground with a hole through his pauldron as the three stare in shock and horror. He saved me. Nejire yells as Yuyu immediately rushes to her friend's side. The students of Class 1A heard the blast as well, and when they see Izuku laying on the ground unconscious, they all freeze. Izuku. Momo screams running to him, with Ochako, Tsuyu, Koika, Toru and Mina behind her all crying. As the rest of the 501st arrives, Appo and Jessie take control of the situation. Everyone. Remain calm. Exit the mall. Troopers shout. That includes you all. Get out of here, we'll take care of the captain. Appo says. No. You can't do that. Nejire screams as Mirio and Yuyu hold her back. To their surprise, Appo and Jessie both resize their weapons at them. Leave now before we are forced to remove you yourselves. The commander orders. You heard the commander. Everyone, let's go. I'm sure the 501st will take good care of him. Iida says, trying to defuse the situation. As everyone leaves, Nejire, Momo, Ochako and the other girls look back at Izuku praying he's still alive. Todoroki smiles, having a decent conversation with his mother, Fuyumi and Natsuo, as his phone starts to ring. He looks down to see it's Momo. Momo, what is it? I'm visiting my mom. He says, but to his surprise, Momo is crying. Sniff. Shoto, it's Izuku, he's been shot. I'm at the hospital right now, Momo says, shocking him. Shot? What do you mean? He asks as Rei, Fuyumi, and Natsuo look at him, confused. We were at the mall and Shigaraki was there. He spoke to Izuku, then Hato Senpai came to see what was going on, and then droid snipers tried to kill her but Izuku took the shot, and now we don't know if he's even gonna live. Momo shouts, crying, I'm on my way now. He says immediately, grabbing his things and heading for the door. Shoto. Wait, what happened? Wasn't that Yaoyorozu? Fuyumi asks, confused. It was. Midoriya has been injured and may not survive. Shoto says. Both Fuyumi and Rei freeze, especially Fuyumi, who puts her hand over her mouth, holding back her tears. Is he gonna die? Fuyumi asks, tears forming in her eyes. I don't know, but I'm gonna be there for my friends. He says before exiting the room and literally running to the hospital. Back in the ward, Natsuo turns to see both his sister and mom crying. Izuku, please be okay. I can't lose you. I know you said you'd find Toya, but right now, I just need you to stay alive. If you survive, I'll cook you a big meal and confess my feelings for you. Fuyumi says to herself before walking out of the room to process what's happening, leaving Natsuo alone with his mother. Natsuo turns to see Rei looking at the Rindo flowers, tears falling down her cheeks. Natsuo has not seen her cry like this since the day Toya died. Mom, why are you crying? Natsuo asks, confused. Rei wipes the tears from her eyes, thinking for a moment before looking at her son with a serious look. Because I love that boy, she says. Natsuo's jaw hits the floor in shock. You love him? He asks. I do. For the first time I've fallen in love with someone and he isn't like your father at all, she says. Just outside the room, Fuyumi overhears their conversation and is shocked that her mom also liked the ARC Trooper captain. So we both love him. What are we gonna do? Us both dating him would never work. But I can't think about that right now. I just hope Izuku is alive and will recover, she thinks, scared and sad. At the hospital, beep, beep, beep. Ah, where am I? Izuku asked, opening his eyes. Izuku is suddenly hugged by both his mother and All Might, who's in his skinny form. I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you died from that shot. How could you be so reckless? His mother scolds while crying. I'm sorry. I just couldn't let Nejire get hurt. She didn't have any protection, but I had my armor, so I took the blast to save her. My boy, you scared us all to death. When Commander Appo called me and told me what happened, I immediately rushed to the mall. Shigaraki, did you find him? Izuku asked. No sir, we had several squads search the area but found no sign of him. Appo says. I can't move my arm. Izuku says in pain. You got shot right through your chest, and it would have gone straight through your heart if it had been 2 inches to the lift. It looks like your pauldron took most of the blast, saving your life. Jesse says. And what about Nejire and everyone else? Snr. Izuku turns to see none other, then Nejire Hado seating in a clear next to him asleep, realizing that she's holding his hand. She's been here the entire time and refused to leave your side. Inko says, smiling. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Iida, and everyone else are outside in the waiting room. We did have to use a little force to get them to leave the mall, though. Appo says, being honest to his commanding officer as Izuku nods understanding. Nejire then yawns, waking up, drool hanging off her mouth. Izuku! Izuku! She shouts, now fully awake, crying, hugging the ARC trooper captain. Waha! I thought you were gonna die. Nejire shouts, bawling her eyes out, crying on to his chest. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, it's my fault this happened to you. She yells, wiping some of the tears from her eyes. Nejire. Then, to everyone's shock, Izuku hugs the wave motion girl with his good arm tightly. It wasn't your fault, I was just doing my duty as a soldier to keep you safe. That's what I was trained to do. Nejire looks at Izuku a moment before looking down, then turning to Toshinori, Inko, Appo, and Jesse. May I please speak to Izuku alone for a moment? She asks. Appo and Jesse nod, leaving immediately, while All Might and Inko are reluctant, but agree to leave as well, giving the two some privately. Nejire? Izuku asked, confused. Then, to Izuku's complete shock, Nejire takes hold of his face and kisses him on the lips, not too hard as MT. Lady in Midnight, and not as soft as Mawata's, but as filled with love for the green armored trooper that saved her life. Nejire then releases from the kiss, leaving the ARC captain shocked and dazed. Nejire, he asked. I love you. What? Izuku asks, confused. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. She shouts repeatedly, crying. Nejire. Izuku is not sure how to respond to this. He's already in a relationship with Mawata. He has been kissed by several heroines and knows that Momo and maybe even some of the other girls in Class 1A love him as well. What is he supposed to do? Izuku doesn't want to break the girl's heart. She's been through enough today, but if he accepts, he would be betraying Mawata. Nejire. It's okay. I already talked to Fuwa about it, she says, and suddenly the door opens, revealing none other than Mawata herself. Mawata, Izuku says, surprised. Hey Izuku, she says, smiling before seating next to the two before kissing Izuku's cheek. So yeah, Nejire-senpai came to me and explained what happened. At first, I was horrified and angry, but then she explained everything, and so. Izuku is shocked as both Mawata and Nejire get on top of him. We agreed to share you. Is that okay with you? Mawata asks, smiling lovingly at him. Please, Izuku, Nejire asked with her big adorable eyes. Okay, but I'm telling you both this, the life I live is dangerous, and there's always a chance I could die in battle, but if you two both love me, then I will accept Nejire into our relationship. Izuku says with his hand over his neck. Nejire and Mawata both smile, each kissing his cheek as Izuku's face turns bright red, but then he looks down in guilt, knowing that he has yet to tell them about fives and the inhibitor chips implanted in all soldiers including himself. The three turn, and are shocked to see the students of Class 1A expect Bakugo, with all of them having different expressions on their faces. Kaminari and Mineta are crying tears of blood, jealous that Izuku has two beautiful girls on top of him, while Ochako is shocked. A dark aura of jealousy comes off of Momo as she glares at Nejire and Mawata, thinking of ways to get them away from her. Izuku making them nervous, with Toru, Mina, Tsuyu and Koika having similar thoughts as Shoto chuckles. You're all here, why? Izuku asked, confused that they would all be here for him. Of course we would be here. You're our friend, and we care about you. Toru says, pushing her jealousy. But, I'm just a soldier, I'm meant to be expendable. Izuku says, looking down, knowing that him, Appo, Jesse, all his men in the 501st and the whole Grand Army of Japan are viewed as nothing more than prices on a chessboard, easily replaceable. That's why Izuku cares so much about the men under his command. To him they are his brothers and his family. You really think that? Todoroki asked, looking at the ARC captain. We troopers are trained for the sole purpose of fighting and winning battles and to view ourselves as nothing more than parts of a greater whole. No one in command truly cares about us, not Palpatine, not the Safety Commission, even most of the heroes view us as lesser than them. Other than my trainer Alpha 17 and the friends I made in his training program, no one cared about me. I'm just a quickless freak who should have died in battle a long time ago. Smack. Everyone is surprised by the fact that none other than Toru smacked Izuku hard enough to leave a handprint. Stop talking like that. We care. She shouts, crying before hugging him. You're more than just a soldier, Izuku. You've done so many incredible things. You're not a soldier. You're a hero. Toru says. Izuku just looks at her, holding his cheek stunned. Then Mawata leans in, kissing his hurt cheek before hugging onto him. She's right, Izuku. To me, you're not some expendable soldier trained for war. You're my boyfriend. We love you, she says, smiling as Nejire hugs him as well. Yep, you're amazing, Izuku, she says, smiling brightly. Izuku smiles weakly before looking down and then at Momo, who smiles, having a blush on her cheeks with no words needing to be said between the two. They both already know how they fell for each other. Momo just has to tell him how she feels, while Izuku will have to talk to Mawata and Nejire, but in the meantime they are both okay with how things are between them. Thank you, all of you, I care about each and every one of you as well. Izuku says as Mawata, Nejire, Momo, Ochako, and the girls all hug him tightly. Shoto, Iida, Tokiyami, and the other boys aside from Kaminari and Mineta smile, thinking the same thing. Looks like Midoriya really does have a harem after all, they all think, wishing him good luck. After a few days, thanks to Recovery Girl, Izuku was healed now, aiding Commander Cody's 212th Attack Battalion at a bride going into Urbana City. Pick your targets. Ah! A pilot in a Japanese ARC-170 fighter shouts, being shot out of the sky, crashing into one of the beams supporting the bridge. Take cover! Take cover! Cody shouts, firing at the army of battle droids in front of him. Look out! Look out! Men down! Troopers shout as AAT hover tanks fire their cannons. Aim for their eyes. Ah! A trooper shouts, being hit by enemy fire. As one of the tanks fire about to hit Commander Cody. Ah! The commander shouts in fear, covering his helmeted face, but then... Carolina smash! A voice shouts laterally, punching the blast, saving the commander. All Might! Cody shouts, surprised. Cody, get down! All Might's booming voice says as two take cover behind a downed Tay Walker. Things seem to be going wonderful on this front. The symbol of peace says sarcastically. It's no good, we can't locate the tactical droid. He's staying out of sight. Cody informs All Might as another blast strikes, killing more troopers. Damn it, Master, Midnight, son, where are you? All Might asks, annoyed. Right here, hun. As the #1 hero and martial commander turn to see Midnight approaching. Hee, what are you two doing down there? She asks while moving her head to avoid being shot. We are taking cover, now get down. All Might says, really? You can't be serious, there's only 1,000 enemies down there tops. She says, beginning to walk towards the enemy. Midnight, what are you up to? Where's Captain Deku? All Might asks, worried. Don't worry, big guy, your son already finished our battle, so we decided to come help you with yours. Midnight says, you know you're overdoing it, again. Toshinori says, annoyed. Oh, well, if you want I can hide here with you and let all those innocent people in the city suffer longer. Midnight days. Now Midnight, you know I want to save them. ISRAND for justice. All Might says, then let's do things my way and help them now. She says, becoming serious. Alright, what is your plan? Stay here, Nimari says before going down to face the droid army alone, making All Might and Cody look at each other. One target approaching. We can't hit it. Identify target. A battle droid commander says, looking through his macro binoculars to see Midnight approaching. Ceasefire, all batteries take aim at the heroine. As all the droid soldiers and tanks point their weapons at Midnight. Ready, aim. Hold your fire. I have come to surrender. Midnight says, putting her hand over her head. Surrender? That's a relief. Notify the tactical droid. The droid commander says, your focuses have fought violently and I must say we were completely overwhelmed by your superior firepower. Call me impressed. From the corner of the bridge holding on to one of the beams is Gran Torino as he looks down to see Captain Deku and the rest of the 501st holding on underneath. Gran Torino, how much longer are we stuck down here? Izuku asks. Just a bit longer. Hold your position, he says. Okay, I'll tell the boys. All right men, hang on a little longer. Yes sir. Appo, Jesse and the rest of the 501st say in pain holding on. So I glady surrounded to you, so please be gentle with me and my men. Midnight says in a sultry voice. As Midnight is speaking, the tactical droid walks on to the command post. Why have you ceasefire? The pro-heroine Midnight has surrendered to us, Commander. There he is, Midnight says smiling. It's a trap. You fools, open fire. Old men now, Midnight shouts looking at Gran Torino. You heard her. Go, go, go. Gran Torino orders to Deku and his men as they come out of hiding. Midnight smiles watching as Izuku and the 501st wreak havoc for the droids, as Izuku fires his DC-17 pistols hitting the tactical droid. As All Might and Commander Cody watch in complete surprise. From their homes Momo, Shoto, Ochako and everyone watch the battle in awe amassed by Midnight's tactics and the skill of the Japanese troopers, including a blonde-haired girl with glasses watching from her home on I Island, Melissa Shield. All Might, Cody asks eager to join the fight. Ha ha ha. Yes Cody, you may join the fun as well. All Might says with a big smile. Yes sir, blast them. Cody shouts as and his men rush in to join the 501 Street. Music plays. Let's go. Troopers shout running as gunships open fire. All Might walks next to Nimari and Gran Torino as Captain Deku lands next to them. Well done Izuku, you were incredible. Midnight says hugging the ARC captain from behind before whispering to his helmet. We never did finish our business on the roof the other day, why don't you come by my office later, she says, making the ARC captain blush red under his helmet. Just then All Might suddenly gets a call on his phone. A phone call is here, a phone call is here, a phone call is here. Seriously, he uses his own voice as his ringtone. Izuku and Nimari think comically, sweat dropping. Yes, Melissa, how are you? All Might ask. Who's Melissa? Izuku thinks confused. Yes, I'll be on my way soon, but I must tell my girlfriend first, and also I'll be bringing someone close to me and a FRW friends of his. I'll see you soon, All Might says, ending the call before looking at Izuku. Son, would you, Commander Appo, and Jesse be willing to come with me to I Island? What? Izuku asked confused. All Might, Izuku, Jesse, and Appo all set together in a private jet flying at high speeds as Izuku and his men load and check their weapons as Izuku holsters his pistols. Captain. All Might. There it is, Jesse says as they all look out the window to see the island below. The floating city, I Island, home to over 10 million scientists. Appo says in awe as Izuku puts on his helmet. Attention passengers, soon, the plane will land on I Island. The pilot says. All Might then transforms into his muscular form. I'll have to stay in my muscular form at all times, son, you, and your men have everything correct. Yes, sir, the three troopers say, rising their carbines. All right, let's get ready. All Might says as the jet lands in the airport as the three exit the jet. As the four enter the airport, people give Izuku and his men strange looks because of their appearance as they walk behind All Might like they're ready to blast anyone who gets near the symbol of peace. Son, what is this island really for? Well, according to military files, I Island was created to gather and research quirks and to create new support gear for heroes. This mobile island was created to protect the research being done from villains and enemy forces. The security system are equivalent to that of Tartarus. Ha ha ha, correct son, All Might says as they exit the airport. Izuku, Appo and Jesse look around impressed. This place is like a huge amusement park with all kinds of sights, exhibitions, and huge water fountains, among other amazing sights. Unlike Japan, here the people are allowed to use their quirks freely, but of course only from the island's borders. This place is full of demonstrations. You three can check them out later if you want. But first let's get to the hotel. Then, a woman who is a tour guide came over to give his instructions. Hello, welcome to It's All Might. She yells loud enough to get everyone else's attention as a huge crowd circles around the father and kids. All Might seem to be enjoying it, but Izuku and his men not so much. Izuku sighs before nodding to his men before Appo raises his carbine and firing a few shots into the air to get their attention. Step aside. No one is allowed near All Might. Izuku yells as he and his men point their weapons at them as they quickly back away. Was that necessary? All Might asks. You're the one who wanted us as your bodyguards, so yes, it is, we're just doing our jobs. Jesse says. Suddenly, they hear what sounds like a pogo stick. What the hell is that? Appo asks, confused. Uncle, Might, you're here. As they turn to see a blonde girl jumping from her pogo stick and hugging All Might. Melissa, it's so good to see you. All Might says, laughing as Izuku and his men look at each other shrugging. I'm so glad you're here. She says, smiling. I was so happy for the invite and look at you. I almost didn't recognize you. What have you been eating that made you grow up so fast? He asks in joy. Uncle, I'm 17 now. I've grown a lot since the last time I saw you, and I bet I'm pretty heavy. Nonsense, you're as light as a feather. All Might says, smiling. Anyway, where's Dave? Is he hiding out here somewhere? He asks, looking around. Oh, he's back in his lab as usual. He had a breakthrough on something he's been researching for years. In fact, he doesn't even know that you're here. It's a surprise to celebrate his work. She says with a small smile with her finger in front of her mouth as a gesture that she didn't say anything. Scientists and their top secret projects, ha ha ha. Ahem. Izuku says as they turn to look at the three troopers behind them. Are we going to be here all day? Izuku asks, annoyed with his men nodding in agreement. Oh, son, young troopers, sorry hee. I want you all to meet my friend's daughter Melissa. Oh son, sorry, hee. I want you to meet my friend Dave's daughter, Melissa. Son, Melissa asked, confused, looking at her uncle. He is my girlfriend Inko's son, which technically makes me his stepfather. All Might explains before looking at the three Japanese troopers. Melissa, this is Captain Deku, also known as Izuku Midoriya, that's Commander Appo, and Lieutenant Jesse. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Melissa Shield. She says, shaking hands with all three of them. You too, Melissa, Izuku says. You're the boy who won the sports festival and had that epic battle with that ice kid. I saw it on TV. I also saw you serving under Uncle Might and Midnight at your bnha. She says. Izuku nods as he takes off his helmet to show her his face. Oh my, he's much more handsome in person. She thinks with a slight blush. Izuku and his men are three of the most elite officers I've ever seen, and one will one day make great heroes. All Might says. I doubt that. The three think as Melissa gets closer to Izuku. You must have a promising future. She says, making the captain blush. Will, yeah, I guess, I already have over 10 years worth of training, but I guess I still have a lot to learn. We all do. Izuku says, looking at his men. So what kind of quick do you have? She asked, beginning to inspect his armor. Melissa's question makes the three troopers freeze. I'm quirkless, he says, looking down. His answer immediately gets her attention. Really? That's amazing. I'm quirkless, too, she says, smiling. What? Really? That's interesting, he thinks as she continues to look at his armor. Your armor is really cool. Dual holsters, protective wasp cape, advanced helmet with macro binoculars. She says, standing around him. She's so close. On the outside, Izuku shows a neutral expression on his face, but inside, he's panicking as Appo, Jesse, and All Might sweat drop. They seem to be getting along already. Jesse and Appo think as All Might lets out a fake cough. Melissa, I think it's time we go, don't you agree? He says. Oh yes. Sorry I got too curious and distracted. She says with a slight blush on her face, picking up her pogo stick and turning into a capsule as the group walks with her to David Shield's lab. Elsewhere, a man is looking at a picture of All Might back when he was in his prime. Excuse me, David, I have finished putting the equipment on. Thank you so much, Sam. David Shield says, thanking him. Why don't you take some time off and spend time with your daughter? I can't, she's busy at the academy. But I thought they were off because of iExpo. He asks, confused. You know my daughter, she is always hard-working. David says proudly, and you know me well, after all I am your daughter, for the good and bad. The two turn to see Melissa at the door. Melissa, he asked, surprised. Hello Miss Shield, good to see you. Sam says, it's good to see you to Sam, and thank you for looking after my family, as only he knows how to work non-stop. She says, making David a little embarrassed. Don't over-exaggerate, I'm not that old, but tell me what you are doing here. Well, since you completed your research, I decided to invite some friends to celebrate with us. Really? Who? Someone you know quite well. She says before turning to the door. David turns and is shocked by who he sees. That's right, I am here shacking with emotion for this reunion. All Might says while Izuku and his men stand back. Toshi. All Might. David was absolutely shocked to see his old friend in front of him. All Might. Sam says in shock. Ha ha ha, it's been too long my friend. All Might says, hugging David before releasing him. I came all this way to just see you. So, Dad, are you surprised? Melissa asks, smiling. Surprised and in shock too. He says, smiling. We all have Melissa to thank for that. We haven't seen each other in a long time, so long that you already have beard. Why am I feeling old with you saying that? He says as the two laugh. I'm so glad to see you again old friend. He says, showing his fist. I say the same. Oh, and I want to introduce you to some friends of mine. All Might says a little nervous as David turns to see Izuku and his men. Advanced Recon Commandos, some of the most elite and powerful soldiers the army has to offer. He says, the name's Deku, but call me Midoriya if you prefer. Meet Commander Appo and ARC Trooper Jesse. Izuku says as the two troopers nod. Then All Might begin coughing, something that only Izuku, Appo, Jesse, and David noticed. Look, me and All Might haven't seen each other in a while, Melissa. Why don't you go and show the three troopers the exhibitions on the island? Of course, I think that would be fun. Come on, you three, let's go. She says, pulling Izuku out the door with Appo and Jesse following behind them. Back inside the room, David turns to Sam. Sam, you should take a break too, enjoy it, and get some rest. Huh? Oh yes, thank you, David. He says, leaving the room. After leaving, All Might talk to David Shield. The four walk together as Melissa speaks up. Anyway, what should I call you? Do you prefer Captain, Midoriya, or Deku? Any of them, I don't mind. He says as they walk together. Okay, Deku, if I may ask, why do you have horns painted on your helmet? She asks, curious, looking at his helmet. They're not horns, they're jag eyes, markings I earned in battle. Izuku explains as they walk around the expo, seeing people using their quirks. I got to say, this is pretty cool, hard to believe everything is artificial. Appo says, amazed. They then walk into a facility where a bunch of hero items are on display. You know, most of these inventions were made by my father. Melissa says, smiling. You must be very proud of him. Jesse says as they look at all the inventions. That's because my dream is to be a great scientist just like him. She says, so you study here? Izuku asks, curious. Yes, and I'm in my senior year. You must be a real genius. He says, smiling. Hee hee. I still have a long way to go, honestly I think I need to study more. She says, blushing from his compliment. I get it, my men and I have spent the last decade training to be the best soldiers we can be. If we want to protect the people of Japan, then we have to keep getting stronger. Right boys? Izuku says with a closed fist, turning to his men. Sir, yes, sir. The two say, I'm sure you can, Deku. She says, smiling, which he returns. Looks like you're having fun, Deku. Izuku and his men turn startled, their weapons raised only to see Ochako. Ochako. Don't startle us like that. You could have gotten shot. What are you doing here anyway? Izuku asks, holstering his pistols. It looks like you're having fun. She says with a strange smile. You said that. Izuku, Jesse, and Appo say, shivering, but it only gets worse. Fake coughs, as they turn to see Momo as well. Momo, you appear to be having a good time, Izuku. She says with a jealous face. Izuku, I heard everything. Kyoka says, jealous, fiddling with her jacks. Good luck, Captain. Appo and Jesse think, stepping back, not wanting to get in between the girls and their leader. Deku, are these your friends? Melissa asks. Yeah, These are my friends, and I didn't exactly tell them we were coming. Anyway girls, this is Melissa, and she was showing us a bit of the expo. Izuku says, a bit nervous because of the aura releasing around Momo, Ochako, and Kyoka. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Melissa Shield, my father and uncle might are. She stops as Izuku and his men pull her aside. Listen, I think it's better not to tell them we're here with All Might. Jessie whispers as Izuku and Appo nod in agreement. But why? We have our reasons. It's better not to say anything, please. Izuku says. Okay, I won't say anything. Thank you, they say before turning back to the girls. How about we all go get coffee together? She asks as the girls nod. When they got to the cafe, the three girls kept asking how Izuku met Melissa, but once they all sat down, they started talking to Melissa and seemed to get along well. Wow, so you got to work with pro heroes? She asked, amazed. We just did training and a little patrolling. Ochako says. I helped in an incident involving hostages, though only with the evaluations. Juro says. Still, that's really impressive. Melissa says. I ended up doing a commercial for hair products. Momo says, embarrassed. But still, it must have been a whole new and amazing experience for you. She says, smiling, which Momo returns. And what about you three? Melissa asks, turning to the three troopers. I went to intern under Mirko, even though I am not a student. He says as Melissa's mouth opens, surprised. The rabbit hero, you must be really amazing to have gotten her attention. She says, smiling. Yeah, I guess. Izuku says, blushing slightly, remembering what happened at the end when she tried to take his virginity. Thanks for waiting, a familiar voice says, handing out drinks to the three ARC troopers. Thanks, Kaminari and Mineta, Jessie asked, surprised to see them here and dressed as waiters. What are you two doing here? Kyoka asked clearly, not happy to see them. They were in need of more people to work with, and since that means traveling here for free, so we both applied for the job. He says. Great, Appo says sarcastically. With this, we can explore the expo on our bracks and earn some extra money. Besides, we can meet some girls, he says as he and Kaminari both look at Melissa lustfully. Hey Midoriya, who is that hot babe? Mineta asks as he and Kaminari walk closer to her, to which Izuku and the troopers respond by pulling out their weapons, threatening to stun them if they make her uncomfortable as they freeze in fear. I suggest you two behave yourself or you're both going to end up in a world of pain. Izuku says as they gulp nervously. Yes, sir, they say as the girls smile, while Melissa winks confused. Are they also your classmates? She asks. Unfortunately they are, you might want to stay away from them. Kyoka says. Before Melissa can ask why, they hear the sound of someone running and that someone is Tenya Lita. What are you doing? Why are you loafing around during work? If you want to earn money, then get to work. Iida shouts, dragging the pair away, making Izuku and Izumi chuckle. You came here too? Ochako asked, surprised to see him. I come from a family of heroes, so it's to be expected that my family would receive an invitation for the expo, but my family is busy, so only I came. He says, moving his arms. I got an invitation because I won the sports festival, but I'm mainly here to act as a bodyguard and security. Izuku explains. I was invited because my father is a shareholder for one of the companies that sponsor the exhibition. Momo says. And since she had a few extra invasions, we girls fought to decide who would come with her, and in the end, Uraraka and I won. Kyoka adds on, remembering how they competed in Jokenpo to win. The other girls are here but can't visit the preview. Ochako says. We are planning to look at the expo tomorrow when it opens to the public. Momo says. I'd be happy if I were to be the guide for you all. She offers as they smile. Really? We would love that. Ochako says, smiling before they suddenly hear a loud explosion to see it coming from a big field as we arrive to see what's happening. And with a time of 33 seconds, he's in 8th place. As they look on the screen to see familiar red hair. Looks like Krishima's here too. Izumi says. Is he from your class as well? Melissa asks. Yeah, he's in our class. She says. And now, please welcome our new challenger. As we look at the entrance, much to Izuku and the troopers' sadness, Bakugo. The attack challenge is about to start. Ready, begin. With that, Bakugo quickly started boosting himself and proceeded to destroy every single robot in range, ending the challenge. Impressive. In just 17 seconds, he's now in first place. Hey, Bakugo, what do you want, shitty hair? Isn't that Midoriya, his men and the girls over there? He asks, pointing to the stands. What? He yells before turning to where Kirishima is pointing. Bakugo then flew towards them. What are you doing here, Deku? He shouts, angry. Hello to you too, asshole. Izuku says, glaring. Answer my question, you trash. He shouts, coming closer. Don't you remember that I got first place in the sports festival? Because of that, I was invited. I don't know why they let a piece of shit like you come here. Izuku says coldly, what did you call me? He yells as Jesse and Appo raise their weapons. Go on, toic him. It will be the last thing you do before you're sent to the hospital. Jesse says coldly as Bakugo stands down. Why is he so mad? Melissa asks. That's something I want to know, too. Kyoka says, glaring at Bakugo as Momo turns to Kirishima, who joins them. Kirishima, you were invited to the Expo as well. Momo asks. Well, since Bakugo got 6th place in the sports festival, he got 2 invitations to come here, so I joined him. By the way, are you and your men going to do the villain challenge, Midoriya? Villain challenge? Izuku asks, confused. Don't even think about it, Deku, there's no way you can get a better score than me. Alright, we're participating. Izuku says. Yeah, now you're talking. Jesse says excitedly, eager to fight. Let's do this. Appo says, ready to blast some droids. Izuku, Jesse, and Appo enter the field, putting on their helmets, as Izuku lowers his macro binoculars as the girls cheer for them. Iida, Bakugo, Kirishima White. Looks like we have not just one but 3 new challengers at the last minute. Ready. Start. Izuku and his men blast forward using their jetpacks while firing blue blaster bolts before Izuku lands near a few of the robots and attacking them using his DC-17 pistols, before Appo throws EMP grenades or droid poppers, frying their circuits before Jesse jumps on top of one and fires a full blaster clip into it before turning to the last one, destroying it completely. Oh my, they finished them off in just 10 seconds. With that, they managed to take first place. Easier than the simulations, Izuku says, smiling under his helmet. Yeah, lousy clankers. Haha, let's go again. Jesse says excitedly. As the audience cheers, Bakugo is pissed that Izuku beat him again. Deku, you and your men were incredible. Ochako says excitedly as he removes his helmet. Indeed, that was a great display, as to be expected from you and your soldiers, Midoriya. Iida says, smiling. Yes, you all did an amazing job. Momo says, yeah, you were amazing. Kyoka says, blushing while playing with her jacks looking at Izuku. I agree with them, that was one of the most amazing battles I've ever seen. Melissa says, thanks, girls. Izuku says, smiling with a blush on his cheeks, rubbing the back of his neck as. Wow, what an amazing round. With 12 seconds, he is second place. What? Bakugo yells as they look to the field to see a huge glacier, making Izuku smile. Oh, look, Todoroki is here as well. Kirishima says, also smiling to see him, but Bakugo is pissed to see him since he also beat him as Todoroki makes his way over to them. Todoroki, there you are, I was wondering where you were. Izuku says, smiling, going over to his friend. Glad you made it, Shoto, Momo says next to Izuku. I'm here representing my father. He says neutrally as they join the others. Back in the central tower, All Might is being scanned inside a chamber while David Shield looks at the results. Once it's done, Toshinori exits the chamber. I don't understand, Toshinori. Your quirk levels are dropping rapidly. How is this possible? He asks, pointing to his computer. I know you were injured by that All for One villain, but these numbers are absurd. He says, worried as All Might cough. I guess after being a hero for so long, your body begins to fall apart. All Might says, Li Ying, I wish I could tell you about OFA, but if I do, you end up in the fight against All for One. He thinks, looking at David sad. At this rate, the symbol of peace will disappear. The only reason the crime rate is so low is because of you. David says, worried as All Might think of a way to ease his friend's nerves. Don't be so pessimistic, Dave. This wood is full of amazing people, and it's because of people like you who are supportive of me. Besides, I can still be All Might for a few hours a day. I'm not dead. And what if that monster returns? What if you can't save us this time? He asked. Dave, listen, even if that day comes, which it will, I don't intend to step down from my position. He says, smiling while thinking about Mirko. But more specifically, Izuku. There is still hope. For the future of OFA, a new kind of hero will rise in my stepson, and even if he doesn't take it, OFA will still be safe in young Tagata. He thinks as David sighs. So, you're dating the boy's mother, huh? Well, I'm glad you finally found someone who makes you happy. It wasn't easy, we had a very rough start, but we're closer than ever, and I'm considering proposing to her at the end of the summer. Toshinori says, shocking David. Well, I'm happy for you, Toshi. He says, smiling. I'm back with Izuku and his group. Quote, the group continued to walk around the expo while Izuku talked to Todoroki and the girls. The expo preview will close at 6 p.m. Thank you for your visit. Enjoy the rest of your night. The speaker says as we decide to head back to the cafe to meet with Kaminari and Mineta, who were exhausted. Man, I can't stand up anymore. The expo isn't even open to the public. If we're both like this, imagine what will happen tomorrow. Did you really have to say that? I don't even want to thank you for it. Kaminari yells, sad and worried. Hey Mineta, Kaminari. Jessie yells at them. The two then look up to see where the ARC trooper's voice came from and see her, Izuku, and the rest of the group. How was work? Izuku asks with a smile. You must be proud of your hard work today. Iida says, praising the two while showing them 2 tickets. What are these? Mineta asked, confused. These are tickets to the big reception tonight. Momo says. You mean a party? He asked as he and Kaminari began shaking. Are these 2 tickets for us? Kaminari asks. Yeah, Melissa felt sorry for you too, for some reason. Kyoto says disappointed. She thought you should take a break. Ochako adds. Well, I had a few extra tickets, and I don't see anything against you two going. I'd be happy if you came. She says as Kaminari and Mineta cry in joy. Kaminari. We found an angel. He shouts as the two hugs. An angel that rewards us for our hard work. Anyway, I heard that several pro heroes will be attending the party, so it's important we don't damage UA's reputation, so let's all go get dressed and meet at 8 o'clock at the central reception of the tower to enter together. Don't any of you be late. Iida says as they all nod. But as Izuku leaves with his men, they are contacted by David Shield, giving them new orders. At the hotel, in their room, Bakugo and Kirishima were getting ready for the party, or Kirishima was. Bakugo is laying on his bed. Why would I want to go to a stupid party? There's just going to be a lot of old people who don't even know why they're there, so it sounds like it's going to be boring to me. Bakugo says uninterested. Yeah, and there will be a lot of food to eat as well. Kirishima says, smiling. Still, there's no way I can even go. I didn't bring any fancy clothes with me. I knew that, that's why I got one for you too. Kirishima says, holding up 2 suits. Damn it, you got to be kidding me, shitty hair. Bakugo yells, annoyed, which Kirishima ignores. You're welcome. Besides, maybe you'll have fun. Uraraka will be there and will be wearing a dress. He says, smiling, making the explosive blonde look at him, finally convinced. With all might. I'll see you at the later, Dave. I look forward to partying with you. All Might says, smiling now in his hero suite. Meet a old friend. He says, smiling as All Might, who begins to leave. Toshi. David yells as All Might turns to him, opening the door. It's just I. Never mind, it's nothing. See you tonight. He says as All Might chuckles, leaving and closing the door as Dave sits at his desk looking at an old picture of All Might back in his prime, bringing back a lot of memories, such as when All Might saved him from that fire in the college building when their friendship began. It was him who created All Might's first hero costume, and he had done it with pride. With it, All Might saved so many lives back when they traveled together. I want to see a society where everyone can smile without fear. I want to be a symbol that shines brightly in this world of darkness. A much younger All Might says in his mind as he smiles before becoming serious. Even though the villains we hired are fake, I asked Captain Midoriya to guard Melissa throughout the night to keep her safe, while having Jessie and Appo be All Might's bodyguards. Just in case, he thinks before getting ready for the party. Later that night, Izuku Pav. Hey everyone, sorry for being late. Izuku says, coming out of the elevator still in his armor with his District of Columbia 15S and DC-17 pistols at the ready. Midoriya, you shouldn't be late like this, and why are you still in your armor? This is a formal party, and where are your men? Iida asked. Calm down, Iida, I'm not here to party. I'm here to provide security for Melissa and you guys. My men are doing the same for someone else. Izuku says, not wanting to mention All Might. Then the elevator door opens, showing Ochako in a beautiful pink dress, making Izuku blush under his helmet. Sorry I'm late, it took me a while to get ready. She says, embarrassed. Tonight is already awesome. Kaminari and Mineta yell, wow, thank God for my helmet. Otherwise, she'd see my blush. Izuku thinks as the elevator opens again and the elevator opens, revealing Momo in a green dress, Jiro wearing a pink skirt with a jacket on top of it. Sorry we're late, Jiro was a little embarrassed. Momo says, smiling with Kyoka hiding behind her as Momo walks over to talk with Izuku and Todoroki. Best night ever, Mineta and Kaminari yell, though I am kinda surprised you're not just wearing a shirt, Jiro. Kaminari says, yeah, I'm kinda surprised doesn't ruin your look, Jiro. Mineta says. Angered Jiro raises her jacks and stabs Mineta and Kaminari in the ears, making them yell out in pain. Idiots, she says, hurt by their comments. What was that for? Kaminari yells. What you said was offensive. Yeah, a cold voice says as Kaminari and Mineta turn to see Izuku, his carbine raised with a dark aura surrounding him. Apologize, now, Izuku demands as the two gulp before bowing to Kyoka. We're sorry, Jiro, you look more beautiful than anyone else here. Mineta yells as Jiro just slaps her hand over her face by their stupidity before looking at Izuku and smiling, a light blush on her cheeks. If you want my opinion, I thank you. You're all beautiful, Izuku making says Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka blush. Thank you, Midoriya, it means a lot coming from you. Kyoka says, blushing playing with her jacks. Thank you for your compliment, Izuku, though I must ask why, aren't you in a suite? Momo asks, confused. I'm acting as security for you and Melissa, I'm to make sure you all are safe tonight. My men are doing the same for someone else, orders from David Shield himself. Izuku says as they nod, understanding, but Todoroki can't help but think that sounds a little suspicious as Ochako walks over to Izuku. This is actually my first time in a formal dress, I just borrowed it from Yaoyorozu. She says, smiling, embarrassed. You look really good, like perfect. Izuku says, smiling under his helmet. Oh Deku. Stop, you don't have to flatter me so much. She yells, blushing up a storm. Uraraka, contain yourself. Iida shouts. The elevator door opens again as they turn to see Melissa in a blue dress, and to everyone, especially Izuku, she's beautiful. I'm so glad I found you. Come on, the party must have already started. Mineta, I'm seeing the sky. Kaminari says, crying while looking at Melissa. Tonight is full of babes. He says as Izuku hits him and Kaminari in the back of the head. Was it really smart to bring those two? Izuku asks. I'm wondering the same thing. Kyoka says, looking at the two perverts. Meanwhile, at the party, several professional heroes, scientists, and other guests were enjoying the party until the host spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand reception party of iExpo. We hope you are having a great night because tonight the #1 hero is visiting us from Japan. Come on All Might, the stage is waiting for you. Ha ha ha. Dave, I wasn't aware I would be speaking. You should have let me know. All Might says, whispering to Dave, nervous. Come on, man, you're going to have to get up there sooner or later. Besides, you knew this was going to happen as soon as they found out you were here. Okay, but you owe me one. He says, going to the stage with Commander Appo and ARC Trooper Jesse standing behind him with their DC-15S carbines ready, not knowing that a group of villains hacking the security systems. Hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It really is an honor to be here tonight. Anyway, I don't usually give speeches, but emergency. This is announcement from the island security system. We have been informed of an explosive found somewhere on the island. Your safety is our priority. Please everyone go back to their respective rooms. If there are still people on the streets they will be breaking the law. As a Pleasanton, all entrances will be locked. The entire place begins to sound. An alarm begins sounding as several guys with masks and guns enter the party, threatening people and taking hostages so the heroes can't do anything. Intruders, protect the party guests. Appo says as he and Jesse aim their weapons at the villains. Then, a tall man with dark red hair enters wearing a white coat and metallic mask, giving the impression that he is their leader. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In case you haven't noticed, the security system is under control now, so if any of you heroes try anything. The man then mentions to a monitor showing people surrounded by robots that appear to be sentries. I will make the sentinel robots mistake these civilians for criminals, so I would cooperate if I were you because you are all my hostages now. He says with an evil smile on his face. As soon as he said that, a restraint system activated, trapping all the heroes, including All Might, Jesse and Appo. Shit, All Might yells. Ah, I can't move. Appo says as he and Jesse try to break free, but when they try, the masked villain shots at the ceiling, making everyone freezes in fear. I wouldn't move if I were you troopers. One more step, I'll kill every one of you. Damn it, All Might says as he and the two ARC troopers are kicked to the ground. With the villains taking all the weapons from Jesse and Appo. Good boy, now if you value your lived, then do whatever I say, understand? Having no choice, the troopers and heroes complied and stood by, unable to do anything about it. All Might turned to Dave to see a serious look in his eyes, nodding for All Might to stand down as Toshinori turns to his men who are still trying to break free. Young troopers, stand down. All Might orders as the two reluctantly agree. Hey, what's going on? Kaminari asks, confused. I don't have any phone service. Iida says, fiddling with his cell phone. Looks like there's no service at all. Shoto says. Izuku then hits the comlink on his helmet, trying to get a hold of Commander Appo and Lieutenant Jesse. Jesse, Appo, report. Troopers come in. Izuku says, only to get no response. Comms are down, it's possible all services are being blocked. Izuku says seriously. Don't say that. Mineta says, getting scared. The elevator is not working either. Juro says, what's going on? Mineta yells, panicking. There's no way the system could be doing this. This isn't the protocol. If there's explosives on the island, then that means the island is under attack. Izuku tells them. What? Everyone yells. Melissa, is there another way to get down to the party venue? He asks. Yes, by the emergency stairs. It won't take us to the Great Hall, but it's close enough. That's good enough for me. Now let's move. Why do you want to go there? Koika asks. Because that's where All Might and my men should be as well. All Might's here too, Ochako yells. Good, then we don't have to worry about anything. Mineta says in relief. I wouldn't say that. Now come on, let's get going. Melissa, show us the way. Izuku says. Back at the party, back at the hall, the villains have their guns pointed at the hostages while making sure no hero tried anything. Don't worry, you all stay quiet, no one will get hurt, and when the time comes, you'll be free. The masked villain says. Why are you here? A pro-hero yells, only to be kicked by Wolfram. Didn't you hear me? I told you to be quiet. As he turns, approaching David's assistant Sam. You a researcher here, right? Why yes. Get him out of here. Yes, Wolfram, one of the henchmen says, taking Sam, who is terrified. Stop. David shouts at Wolfram. This man is my assistant. What do you intend to do with him? Will, if it isn't the famous David Shield, you're coming with us too. And if I refuse? He asks, making Wolfram look at him with a sly smile. Will, somewhere on this island, you're going to hear the screams of some innocents, maybe a certain blonde girl. Dave was annoyed, but, okay, I will, he says, leaving with the two villains. No, shit, Dave. I have to stop these villains and restart the system, but I don't know how much longer I can hold this form, huh? All Might, Jesse and Appo all look up to see a small reflection of light to see Captain Deku waving down at them. Captain, son, the three ask. Ready Koika? Yes, tell him he can talk now. She says, connecting her connectors to the ground to hear everything All Might say. All Might, talk quietly, we can hear you, Izuku says, and with a very low tone, he says. Son, I hope you Melissa and your friends are alright. I hope you can hear me like this. Some villains have taken control over the tower. They're holding the island's inhabitants hostage, including the heroes who came to the party. If you can call your higher-ups for reinforcements immediately. All comms are down. The only way to contact command is to reset the system. Captain, you're the only one who can do this, so be careful. Appo adds. Izuku nods, turning to Koika, nodding before leaving to rejoin the others. So what do we do now? Kaminari asks. If I only had a signal, I could contact command to bring in reinforcements, but with no signal, I can't contact anyone. I can't even call Mawata or Najire for help. Izuku thinks, tapping the side of his helmet. I say we run away from here as quickly as possible. Iida says. You're joking, right? Because there's no way in hell I'm running. My men are trapped down there and need my help. Izuku says, irritated. Izuku, I'm afraid I agree with Iida. We are still students, and we don't have our licenses to fight villains. Momo says, permission granted. Izuku says as they look at him confused. As an ARC trooper, I have the authority to allow you to use your quirks in emergencies. Izuku explains. Hold up, instead of fighting, why don't we head for the airport, Izuku? You know how to fly a jet, right? You can get us out of here. Kaminari says. Even if we do that, getting off the island won't be easy. The security systems here on the level of Tartarus prison, where some of the world's most dangerous criminals are held. Exactly, so we should stay here. Kaminari says. Are you kidding? We have to do something. Hyoka yells. Are you crazy? Those villains managed to defeat All Might, and the rest of the heroes, we have no chance at stopping them. Mineta yells, afraid. Even so, I'm still going. I can't abandon my men. But Captain, weren't your orders to protect us? Iida asked. Yes, they are, but as it is my duty to protect you all, it also my duty to save and protect those hostages, including my men and Mr. Shield. Izuku says. Deku, are you sure about this? Ochako asked, worried. More than sure. Besides, I'm not alone. I have you all, and like I said, I give you permission to use your quirks. I'm in. Todoroki says without hesitation. I can also help. You will need my power. Momo says, smiling at her friend Crush. I'll help too. Hyoka says, looking at Izuku smiling. I'll help too. I know where the security system is. It's on the top floor of the tower. If the criminals are there, then that means they can detect us. What do you suggest? Izuku asks, turning to her wanting her opinion. They haven't found us so far, so that means they don't know how the security system works. And when we get there, we can restore all systems, and the island will be safe. Ochako says, yes, and I know how to restore the system, so you'll need me. She says with a determined smile. Will, I don't like it, but if everyone is going, then I'll go too. Iida says, I hope I don't regret this, he says, nervous. If you already have a plane, then I can help. Kaminari says, once we're on the top floor, leave the villains and other threats to me. Izuku says, setting his District of Columbia 15's carbine to stun and heading it to Melissa. Think you can handle a blaster? Don't worry, it's set for stun. Izuku says as Melissa smiles, raising the weapon. I'll manage, she says. All right then, Izuku says, lowering his macrobinoculars, and whipping out his DC-17 pistols. Let's get this done and save everyone out there. Go beyond, he says as the others finish it. Plus Ultra, they yell at the same time. With everyone agreeing to the plan, Izuku and his group make their way up the stairs, and at the moment they're at. This is already the 13th floor. Iida says, Melissa, how many floors are in this tower? Izuku asks, turning to the blonde girl who is sweating along with the rest of the group. 200 floors. What? The others yell shocked. That's a lot of stairs to climb. Mineta says, come on, everyone, we gotta keep moving. Izuku says as they continue climbing, reaching floor 70 tired and exhausted but are shocked to see a metal door blocking our way. Why have we stopped? Koika asks. The rest of the way is blocked. Iida says, I suggest Momo creates some detonators, and we blast it down. Izuku says, no, if we do that, the security system will alert the villains that are here. Melissa warns, hey, there's another door over here. Why don't we go through it? Everyone turns to see there is, in fact, another door as Mineta is about to open, but the problem is that. Mineta, stop, Izuku yells about to grab him. Wait, Melissa yells. But it was too late that Mineta ended up activating the systems and alerting the villains as we looked at him in disbelief. Mineta, you fool, I swore to God, if we survive, I'm going to kill you later. Izuku yells, making Mineta gulp. The control room. What is it? One of the henchmen asks. A door on the 70th floor just opened. The other says, looking at the computer. What do you mean? I thought we checked every floor. He says, looking at the screen to see Izuku and his group running down a hall. In the hall where the party was happening, Wolfram is informed and says, use the barriers on the 80th floor. You two go over there and take the reinforcements with you. Don't let the ARC trooper and brats escape. He says to the two henchmen who leave as ordered. What are they doing? What are they after? Be careful, Izuku, Melissa, and young people. Villains can be cunning. All Might thank himself overhearing what Wolfram said. He was worried, but knowing that his students have Izuku with them, he has faith they can do it. With Izuku, is there another way up? Todoroki asks. Yes, there should be another fire exit down this way. We better hurry, Izuku says. But suddenly, large metal doors begin to close in the hallway in front of us and behind. Todoroki, Izuku yells. On it, Todoroki says, blasting ice, preventing the gate from closing as Iida runs through the door using his engines kicking the door so hard it breaks. Everyone through here, Izuku shouts as everyone goes through the door into some kind of laboratory with lots of plants. What is this place? Izuku asks on guard and ready. This is the plant factory. Here, they study the effects of quirks on fauna. Wait, stop, Kyoka says as everyone stops running as she points to the elevator. The elevator is coming up, she says as Izuku uses his macrobinoculars to see through the wall to see two hostiles together with. Oh no, Izuku says, nervous. What is it? Mineta asks, scared. Super battle droids. Everyone find cover, we'll hold this position and let them come to us. All of you stay hidden. I'll hold off the droids as long as I can for you all to get out of here. Izuku orders as they hide in the plantation keeping their eyes on the elevator. Can't we just go over to the elevator and use it when the villains leave? Kaminari asks. Unfortunately, no, only people who are authorized can use it, and it was made as a bomb shelter. We couldn't even go in and try, she says. The elevator opens, revealing a big chubby guy and a skinny guy with 4 super battle droids behind them. Melissa raises her blaster, nervous wanting to blast them but is held back by Izuku, not wanting to give away their position. They found us, Ochako says in a muffled tone. Shish, Izuku says. Go away, please go away, I don't want to die. Mineta, thanks, please don't find us. Momo, thanks, scared. Please leave. Kyoka thinks terrified. Hey you two, what are you doing here? They all look towards the villains and droids. Who are you? Huh. Bakugo. Kirishima. They all think surprised. Answer me, what are you doing here? The villain says as the droids raise the wrist blasters. That's something I want to know too. Bakugo says irritated, not afraid as Kirishima speaks up. Hey, wait a minute, Bakugo, let me talk to them. He says, nervous, standing in front of Bakugo. Hello, sorry me and my friend got lost on the way to the party, can you tell us how to get there? He's kidding, right? Izuku asks, shaking his head in disbelief and getting ready to come out. The skinny villain then stretches out his hands, launching an attack. Kirishima. But before the attack hits him, Izuku jumps and rolls out of the bush and open fires with his pistols saving them. Those bolts they're from, Kirishima says. Deku. Bakugo yells irritated. Seeing that the villains and droids are distracted, Todoroki quickly creates a pillar of ice under everyone, but Todoroki stays with Bakugo and Kirishima. Todoroki, get up here. What are you doing? Izuku yells. The 3 of us are going to stop them here. You guys go on ahead. He says shooting flames at the droids. But Shoto, Momo says, worried for him. I'll be fine. There's no time to argue, we'll join you when we're done. He yells. Izuku and Momo look at each other and hesitate to leave them behind, but they know Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima, they can take care of themselves. Alright, everyone, let's move. Izuku orders. Thanks to Todoroki's ice pillar, they reach the 3rd floor of the factory and continue up the stairs to reach the top floor. In the tower, the villains Weiching report to Wolfram. Boss, these are no ordinary kids. They're UA students and they're well trained, and there's another ARC trooper with them. Quote, interesting. Looks like they're trying to restore the security system, send the drones to levels 100 and 130, and let them, though. What? You want me to remove the barriers? Yes, now do as I say. Wolfram says, annoyed. All Might overhear this and was worried and pissed off for not being able to help. He just hopes the others do not get caught in this ambush. We're in luck. The hallways have been cleaned since the 100th floor. Kaminari says. To Lucky, something is coming this way. Izuku says pistols, pointing down the hallway. I agree, I'm sure they're leading us into a trap, so stay alert. Momo says. So close, but so far. Mineta says. Come on, you guys, we can handle it. We're so close now. Izuku says, motivating them as they keep climbing until they reach floor 130 to see dozens of sentinel robots waiting. That's a lot of clankers. Izuku says. Looks like they want to capture us. Iida says. Looks like they know you're from UA. Izuku says, trying to think of a strategy. So how are we getting through? Ochako asked. Izuku looks at all the sentinel robots and gets an idea. I've got an idea. Momo, I need you to create a huge blanket. Let's show some real power and blow them sky high. Izuku says before turning to Iida and Kaminari. Iida, Kaminari. Izuku orders using a hand signal pointing ahead which they understand. Bring it on, Iida. Kaminari says with crossed fist as Iida grabs him and spins him at high speeds and throws him into the middle of the sentries. 1.3 million volts electronical discharge. He yells, using his quirk to create a powerful attack on the droids, but they are unaffected by his strong attack. Damn, it's not working. Those clankers have tough armor. Izuku shouts. Annoyed Kaminari decides to increase the potency of his lighting. 2 million volts. He shouts using all his power on the robots, but, stop, if you do that, you'll look like an idiot. Kyoto warns, but it was already too late as he fries his brain, making him act like an idiot. Izuku then quickly thanks for A plane B turning to Iida. Iida run to Kaminari and lie on the floor, do not get up until I say so, understood. Iida nods, running at high speeds, using his engines as the two lay on the ground. Momo. Z6 rotary blaster cannon. Momo nods and creates the heavy blaster cannon as Izuku holds the cannon in both hands. Okay, clankers, eat laser. He yells before opening fire, completely destroying all the sentinel robots. Deku, you just destroyed them all. Ochako says, amazed. You're quite the creative thinker, aren't you? Melissa says, smiling. I'm impressed. Kyoka says, thanks. Being a soldier for so long you learn how to do things outside the box, now come on, let's move. Aside from Kaminari and Iida, who's carrying him reaching the 138th floor as the door opens to reveal several sentinels waiting. Ambush. Take them out. Izuku shouts, raising the cannon to blast them. Wait, this is the server room. If we damage it, we will destroy the entire security system. Melissa says, putting her hand on the cannon as more sentinel robots jump down and land in front of them, making things complicated. Izuku, you, Melissa, and Uraraka, go on ahead. You guys find a way up while we deal with them and protect the servers. Momo says, creating two swords. Alright, be careful all of you. Izuku says as they run to find a way up. In the control room, have you dealt with them yet? The super battle droids are busy with one group. The other is on their way here. The henchman says, fiddling with the controls. You're kidding me, they really don't know when to give up. The other says annoyed, with Izuku. After leaving the rest of the group, Izuku, Uraraka, and Melissa are now in an open area where there are several giant air turbines. What is this place? Izuku asks. Wind power generators. Melissa says, I see that, but why are we here? He asks. There are a lot of robots in the tower that are waiting for us, but if we avoid them, look over there. There's an emergency door we can use. She says, pointing ahead. Great, so how are we all getting up there? I can use my jetpack, but I'm only going to be able to carry one of you. Izuku says. You guys go on ahead, I'll catch up. What? No, absolutely not. You'll be outnumbered. Ochako smiles, taking Izuku's hand. I'll be fine. Go, reset the security system. Though extremely reluctant, Izuku nods as Melissa hands the DC-15s to Ochako. You might need that, be careful. She says, taking hold of Izuku as he activates his jetpack, flying them to the upstairs, but there's one problem, the wind from the propellers is too strong. The wind, it's too strong. My jetpack can't handle much more of this. Izuku shouts. Deku. Ochako yells as more sentinels arrive and are about to capture her when a large chunk of them explode off the building as Izuku looks to see Todoroki, Kirishima and Bakugo have arrived. Boys. Izuku shouts, glad Todoroki and Kirishima are alright. Bakugo he could not care less if he dies or not. Luckily, Todoroki sees the danger Izuku and Melissa are in as they run towards one of the closer fans. Bakugo blasts this fan towards Midoriya. He says, don't tell me what to do, icy hot. He yells but nevertheless complies while Todoroki blasts his flames into the fan, giving it a boost as the blast brings the two back on course as they look to see where about to hit the wall. Hang on, Izuku yells, lowering then and fires a rocket from his jetpack, blasting a hole through the wall for him and Melissa to enter. They made it. Let's hope they can get the system reset. Kirishima says, smashing the sentinels with his hardened fist while Ochako fires blaster bolts from Izuku's carbine that destroying them. Never thought I'd use a weapon like this. She thinks shooting down multiple robots. In the tower, Izuku protected Melissa with both of them landing in a very odd position, to say the least, with Melissa on top of Izuku with him below and upon seeing how close she was to his face. Despite wearing his helmet, she gets off of him blushing. Deku, are you okay? She asks, worried. Yeah, I'm fine but more worried about you. I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Before Izuku can respond, he turns to see one of the henchmen named Swordkill about to attack, but Izuku grabs Melissa, getting her out of range of the attack. You should not be here. Neither are you, but you're here. What are you villains here for? Izuku says, firing his pistols as he blocks the bolts with his blade. You picked the wrong place to be a hero, kid. He keeps attacking until Izuku loses his balance and gets kicked off the tower, but luckily, does not fall, grabbing onto the edge about to be killed by Swordkill, but... Stop it, Melissa screams, grabbing the villain's right arm, making him angry. Get off, brat, he yells, knocking her back and cutting her arm in the process. I'll kill you then all. How? But before he can finish, a bolt from Izuku's DC-17 fires, striking the villain in the chest, making him fall to the ground dead. Melissa, are you all right? He asked, rushing to her aid. You killed him. She says in shock. I did what I had to do to save you. Here, let me help. He says, taking off his helmet and grabbing a cloth from his utility belt, wrapping it around her wound. I'm sorry, that happened to you. It's okay. There's no need to apologize. No, I do. You were injured under my watch. He says, finishing. You really care about people, don't you? She asks. Of course, it's my duty to serve and protect, especially the men under my command and the people who are close to me. He says, making Melissa blush. We need to keep moving. Are you ready? Izuku asks with a smile, putting his helmet back on as she gets up. I'm ready, let's go. She says with a determined smile. The two continue climbing the tower while on the way encountering more enemies, but Izuku takes them out with ease using his pistols until finally, they reach the top floor running through the hallways. Melissa, where is the control room? In front of the central elevator. With this, the two run straight to the control room, and to their surprise, the door was open, and inside were two people. There's someone in there, Izuku says while as they hide in the hallway, but when they see who was inside. Dad, what are he doing here? Melissa asked, surprised for obvious reasons. Villains must have brought him here. Maybe they need him. We have to save him. She says, determined but stopping when they hear what he and his assistant Sam are saying. It's already open. In block 1138. He says, understood. David's assistant quickly went the block and opened it, taking out a briefcase and inspecting it. All there. Yes. We did it, Professor. The device is here. What device? Izuku quietly asks as Sam shows the case to the professor, checking what's inside to see a rather strange artifact. Finally, I got it back after so long. I got it back, just as we planned, he says, closing the case. It seems the villains have held back for us, so no one noticed her plane. Wrong. The two freeze as Izuku comes out of hiding, pistols pointed at them, while Melissa puts her hands on his guns, gesturing for him to stand down, to which he complies as she turns to her father. Dad, Melissa, Miss Shield, Captain Deku, what are you doing here? Sam asks, nervous. Why are you two talking like you planned all this? Taking a few steps towards her father. Quote. Was it all your idea? Quote. Answer her question. Izuku shouts. Yes, I did, he says, leaving the two in disbelief. Why are you doing this? Izuku asked. The professor is just looking out for Melissa while trying to recover what was stolen from him. What's inside this briefcase is his invention that allows you to amplify anyone's quirk. Sam says, still nervous. A power amplifier? Is that even possible? Izuku asked, stunned. Yes, it's still a prototype, but this device can amplify the power of anyone without causing harm to the brain or body. However, investors confiscated it along with all our research and forced us to abandon the project. They were worried something like this would affect the fabric of superhuman society. They kinda had a point. Izuku says, we couldn't waste so many years of research like that, so the professor and I planned all this and hired fake villains to help us get it back. This information leaves the two shocked, especially Melissa, who couldn't believe that her father would do something like this and is responsible for the villains taking over the island. No. You would never do that. This can't be true. But it is true, he says in regret. That doesn't make sense. My father would never act like this. Why are you doing this? She yells in tears. Quote. I did it for All Might. Captain, I don't know if All Might has told you, but his quirk is beginning to disappear. With this device he can go back to how he once was. With this he can regain all his strength and vitality back. He can keep saving people like he always did. Please understand, I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for All Might. Let me deliver this to him. I'll accept whatever punishment I'm given. Deku and the others have risked their lives to save everyone. She yells, pointing to the cut she suffered earlier. You don't even know the danger we ran into just to come here. What do you mean? The villains are fake, aren't they? He asks, looking at Sam. All this was supposed to be an act. So you ordering me and my men to protect your daughter, and All Might was all an act. I was forced to kill one of them to keep Melissa safe. Was that an act, too? Deku yells, surprising them with this information. And it was an act. Everyone turns to see the villain Wolfram. The whole act was to make you two believe you hired fake criminals. Izuku pulls out his pistols, opening fire, but Wolfram uses metal to block the shots before using them to grab Izuku, making him drop his weapons and firmly hold against the wall. Deku, Melissa yells. You better not do anything stupid, he says, turning to David and Sam. Sam, hand over the case. Yes, sir, Sam says, snatching the case from David, and goes to Wolfram, leaving David perplexed. So that was your real plane? To hand the device to these villains from the start? Why? He yells as Sam stops running. Because you were the one who betrayed me, Professor. You let the device be taken and did nothing to get it back. We could have been rich and famous, but we weren't. I deserve then being your assistant. I want to be recognized, otherwise my work will have been a waste of time. So at least I'll get a reward for handing over this device. Even saying that, Sam wanted to cry and was still nervous. Quote. Now, here's your reward. Sam turns around to see Wolfram holding a gun at him before being shot in the shoulder, shocking everyone and leaving Melissa horrified. And no, why are you doing this? That wasn't part of the plan. He yells in pain on the floor. You were a fool to trust a villain, and for that, you'll learn what happens when you trust someone like me. Wolfram is about to shoot again, but to everyone's shock, David throws himself in the middle and is shot in the shoulder instead, leaving him badly wounded. Dad, Melissa screams, crying. Mr. Shield, Izuku yells, looking at his pistols lying on the ground, trying to break free. David, why did you do that? Melissa run, get out of here. Dad, Melissa, don't. But it was too late as Melissa, who ran towards David and takes a blow from Wolfram, making her fall to the ground. Do you want to be a hero now, David? No matter the reason you've gotten your hands dirty today, it doesn't matter if we are villains or actors, the crime you committed will not disappear. You can no longer be a scientist or concern your research, your life will be haunted by darkness, of villains. He says, lifting David up. Do you want to continue your studies? Then be nice and make your toys for me. He says before knocking him out. Let's take him. And no. Wolfram turns to see Melissa crying desperately still on the floor. Give him back, please, she yells. Oh yes, I almost forgot, I have to get rid of everything attached to the professor. He yells, pointing his gun at her about to pull the trigger, but before he can. POW. A blue bolt hits Wolfram's pistol, knocking it from his hand, turning to see Izuku pistols pointing at him. Izuku opens fire, but Wolfram creates a barrier out of metal protecting himself as Izuku turns to Melissa. Melissa, get out of here, save everyone, I'll take care of him. He says before shooting a rocket from his jetpack damaging the wall. Understanding what she must do, Melissa nods as Izuku turns to Wolfram, holding the unconscious David in the briefcase before breaking the barrier as Wolfram runs. I won't let you escape, Izuku yells, running after him. While Izuku chases Wolfram, Melissa came to the control room and successfully reset the system. Once that was done, all the Sentinel droids were deactivated across the island to everyone's relief. As for the heroes, they were freed with Jesse and Appo taking back their weapons and opening fire on the villains, freeing all the hostages. This but replace Rex and Bly with Appo and Jesse. They did it. Great work, Captain. Appo says happy and relieved. Come young troopers, we must stop the villains before they escape. All Might says, sir, yes, sir. They say before running out of the place as All Might hears his cell phone ring and answers. Melissa, are you okay? How is Captain Midoriya and the other kids? He asks, worried for everyone. Yes, I'm in the control room. The others stayed behind to hold off the villains. But Dad was taken by them, and Deku is chasing after them. She says, don't worry, we'll stop them. Commander, call for backup immediately. Toshinori says, Commander Appo to base. Island is under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. I request reinforcements immediately. Appo says into his comlink. This is Commander Devis of the Hawkbat Battalion. Reinforcements are already en route. Just hold them off as long as you can. Hurry, Appo says as he All Might and ARC Trooper Jesse rush to aid Captain Deku. At the top of the tower, Wolfram runs towards a helicopter that has two henchmen in the pilot's sets. Let's get out of here, before the security system discovers us. Kill me, just do it. Before I do that, I will do some more crimes on your account, then I will. Stop. As blue bolts nearly hit Wolfram, who started to see Izuku furious walking towards them. Midoriya, even though he was sore, David was surprised to see him here. Drop your weapons, or I'll shoot him. Wolfram yells, pointing his gun at David, making Izuku put his DC-17s on the ground even though he is angry. Wolfram stops taking a look at Izuku and remembers something. Hey, you're an advanced recon commando, right? Japan's so-called elite warriors. Yeah, what's it to you? Ha ha ha, all part of the plan. He says, confusing Izuku and David. What plan? What are you talking about? Izuku asked. The plan, I admit I don't even know everything, but soon. Japan will remain, will be chaos, and he will reveal himself. Who? Darth Sidious, he says, grinning as both Izuku and David freeze hearing that name. Who the hell is that? Izuku thinks before speaking. Whoever he is, the heroes and military will stop him, now let him go. Izuku says, glaring. Ha ha ha, you fool, Japan has already fallen. The time of heroes is over. They cannot stop Sidious, and are you really trying to save him? He's a villain. He says with an evil smile. He isn't a villain, and as a trooper, it's my job to save all who are in danger. Izuku rolls forward, grabbing his pistol shooting, but Wolfram creates another wall of steel blocking the blaster bolts. As he jumps into the helicopter. Fly, now, The pilots obey and take off. They manage to get about 45 feet in the air until. What was Gua? Melissa arrives to see Izuku holding onto the helicopter with a cable, his boots magnetized to the roof, and jetpack at full power. Melissa wikes, fearing for both Izuku and her father. Ah! Izuku screams in pain, holding on with all his strength. Pilot, give me your gun. Wolfram takes the gun and shoots Izuku, breaking free from him as he falls off the tower screaming. Deku. Melissa screams in tears. No. David says in guilt. Son. Commander. Lieutenant, save him. I am here and I'll be taking back my friend. Wolfram turns to see All Might, who launches on to the helicopter. Wolfram then uses his quirk to seal the door shut as All Might pries it open, only to be met by a metal tendril. Oh no. He says that because Wolfram has put on the amplifier. Oh yes. He says as the blades of the helicopter blend down. All Might jumps back, watching the helicopter crumpled like paper, with Wolfram and David being lifted up by the tower's metal as metal and wires rip off the building, creating a mountain of metal with Wolfram and David at the center. So much power. This is amazing. I feel more powerful than All Might. He yells. All Might charge at him to rescue David, but he creates a large wall, stopping the number one hero's attack. Ha ha ha, is that all you have? Wolfram then uses two massive columns to bring him down, leaving All Might injured. Dave, what have you created? He asked, shocked. I didn't know my dad created something so powerful. Melissa says as everyone from Class 1A arrives. Where's Izuku? Where is he? Momo yells, panicking. He fell. Melissa says, crying as everyone gasps, especially the girls who liked Izuku. No. Deku. Ochako says, chairs beginning to fall. Now I know how much to increase the price of this device once I kill you, All Might. And then, move it, everybody out. Let's go, take cover. As everyone looks up to see gunships as an entire battalion of jet troopers led by Commander Devis come out of hiding, including Izuku, Appo and Jesse. Deku, Izuku, Midoriya, everyone screams. Everyone blast this bastard and protect the professor. Devis yells, firing his DC-15A rifle as Izuku opens fire with his dual pistols. They all open fire on Wolfram with DC-15A rifles, mini-guns, rocket launchers and grenades, destroying all of Wolfram's armor, but in the process destroying most the roof as everyone begins falling, including the students, as Izuku grabs David, while Melissa and the students are saved by All Might, landing safely away from the tower. What just happened? Kaminari asks. Man, Midoriya sure does know how to bring in help. That was so awesome and manly. Kirishima says. Izuku, together with Devis, Jesse, and Appo, land near the class, holding the injured David in his arms. Jesse, Appo divide the search and rescue scouts, fan out and check for any survivors, the rest of you help me with the wounded. Izuku orders, holding the injured professor before handing him over to All Might. Copy that, Captain. The two say before splitting up as Izuku turns to his superior officer wearing the same armor as him, the only difference being that Izuku's armor is green and that he has J-Guys on his helmet. Commander, Izuku says, standing at attention saluting him. At ease, brother, and well done, you acted bravely today and showed outstanding courage and determination, and because of that, the professor and his daughter are safe. Devis says with a smile. I was just doing my job, Commander. I wasn't gonna let Melissa lose her father. Izuku says, well, even though you are the leader of the 501st, it's time you're officially given that title. Captain Deku, you're being promoted to the rank of Senior Commander. Devis says. Izuku looks at the red-armored trooper, completely stunned, but then smiles. Thank you, Commander, I will hold this rank with honor. Izuku says as the two officers salute each other. Melissa smiles, wiping away her tears. Tonight, Izuku has become not just the hero of Island but also her hero. David, are you okay? All Might ask as David sits on the floor in pain. Sore and bleeding, but I'll be fine. Anything you want to say? He asks, crouching down to him. I'm sorry, Toshi, he says, feeling guilty. I was scared, you were losing your power. I was scared that the peace you gained as a hero would disappear along with you. So I came up with an idea to build that device for you. It was just to keep things as they were. He says, looking at All Might before turning to Izuku, who, along with other troopers, helped the students with any injuries they might have. It's only now that I see the future was right in front of me. While he's not like you at all, Izuku Midoriya has the potential to become a symbol of his own. David says smiling, he won't ever forget what Izuku did today. He may be a trooper, but that boy has the heart of a true hero. All Might says smiling as David remembers something from earlier. Toshi, there's something you should know. He says, becoming serious. Huh? What is it? When Midoriya arrived, Wolfram, he mentioned a name. Whose? All Might asked, raising his brow confused. Darth Sidious, he says, shocking All Might. Sidious? I don't remember any villain by that name. Toshinori thinks confused. Toshi, who is this Sidious? He could be planning something. David says as All Might think deep in thought. Dave, you must tell me everything, he said. All Might says, putting his hand on David's shoulders, wanting to learn more about this new threat. Later, as all the remaining villains in the attack are taken away by the Japan troopers, Izuku Wikes as Wolfram, who ultimately survived the attack, is unconscious and in chains about to be loaded on to a gunship to be taken to Tartarus back in Japan. Deku. Izuku turns only to see Melissa, who gives him a big hug, which takes Izuku by surprise and makes him blush slightly under his helmet. You're okay. You're okay. I'm so glad. She says as Izuku chuckles. Haha. Nice to see you to Melissa. It's good to see that you're okay. He says as she releases from the hug. How's your father doing? He asks, removing his helmet. Yes, he's feeling much better. After everything that happened, he confessed to the military and his supervisors that he was the one who hired the villains to retrieve the device they had confiscated from him. Again, I'm sorry, but we have to arrest him. Luckily me and All Might intervene so he won't be punished too badly. He should only just not be able to work for a while, and about a year of house arrest. Yes, thank you for that. She says with a smile looking down, which Izuku notices. Something wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, thank you. Because of you, you not only saved the island, but you saved my father. I don't know how I can thank you. She says, getting tears in her eyes holding Izuku's hand. Thank you for what you did, Izuku. She says with a teary smile. You're welcome, Melissa, but it wasn't just me. You helped restore the security system and saved heroes and civilians who were in danger. If it wasn't for you we would have never been able to call in reinforcements, and would most likely be dead, so thank you, you were the true hero today. He says surprising the girl by saluting her, and to her surprise, Appo, Jesse, Devis, and all the other troopers salute her as well. Melissa returns it but hearing those words makes her heart begin pounding as tears fall, not tears of sadness but tears of joy that Izuku thinks she's a hero and it made her feel so happy, but Izuku gets it wrong thinking he said something wrong. Melissa, are you alright? Before Izuku can say anything else, she pulls him to her, giving him a kiss on the cheek making the now ARC Trooper Commander blush. Thank you, Deku, really, you're amazing. She says, wiping her tears. Why you're welcome, he replied, still in shock as Devis, Jesse, and Appo chuckle in the corner. Wait, everyone turns to see Wolfram being held by two shock troopers. You, girl, he says, looking strength at Melissa and smiling madly, making the girl nervously cling on to Izuku's arm. Ha 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 ha. You're a fool to trust that trooper. The fate of all heroes has already been sealed. Not even All Might can stop what is to come. Sidious has control over everything. He yells. Sidious. Momo whispers, remembering that name from her dream. Ha ha ha, you're all going to die. Wolfram laughs madly as he's taken away. Everyone is shaken from what they just heard, especially Izuku, who remembers that Five said the inhibitor chips could make the soldiers do whatever someone wants. Could that someone be this Sidious? Izuku. The trooper turns to see Momo and everyone else from Class 1A as Momo runs over and hugs the ARC commander. I'm so glad you're okay. When Melissa said you fell, she says, about to cry, making Izuku laugh. Don't worry, Momo, I'm fine, he says, smiling. Deku, are you sure you're okay? Ochako asks as her and Kyoka approach clearly worried as well. Are you in any pain? Kyoka as taking hold of his hand. I can call a medic if you want. Momo says. Don't worry, girls, I'm fine, really. Izuku says, smiling. With Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, and Melissa all around Izuku, both Mineta and Kaminari were jealous of the attention he was getting. "Midoriya, you bastard," Mineta yells, crying tears of blood. "Why is he getting all their attention and not us?" Kaminari asks, annoyed. "Because he's not a pervert like you two," Todoroki says, making the two of them depressed with a sad aura washing over them as Shoto thinks to himself. "One good thing about Midoriya, it's that he's not a pervert. If I had caught him looking at Momo, my sister or mom like those two, he would be burned to a crisp, but Sidious, who the heck could that be? A new villain?" Shoto thinks. Some time later, 3 whole days passed since the attack and now Island has been repaired and cleaned up from the damage. The expo would still be open to show that everything was okay, but also a party for 2 reasons. The reopening of the expo and to celebrate the now Commander Deku and what he did to save Island, earning him a lot of attention from the public, especially girls, who wanted to take pictures of him or to get his number whenever he walked around the expo, but didn't, thanks to Melissa, Momo, Ochako and Kyoka, who got irritated whenever other girls approached him, making the ARC trooper confused. During that time David Shield was sentenced to a year of house arrest while Sam was sentenced to 2 years in jail, with All Might learning everything Wolfram had said about Darth Sidious, believing that heroes should be ready for whatever he is planning, whether it is the League of Villains or otherwise. "What's taking them so long?" Kaminari complains. "Calm down, Kaminari, you should never rush a girl when she's getting ready," Iida says, chopping the air. "I agree with Iida, it's not very manly to rush a girl," Kirishima says, rubbing the back of his neck. But soon, the elevator opens to reveal Melissa and the girls. "Hello everyone, sorry we're late," Momo says. "Wait, are you all wearing the same dresses from last time?" Kaminari asks. "Is that a problem?" Koika asked, getting her jacks in a striking position. No problem at all," Mineta says with a thumbs up as Kirishima and Bakugo enter. "Oh good, we didn't get lost this time," he says, relieved. "I still don't want to be here, shitty hair," Bakugo yells. Now all we're missing is Commander Midoriya and Todoroki, Iida says, irritated that those two are late. Just then, the elevator opens, revealing Shoto. "Todoroki, where have you been? And where's Midoriya?" Iida asks, chopping the air. "Come with me, all of you. I have something to show you," Todoroki says, smiling as everyone follows him. As they all walk down the hall, troopers from the 501st and Hawkbat Battalion salute them. "Why do they keep saluting us? It's kinda weird," Koika asked, confused. "It's meant to be a sign of respect. They know what we all went through for Midoriya during the attack," Shoto says, stopping in front of the door. "Loyalty means everything to the soldiers," Todoroki says as the door opens to reveal Izuku wearing a tuxedo, and behind him are 501st troopers but having different makings on their helmets and bodies, representing Melissa and the hero students. 332nd Company, attention, Izuku says as they all stand at attention. Everyone gasps while some find it kinda creepy. Others like Momo, Ochako, Melissa and Shoto are honored that the troopers think so highly of them, as Shoto looks to see Izuku holding a regular white Phase 2 helmet but with Shoto's signature barn mark and red hair painted on one side. "Come on, they have been waiting for us," Shoto says as everyone walks forward, amazed. "This is amazing," Ochako says, looking at a trooper that has her hero suite marked on his armor. "Yeah, as soon as they heard what happened, they got to work," Shoto says as the girls approach Izuku, admiring how handsome he is in a tuxedo. "The paint jobs are a little crude, but we think they get the idea across," Izuku says, handing the Todoroki painted helmet to one of the troopers, who proudly puts it on, giving him a thumbs up. "Izuku, I don't know what to say. Thank you," Momo says, smiling, looking at the troopers painted with her hero costume on their armor. Even Mineta and Kaminari are being represented. "I am glad you like it. It was actually Appo and Jess's idea," Izuku says, looking at the two troopers smiling. "Alright, now that that's done, come on, let's party," Jessie says, smiling, getting everyone excited. With that the group leaves, arriving at the Great Hall, taking a deep breath, because this was their first formal party they would attend. As they open the door, they're amazed to see how large the place is, with large tables filled with food, several musicians playing classical music and a large dance floor in the center of the room. There are all sorts of people and pro-heroes talking and drinking amongst themselves. Then they turn to see Izuku, They applaud him much to his shock and embarrassment as everyone joins the party. 2 hours pass and everyone is having a good time and feeling relaxed, well almost everyone. Izuku sits alone at a table, thanking everything that's happened, Five's death, the inhibitor chip, Wolfram's words to him. It's all making him uneasy and worries for Japan's safety, but his thoughts are interrupted as slow music begins playing. Couples begin slow dancing as Melissa approaches him. Deku, would you like to dance? She asks, smiling and blushing shyly. Izuku looks down. He's been trained to fight, kill, and survive, but never how to dance. Oh okay, but I'll be honest, I don't know how to dance. He says, rubbing the back of his head and nervous. Come on, it will be fun, please. She says with a cute face, making Izuku unable to deny her. Okay, if you want to. He says, smiling. Great. Let's go, she says, pulling Izuku from his chair as they go to the dance floor, catching the attention of many people, especially Momo, Ochako, and Kyoka. Izuku gently puts his hands on her sides as they slow dance. Melissa noticed, however, that he seemed really nervous about something. Izuku, are you okay? You look a little tense. Melissa says. Izuku takes a moment to look into her eyes and admire how beautiful they are, wondering if he should tell her. It's nothing, Melissa. I've just had a lot on my mind lately. Do you want to talk about it? She asks, concerned. Izuku sighs, looking down but deciding against telling her, not wanting to ruin her good mood after everything that happened. It's nothing, Melissa, I'm fine, I promise. Izuku says, leaving hoping she'll buy it, which she does, nodding her head as the two continue to dance until the music stops as they stop dancing and receive applause from the audience, as Izuku walks over to Jessie and Appo who have been watching. Hee. Got to say, Commander, you're a good dancer. Appo says with a smile which Izuku finds funny since before that he'd never danced in his life. Then music plays as Jessie looks at Izuku and then over to Ochako Uraraka, who seems to want to dance but is nervous before grabbing Izuku's shoulders. Jessie, what are you doing? He asks. Go ask her to dance. He says, giving him a push as Izuku walks over to the gravity girl. Ochako, do you want to dance? Huh? Oh, I would love to, Deku, but I don't know how to dance that well. Neither do I. He says. Really, you seem to do really well with Melissa. She says, confused. Trust me, I really don't, so why don't we learn how to go together? He says, reaching to take her hand, surprising her and making her blush as she takes his hand. They head for the dance floor as they slowly begin dancing to the slow beat of the music with one hand on her waist and the other holding her hand. Thanks for asking me to dance, Deku. She says, very happy. It's nothing. Jessie actually pushed me and saw that you wanted to dance, so I hope you don't mind it being me. Of course not. Deku, why do you say that? I mean, I'm quirkless. Most people look down on me because of it. I'm not handsome. The scars on my face are ugly. I've never been the best of talking to people because of my disability, he says, clearly sad. Ochako notices and leans her head on his chest while dancing. Don't say that, Deku, there is no one better than you. You're really special to me. That's why we're dancing now, and besides, she says, her cheeks turning an even deeper pink. I think you're really handsome, and this is a night I will keep with me forever. Quote, Ochako. Izuku says, stunned as Ochako gently kisses his cheek, and for the first time, he feels truly happy and at peace as they continue dancing until the music stopped. Izuku is about to go sit back down to rest when he notices Momo Yaoyorozu sitting with a drink in her hands as another slow song begins playing. Izuku is honestly surprised Todoroki hasn't asked Momo to dance, probably wanting to wait a while as he takes a deep breath and walks over to her. Momo. Oh, Izuku, can I help you with something? She asked, surprised but happy that Izuku came to her. I noticed Todoroki hasn't asked you to dance, so I was wondering if you would do me the honor of dancing with you. Izuku asks, extending his hand. Momo was overjoyed as her eyes lit up. She did want to dance with Shoto, but he hadn't approached her yet, probably because it would be awkward since they're not together anymore. But here was Izuku Midoriya, her hero, asking her to dance. Of course I do. Let's go, she says, taking his hand as they walk to the dance floor to start dancing. As their dance catches the attention of the audience who stare at them as they dance, especially Shoto, who smiles softly at them. Take good care of her, Midoriya. I'm also going to figure out how to get you with Fuyumi and Mom as well. He thinks, taking a sip of fruit punch. Back with Izuku and Momo. You're really good at this, Momo. Hey, I can't really keep up. Thanks, Izuku. Ever since I was little, my parents enrolled me in a lot of dance classes so I could learn to dance to all kinds of music. You'd be surprised how many I can do, she says proudly. Ha ha ha, I should have expected that with how amazing you are, Izuku says, making Momo blush as she looks down. Izuku, yeah, I want to thank you. Thank me? For what? He asks, confused. Everything, saving me from those villains, talking to me during the sports festival, training me, and then when me and Todoroki fought against you during our exams, I was desperate and thought I would lose, but I stood firm because I remembered what all you said to me. Because of you, I am where I am now, so thank you so much, my hero. Izuku was stunned, but even more so as Momo puts her hands on his cheeks and kisses his cheek, leaving Izuku stunned and redder than Kirishima's hair. As the music stops, Momo winks at him with a huge blush on her face, about to leave, but is stopped by Izuku holding her hand. Izuku, she asks, confused. Izuku then pulls something out of his suit pocket before giving it to her as Momo looks to see it's an SSD hard drive. Momo, the password to unlock everything on this hard drive is 8108. Do not look at what's on it unless something were to happen to me, do you understand? He asks with a serious face. Momo, though confused, nods, looking down at the hard drive before going somewhere, not noticing the jealous looks she was getting from the girls. Izuku sighs, hoping he made the right decision by giving Momo access to Fives' records and the grievance report Izuku made after learning about the inhibitor chips. Before deciding to go sit down, but just as he is about to, another song begins playing, and to his surprise, Momo returns dragging Kyoka with her, who is nervous and doesn't want to dance. Yoa Momo, what are you doing? She asks. Will Melissa, Uraraka, and myself already danced with Izuku. Now it's your turn, so I'll leave you two alone, she says, smiling, leaving the two to dance as she turns to Midoriya, nervous. Hey, Midoriya. Hey Koika, I see Momo brought you over, so, want to dance? Izuku asked nervously. Sure, but I'm warning you now, I'm not good at dancing, she says, fiddling with her jacks. That's all right, I'm sure you'll do fine. Ready? Izuku asks, holding out his hand to her, which she takes at first, feeling nervous but slowly getting used to it. Then Kyoka remembers that Izuku owes her some answers. Izuku, what is it that you're hiding from us? She asks, looking him in the eyes. What do you mean? Izuku asks, confused. I see it in your eyes. You're carrying deep guilt and sadness. If there's something you want to say, tell me, I'm here. Koika says as the two dance. Izuku sighs. It's just, some of the things Wolfram said brought back some memories of someone. Izuku says, looking down, thinking of Fives. He said that the time of heroes is over and that Japan will remain and that no one will be able to stop him, he says, looking down. Sidious, Koika asks. Yes, I'm afraid of what could be coming. Izuku says. Don't worry, Izuku, I'm sure together with the pros and 500 first behind you, you'll stop this guy. She says with a reassuring smile, but Izuku looks down, now thinking about the brain chip in his head. Koika, there's more, Izuku says, eyes covered by his hair as the girl looks at him. Go on, Koika says, encouraging him to speak what's on his mind. About a year ago, a trooper under my command named Fives also believed that there was something coming. He tried to warn me about it, but I still don't know if he had just gone mad or was actually telling the truth. He was then killed right in front of me by the Japanese guard and I couldn't save him. Izuku says, tears threatening to fall. Koika smiles. While she can tell there is more Izuku is hiding from her, she's happy that he's slowly opening up to her and the other girls. Izuku, I know there's more you're not telling me, but it's okay. You don't have to tell me now, but when you're ready to talk, me and the girls will listen. She says, smiling. Izuku blushes, thinking her smile is really cute. You have a really beautiful smile, Koika. He says, blushing. Koika blushes as the music stops playing. Kyoka grabs Izuku's shirt, kissing his cheek, stunning him. See you later, Izuku. she says, going over to talk to the girls. Izuku smiles, feeling his heart beating fast, but that feeling soon disappears as he turns to see Mineta, Kaminari and even Bakugo giving him death glares, jealous that the girls in Class 1A all danced with and kissed him. Before he decides to leave the party, going to his room as he sets down on his bed feeling deeply guilty for lying not just to Koika but to Momo, Ochako, Melissa and the other girls, as he pulls out a disc of a security recording of what happened that night. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.